at a certain level and you maybe one game or whatever below that, that doesn't make it a complete failure. I think that too many Michigan fans are sitting there, 11-1. We're going to be 11-1. Now, I sometimes go on the other, the low end. The joke was, they're Iowa, which for a while they were with their 8 and 9 wins every year. But, I think I'm realistic when I look at this football team. You have an unproven quarterback, which is the most important position in sports. You really have an unproven head coach.
Yes.
So that's why I feel the way I feel.
I feel like Sharon Moore getting the job, though, is a vote of keeping this thing afloat, as opposed to, hey, we're starting over with somebody else, a new vision. Maybe I'd give him a little more grace. The fact that it's a promotion from within, and it's the thing that flipped the program, the offensive line winning in the trenches in their biggest rivalry game, by the end of the season, when they go to Columbus, it's not okay if Sharon's team isn't ready to play in that game.
Oh, that's true, too. But the other thing is that what made this team so special, and I think John would agree with this part of my argument or whatever, is that team was a lot of self-led by the players. And when you lose that many players, that, the leadership inside is very difficult to duplicate. And that's why my realistic expectations are 9-3.
For the Spartans, you want to go first with this one too?
Sure. I think if they win 6 games, it's a successful season.
Yeah. Bowl eligibility, year one, Jonathan Smith.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing the quarterback. See how good Childs is, because you've seen some of the videos from when he played at Oregon State a little bit last year, and there are flashes of just excitement and brilliance, but he's still a very young player.
Michigan State has a stretch in their schedule, the middle of the schedule, which I think is arguably the toughest in the country, where they'll play Ohio State, Oregon, Iowa, and Michigan in a 5-week span. Mm-hmm. There's a little bye week nestled in there. It's catch your breath. If they can survive that stretch, I don't mean like win those games. I mean mentally and physically still be in the fight. They don't quit, end the season with a couple big wins. Well, big wins are relative at that point. But to me, they would be big wins. Get to 6, get to a foundation spot, get to a bowl game, those extra practices, get your program up off the mat. I think 6 wins is what I think a successful season for Michigan State in year one is too. We're not fighting about that.
No.
Now, getting there is not a given.
No.
Because they do have to overhaul the program. Jonathan Smith at Oregon State had some big offensive linemen that could sink their teeth into you. That doesn't happen overnight.
No.
And Childs may steal a game or two, which is part of the fun in watching them this season, is does he, I don't know. Are they better than Rutgers this season? Are they better than Indiana even this season? I don't know, but could Childs steal one of those
did you see Rutgers' schedule? They're a sneaky overbet.
We cash the tickets out, part 1 and part 2 as of today, I think, and we both like Rutgers. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Kind of like Nebraska too, but we've done that before. Yeah. Stop me if you've heard this. This is the year for Nebraska. Kind of down on Wisconsin. There's going to be, Stoney, I know people know the Big Ten's bigger. Let me tell you, when we sat down to do 18 teams and preview them, I'm like, oh my God, it's like almost 2 hours in the podcast studio. And I'm not complaining. I love doing it, but we had to make it into 2 different episodes because there's just so many teams in the Big Ten now with Washington and Oregon and UCLA, who's going to be terrible. USC, a fun fight for Valeni and I. Some good stuff. But we agree, 6-6 for the Spartans is a successful season. How likely are they to get there, Stoney?
Well,
and the same question for Michigan. How likely are they both to achieve what we deem to be success?
Although Boston College is not horrible and it's a road game, I don't know. I think they can win that game, so I think they're going to win their 3 non-conference games. That's 3.
And then the question is, early, do they go to Maryland and win?
Probably not.
So 3-1 start.
Okay, so
then the gauntlet would their lose all 4. They'll be 3-4. Now you got to catch yourself so you don't slide all the way down.
Illinois and Purdue. You can win 2 of those 3, and does that get you to 6 or 5?
Indiana, Illinois, and Purdue. You have to win all 3 to get to 6, assuming you don't beat Rutgers. So that's where Childs has to steal one.
And Rutgers is a home game to close out the season.
It is, November 30th. Yeah, big rivalry game between the Spartans and the Rutgers Scarlet.
What happened to the land-grant trophy?
It didn't need to stay. I'm fine with it being gone.
I know. I'm just
and it's not like MSU. You want to squeeze in Penn State in the schedule too?
Yes.
No, thank you. For Michigan, how likely is it that they achieve the 9 wins that you've set out, or the 10 wins that I would want to hold them to?
I think 9 is pretty doable. It should be. I mean, you think they could beat USC at home, and you look at your losses and you say, yeah, they might lose to Texas, they might lose to Oregon, and they might lose at Ohio State. Other than that,
They should beat everybody else
They
on the schedule.
should beat everybody else in the schedule.
Almost on the sheer weight of their defense alone, right?
Yes. I mean, Minnesota on the road, who knows?
Yeah.
But I think they'll win.
Yeah.
You know, they'll have a game where you're going to sit there and, you know, Orgy or whoever the quarterback is might have too many turnovers and it'll be a closer game than you would anticipate. But no, they should win 9 games.
Do you expect Orgy to be the quarterback? I know they're doing this like 5-man rotation right now. They got to whittle that down.
I expect him to be the starter. But I think they're going to use both.
The belief is that they're going to try to run a pretty heavy RPO with Orgy as a starter.
You get the extra.
That's what most people think, and so you got Donovan Edwards, featured running back, strong offensive interior line to where he has game-breaking ability. He's proven that. I mean, that's his bread and butter. And then the element of surprise with Orgy legs, and that will open up easy open passes downfield. That's the belief.
Yeah, I'll play into Stoney's hands. You know whose brand of football they may play this year? Iowa. Run it, play defense.
They did that last
scoring.
year when they
yeah.
I mean, they only opened it up when they had to. I mean, that's the thing I think you guys are dismissing here, the defense. I would say right now that they would be the favorite, had the number 1 defense in the country. They have 3 guys that are being mocked top 20.
Right.
So
two top 10.
Mason Graham, I thought I saw someone had him number 1 overall. It's rare that an interior D lineman goes number 1, but the fact that he's in the conversation, I think the world of him. We all know Will Johnson.
Yeah, and then Kenneth Grant too is being
Grant's
mocked in most top 20. So I think we always get trapped into, especially in college, forgetting about the defensive side of the ball. And when's the last time the team with the best defense in the country probably didn't win 10 games? I mean, it's probably, I'm throwing a dart out there because I don't know the answer to it, but it's probably pretty rare.
So the argument for Michigan is you do get Oregon and Texas at home. I think they're better teams. You get them at home. And Ohio State, you're their daddy. I mean, you can bully them. You feel like you're not intimidated. They have a Michigan problem. The roles are reversed.
The way this sets up.
So could they win one of those big 3 games? Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yes,
for
they
that to
could,
be a
yes.
successful season, I think they need to, because if they don't, like, okay, what does it say if Quinn Ewers carves up this defense in the Big House, and then Dylan Gabriel, who has, I think, the best set of offensive weapons passing game in the Big Ten, if he carves them up too, and then you lose to Ohio State, it's like, okay, you're not that good then. The defense wasn't that good.
I agree with you. In fact, I believe they'll beat Texas. I think there's huge conference differences here. Just because Texas is in the SEC right now doesn't mean they're an SEC team. Like, I thought last year the playoff exposed the opportunity that both Washington and Texas got. Like, I wish the matchups were different last year, because I'm a Big Ten SEC guy, and just because these teams have changed conferences now, Washington's not really a Big Ten team yet. Texas isn't really an SEC team yet, and I think them coming here and with this defense, I need Michigan to win that game. I'm going to be pretty disappointed if they don't win that, and I think Jim is on to something then that, you know, what's a 9-3 season when you lose your big 3 games? And so that's why I think the Texas game is crucial. I think Oregon is a big wild card right now, because same thing applies. They're a Pac-12 team that couldn't even beat Washington last year. So I think they're sound to play in the Big Ten, but do they have the talent to win? And the fact that game's here is huge, I think. And then Ohio State, somebody brought it up the first time we talked about this earlier. Their schedule, it's unbelievable how easy it is.
Yes.
They go to Oregon, but besides that, like, their non-cons are Akron, Western, and Marshall.
Yeah, they're all but locked in for 11
That
or more
was
wins.
the Big Ten saying F you, Michigan. It was.
But
it
if
is.
Michigan's defense is number 1 in the country, and somehow they got to 11-0 and they're going to Columbus, hey.
Sure, I think you're sleeping on Oregon a little bit. Lanning has been building kind of an SEC blueprint. They've put in top 10 classes the last 2 years.
Right.
Heavy emphasis on the defense and defensive line.
And the offensive line.
Well,
too.
Cristobal left them with a good offensive line, and they've continued that. And they got 2 good athletic tackles. They went to the SEC to get a big receiver from Texas A&M. They still have Tez Johnson back from last year's team. And Dylan Gabriel, for as much as Ohio State's been the best passing team in the Big Ten for years, I think it's going to be Oregon this year. I really do.
I feel like these teams changing conferences, the depth of the conferences they're entering is really going to pay a price, make them pay a price more than they're used to. But
that's true of all teams. Michigan's going to have to deal with more big games on their schedule too, because now you have to play these heavy hitters in conference.
Right, but the thing is that I believe the depth of the Big Ten is way better than the depth of what the Pac-12 was or
True,
the Big 12.
but I
So
think-
these
I
teams
think
coming in are
Oregon-
in for a little bit of a rude awakening week in, week out. Do they have the athletes to stand up? They proved it last year in the playoff and head-to-head opportunities that they didn't. They were
but they-
softies.
but
Texas
they-
and Washington were softies.
Well, Texas Washington was a good game. I mean,
Because
they
softy
panicked.
played softy.
Yeah, but I think Oregon is different than the. I'm not. I
Well,
would
why
not-
weren't they in it last year? I mean,
Because the other team had Michael Penix, and I know you'll say the Oregon had Bo Nix. I don't. I think Washington had a special quarterback last year, and I just think Oregon.
We'll see.
Oregon is just built differently than the other. It's not. I'm not talking about how USC is going to come in here or Washington. This Washington team, or obviously
don't lump them all in.
UCLA.
Don't lump them all in.
No,
Oregon's
Oregon's
not those
different.
others. Yes.
but I can go back to last year. I'll tell you right now, I think the 4 best teams were Michigan, Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State. And that's why I feel the way that I do. I'm consistent with this. I'm kind of with John on the 8 or 9 Big Ten SEC teams are going to be in the playoff.
Gross.
Prove me other teams.
Well, okay, and I've been accused of being a Big Ten defender a time or two, but I think you're going a little far with this depth argument. I mean, the Big Ten still has Northwestern, Purdue, Indiana, Illinois, a bad UCLA team. Like, it's not like the Big Ten is a 14, 15 team gauntlet. They still have that.
Right.
And I will ask
Soft.
you this. When's the last time a Big 12 or Pac-12 team won a national title?
Probably what USC,
Texas.
Texas.
Yeah.
And they
So
Okay.
I'm resting on the fact that the only teams
played
outs-
USC right?
outside
Yeah.
the Big Ten and SEC to win a natty were Clemson teams with Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been a good conversation. If you guys want to jump in, 248-539-9797. We will get into some Lions injuries, some concerns. What do you want to see with the preseason game? Please, no starters. I think everybody's getting on that same page. It's 97-1.
Looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills Group Fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today.
All right, Stoney. Jake Fromm, the quarterback the Lions chose to bring in yesterday.
Yeah. I saw him play at Georgia one game.
Give me the advanced scout.
Well, he carved up a really bad Vanderbilt team who was quarterbacked by Pat Shurmur's son.
Okay.
Look, he was a really good college quarterback, but he hasn't done nothing.
Hasn't played an NFL game in 2 years.
Yeah.
He has thrown an NFL touchdown, unlike Nate Sudfeld.
Right.
And he is here to fill in for Hendon Hooker, who has a concussion.
Exactly. He is training camp fodder.
Yep.
That's all he is.
Not enough to get excited about.
No, not at all. I mean, yesterday we talked about all the great Nates in Detroit. So the great Jakes, he would probably be at the bottom of the barrel behind Jake Rogers, his teammate for the Lions, Jake Bates.
What about Jake Wallman?
Jake Wallman, very good. Jake Wallman might be.
Is he the best Detroit sports Jake?
Well, he was only here 2 seasons.
I'm yet to hear a better Jake. I'm not saying they're not out there.
Jake Rogers, Jake Wood, who played for the Tigers back in the 60s.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't know. Jerry Jacobs doesn't count. No, I'm just kidding.
Listen, it's always something for fodder for the ticket text.
Yeah.
The Fromm thing is whatever. The headline I think most Lions fans are looking at today and trying to stay measured. Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
Hamstring injury. Hammies can linger. That's scary. Couple corners you're excited that you drafted in the first and second round. Left practice with injuries yesterday. What's your level of concern, Stoney? And can you've said it, I'm with you. Can we all agree, minimize and in some case don't play any of the starters in the preseason?
Correct. I believe that the Gibbs injury is obviously the one to look at the most and it would cause more concern. Hopefully they'll just obviously shut him down for a while and he'll get, massage therapy, whatever you do to a hamstring to let it heal, and hopefully he'll be ready for week 1. But I wouldn't be stunned.
He missed 2 games last year with a hamstring injury.
If he misses a game, against the Rams. Now, here's the other thing. I'm still waiting to hear what's the deal with Ali McNeil. He has not practiced the last few days either.
And he's a key cog.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been very loud about the fact that I think he could have a big season, especially if you get DJ Reader healthy next to him.
It's a contract year,
It's very important for him. The Gibbs thing is interesting because the Lions have openly begged someone to step up and win the third receiver job, and we know Gibbs has done a little more at the receiver spot. There's a potential where he's on the field with Montgomery at the same time. If he's hurt, it puts all the pressure on Montgomery, all the weight, the carries, the hits early in the season, and it takes away a player in the passing game. So I don't want to panic at all.
No.
But I know hamstrings can turn into 2 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and you're sitting there going, I want to see him play, but it's one of those things that can get aggravated easy. So shut him down. He shouldn't play at all the rest of the way.
Right.
He knows the offense. He's played in the offense. Do not let that thing flare up and be an issue. For the corners, it's a little more nuanced. They have not played in the NFL.
Correct.
And they are physical players, and they need to get in there and get their nose dirty a little bit.
Right. That's okay. They can play. It doesn't go. I'm not being hypocritical by saying that those guys should play another. No, the offensive guys in particular, the linemen, everybody, just relax, have a good time sitting on the sidelines.
Your biggest concern right now for this team?
It's still another edge rusher, but I would like to see them upgrade at wide receiver if possible, and the backup quarterback.
They said that Houston's going to stop doing the Sam linebacker stuff and just be an edge.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that helps with the edge spot. Again, you're trying to recapture something from more than a year ago from him.
Mm-hmm.
The Gibbs is my most pressing concern right now.
Absolutely.
Just because with him, I think the third receiver is less important. And the backup quarterback, I hope never has to see the field. The kicker, while a concern to some, Bates hitting the 53-yarder. I'm encouraged. I want to see him make this team.
Right.
All right, we have, still before the show ends, an NFL quarterback introducing a new fragrance.
Oh.
And it's not, a typical fragrance.
No.
Not at all. No. We'll get to that before the show's done. Plus this Guardian cap deal. Mm-hmm. Is this the start of something more? But first, Heather with the news.
ESPN host Malika Andrews stayed poised and composed as this earthquake just rocked her studio in Los Angeles while she was on air on Monday. So she's the host of NBA Today. She was talking to women's basketball legend Rebecca Lobo about the U.S. team. And all of a sudden, the studio just started rocking. She was, like I said, mid-sentence, and she stayed collected, and she pivoted to making sure that everything and everyone was safe. And then she just got back to normal conversation.
That is great.
Have you ever experienced an earthquake?
No.
Me neither.
There
Me
was
neither.
one here years ago. I remember Gators said he didn't buy it. A lot of people felt it a little bit, but it was minor.
I've heard people say that here, that they felt a little bit of shaking.
Yeah.
I never have.
Yeah, if
Not to
that
say they haven't, but
if that's an earthquake, then I don't think you'd have any issue doing your job. But I know it can be much more than
Yes.
that.
oh yeah, for sure. On Monday, Miami Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill appeared on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams, where he had some harsh words for Noah Lyles. So he kind of clapped back at Lyles for his previous comments, suggesting that NBA and NFL players can't refer to themselves as the best in the world. And while he talked about that, he also said that he could beat Lyles in a race.
Whoa,
Burn.
shots
Yeah.
fired.
I got a lot to say. He says stick to what you know, but then says he could beat Noah Lyles in a sprint.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyreek, I know you're fast. You're not that fast. That's the world's fastest man. And after what Noah Lyles did, win gold and bronze at the Olympics?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was making up the COVID thing either. I mean, do you?
Now, as general manager of the flag football team that selected Tyreek Hill with the first pick of the draft,
Do you
I'm
have a
going
comment?
to have to talk to him about let's keep everything in check, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Jaron Duran, Boston Red Sox outfielder, was suspended without pay for 2 games after he directed a homophobic slur towards a heckler at Fenway Park. And of course, it was all caught on a hot mic. So he has since apologized. He said that he used a horrible word. He feels awful for offending and disappointing so many people. He says, he wasn't representing himself as a good role model. And he's going to take this time and, educate himself and grow as a person.
By the way, not the term he used, but the term hot mic has never been issued towards me.
Oh, never?
No.
Not even
Even in your
back
late
the day?
20s, early 30s,
No.
your peak, as you said?
I think maybe the best thing I've been called is maybe handsome, but never hot.
Well, handsome's a good term.
Yeah, but it's not hot. It's
As
just saying, I was
a
never
guy,
called-
would you rather be hot or handsome?
depends what age group, what age I am at the time.
That's
if
fair.
I'm in my,
If 21 years old, you want to be hot.
I'd rather be hot.
If you're 45, you want to be
I'd rather
handsome.
be handsome.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And I'm definitely not hot.
Is
Especially
Colin
now.
more hot or handsome?
Oh, he's both, right?
Yeah, he's a mixture. It depends what he's wearing or what he's doing, how he styles his hair.
All right.
What are you looking for here?
I don't know. I wanted to see where you'd go with it. That's Heather with the news. An NFL quarterback with a signature fragrance. It's not Jared Goff, although I'm curious what fragrance you would make for Jared Goff, Stoney. Can you think on that? Workshop that?
I'll think.
We'll tell you next. 97.1. All right, put the question out there to people, and we're going to workshop this. I don't know what the right answer is. Will Levis has a new fragrance. It's not a real fragrance, but it's a spoof. What would Jared Goff's fragrance be? 248-539-9797. This is Will Levis and his new fragrance. Never mind. We'll get that in a second. It is mayonnaise.
Yes, because you remember that Will Levis drank mayonnaise basically.
In his coffee.
In his coffee, yes.
He also
He's-
eats
yeah.
the banana with the peel
He's
on.
the
Yes.
one that does that
I
too?
think so.
Yes, same
yes.
guy, yes.
Wow.
And I actually tried
The Will Levis.
Remember the Will Levis coffee?
The mayo
Have you
in the
tried
coffee.
the banana peel yet?
No. I don't like bananas per se. But the Will Levis, the coffee, the mayonnaise in the coffee was awful. It was horrific.
So Adam Schefter put this out. That's how I first saw it. Did you see the same
Yes.
thing? Like within the last 15 minutes, Adam Schefter posts a new fragrance introducing Will Levis, number 8, Parfum de Mayonnaise. And it's him running in the mist. He's got like shirtless and some of the... Anyway, this is the audio of the announcement.
How did he describe that?
Eggy.
And was there luscious? Wait, what was the...
He's eating a piece of bread with mayo
mayonnaise.
spread on it. Yeah,
I heard eggy.
definitely heard eggy.
Yeah, I heard that one.
What would Jared Goff's fragrance
Oh,
be?
easy.
What?
Vanilla. He's a very, I mean, it's not a bad thing. He's just very, bland.
Okay.
It's vanilla. Jared Goff is vanilla. Doesn't do anything too high, too low. He's just
Even keel.
Yeah, exactly. He's
Vanilla is, I believe, the most popular selling ice cream.
Probably.
People are going to take this the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a mean thing to say.
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. I think it describes his personality.
So
Yeah, if Jared Goff was a drink, he'd be milk.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yes.
So when I first think of him, California kid, but that's not the vibe he
No.
has in Detroit. It's
No.
his story is a story of like this redemption and
Correct.
like the hard road and grit and all this other stuff.
You know what his fragrance actually is? If there was a fragrance, it's Costa Haterade.
You're the one that called him vanilla.
But vanilla's not bad.
He is boring by NFL standards, but
Yes.
boring is in a good way because
Yes.
his success has become
Right.
part of this for him.
Right. It's
Yeah.
like anything else. They listen to the show, they take, whatever, and they'll take it more negative than positive. And it's pretty much in the middle.
I think
It's Jared Goff.
it's a good text topic to collect. And if we get some good stuff before the end of the show, we'll read the best that you guys
Yes.
send in. Which fragrance would Jared Goff be, knowing that Will Levis is mayonnaise?
Mayonnaise is awful.
Doesn't Mahomes do like ketchup with his steak? I think you could do with a fragrance with that.
Yeah, I think, does he?
He does. It's one of his few flaws.
Yes. Well, if Heather ate steak, she'd put ketchup on it.
Everything. with
Probably.
ketchup.
Everything is better with ketchup.
The other thing we want to bring up is this Guardian cap debate, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it was Jonathan Taylor. He took the Guardian cap from the practice field
Yeah.
to the preseason.
Right.
Do we see more guys do it?
I think we should. I don't understand it. Like, there's some, like, I remember going back when I started watching hockey, very few players wore helmets. So it was the culture, and it had to be shifted. People realized as the game got faster and, more physical, your head is more important. Okay. Then we saw it then also with hockey with the shields. You see it in basketball and even in football. A lot of the basketball players are wearing mouth guards a lot now.
Yeah.
Okay,
You've noticed
obviously
that. Like Curry.
Yes. Okay. But with the Guardian cap, I don't know. To me, it's soft. It doesn't do anything. To me, it's just vanity. Why wouldn't you wear it?
Yeah. It's a total cosmetic thing.
It doesn't make your helmet worse or anything, look worse,
Well,
does it?
they go on top of the helmet, right? It's
Yes.
just additional layer to help soften the blow with head injuries.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a great comparison with hockey. Guys didn't want to wear visors or even helmets at all at one point.
Right.
Now everybody does.
Yeah.
It's just accepted. The vanity or the cosmetic thing, like you look like a little bit of a Martian when you're wearing the Guardian cap. But if everybody was wearing them, you get used to it and it'd be safer. Yeah, I think you should wear them. It's like the guy who's going on the motorcycle without a helmet. Like, okay, you're cool, but you're putting your noggin at risk.
Okay, we had those discussions for years. Well, you feel the wind of the bike and all that. Okay, great. But, your head also, if you fall, some idiot hits you and you fall, that you don't have a helmet to help you. I mean, look, I grew up in the world where people didn't wear seatbelts for the longest time until it became mandatory. But to me, the Guardian cap, it's so unobstructive. You know what I mean? It's just there. It doesn't make your head feel any differently, right? On that helmet,
I have not worn one, Stoney.
It doesn't add like 5 pounds to your head.
Doesn't seem like it. No.
And I think they should be mandatory in high school and college too.
We're not that far away from this. I mean, there are people who are going, what? If it makes a difference, and the studies suggest that it does make a difference, that's why guys are doing it.
The way technology is, what they'll probably be able to do is built it into the helmet eventually, so there won't even be a dispute.
So it'd just be a bigger helmet then?
Like the matte thing, how they have matted helmets.
So it'd be a way of making it look a little cooler while still being
Yes.
safe.
It does look, the look isn't great. I get all that, but your brain is more important.
Looking cool versus catastrophic brain damage.
Yeah.
Tough call.
Value?
Shouldn't be. Yeah, there's a value in wearing the Guardian cap. And I think Jonathan Taylor, he's the first I've seen do it in even a preseason game.
Right.
And I wonder if we see more guys in this preseason get comfortable with it. Because especially him, he's dealt with that position.
Right.
The battering ram that you are, the time that he's missed, the contract disputes that he's had. He wants himself healthy. The last thing he wants is he gets hit in the noggin and he has to miss extended time.
I'd be interested to see what John thinks as a lineman.
Good question.
Yes.
Because they take a lot of those smaller collisions, right? They're not, full speed, but a lot of them over the course of the game.
Right. Tomorrow when you're there,
Yes.
see if you can get a helmet and
Yes.
put it on them.
That's we should
Yeah.
talk to the Lions, figure it out, and get it done. Yeah. That'd be a great idea. I mean, Hendon Hooker is dealing with a concussion right now.
Right.
I'm not saying the Guardian cap would have 100% prevented it,
No.
but should he wear a Guardian cap on Saturday if he
Yes.
plays? Yes.
Yes.
And the Saturday after, because we want to see him play the whole preseason.
Right.
Ticket texts and phone calls coming in. Do you think this will become more normal? Do you want to see more guys wearing the Guardian caps? Your reaction to that. Plus, we already have a first page of the ticket text describing what fragrance Jared Goff would be. Some of these are hilarious. It's next. It's 97.1. Will Levis has a mock cologne out mayonnaise scent. We said, all right, what's Jared Goff's scent? And Stoney, you said vanilla, but
Yes.
nobody wants to be called vanilla. You wouldn't want your partner to call you vanilla.
No, but he's right in the middle.
Yeah, okay, safe. Okay, we can do better though. And the ticket texters have submitted some of their ideas for the fragrance for Jared Goff. The first one says redemption, hint of the California coast mixed with some Motor City muscle. Redemption. Brian in a car.
Okay, that's the name of a product. That's
But you
not
want a scent.
fragrance, yes.
Okay, how about this one? The smell of leather and fresh asphalt. Call it grit. Dan Campbell's
Okay,
fragrance.
all
You put
right.
it on your kneecaps, John and Dundee.
That's all right.
Don't call him vanilla. That makes him sound like Joey Ballgame. Call him Superior. It's a good name for his brand.
Okay.
You want scents too.
Yeah, I want a scent.
Joey Harrington would be caviar and champagne, signed Tony Saragusa. If Jared Goff was a flavor or taste, he'd be jalapeno. It's not spicy at first, but there's a sneaky spice there if you're not
Okay,
ready for it.
okay.
Ben in Kalamazoo.
Yeah, I didn't mean vanilla as a knock either.
No, I know you didn't. Jared Goff would be a different kind of flavor. Blue Moon. He's loved here in Michigan, but people nationwide don't know how great he is yet. Josh in Hamtramck. Blue Moon.
That would be more like Oberon, though, right? Or more of a local, because Blue Moon's not a local product, is
It's
it?
the ice cream. The
Yeah,
Blue
the
Moon
ice
ice cream.
cream.
Oh, Blue Moon ice cream. I thought you were talking about the
Like
Blue
Superman.
Moon alcohol.
Yeah, no, the ice cream. I like Blue Moon ice cream.
Yeah.
This one says Willy Wonka chocolate bar for Jared Goff.
He got the golden ticket to come here.
I guess. Well, he kind of looks like,
Yeah.
yeah. Ticket texter says not flashy. He's professional. His scent is Deep Woods Off, Deep Woods Goff.
Oh, that's good. That's clever.
Not a poor man's fragrance is another one. One of the highest paid
What's that
quarterbacks.
smell like?
I don't know what that smells like. Revenge is another one on here. Those are some of the early returns that have come in. We also brought up Guardian caps. And you said you want to see this in high school, you want to see this in college.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor, who wore it in the preseason game the other day, should become the standard. I agree with you. Hendon Hooker's missing some time, at least some practice because of a concussion. I don't know that it would have fixed everything, but anything you can do to minimize head injuries, keep your vanity at home. Play football.
Yeah.
Let's get to Jim and Wolverine Lake. Jim, you're on 97.1.
Jim Costa, I was going to say the same thing, that there have been Buffalo Bills players, and Stoney might remember this because he's older like me, who wore this in the 80s and the 90s.
Mark
Like, this has been done-
Mark Kelso. Remember him, the safety?
Yes,
Yeah.
and his teammate. I think your caller guy, I knew his receiver was BB. He wore one too. And they looked pretty, they looked different, but after a while you get used to them because they made them just like the Bills helmet and just went over the top.
Right. It was a little
And-
different. It was nothing like what the Guardian caps are, but it was a different. It was like a soft thing into the helmet. Yes.
Yes, but it's an extra layer of protection.
Yeah.
And I have a question. How did Terry and Arnold, didn't he have a concussion? Was he wearing the Guardians cap, or somebody in practice got one? Were they wearing
You're
the
thinking
Guardians
about,
cap?
so this was with the Giants joint practices. Andrew Thomas wasn't wearing the Guardian cap.
Right.
They said he was wearing a helmet that was good enough to where he didn't need to have one. Although
Correct.
the very next day he had a Guardian cap on.
Yes.
And Terry and Arnold was unafraid to confront Andrew Thomas.
Right.
Fearless. And yeah, he had to get checked out for a head injury. That was last week. Mike in Oxford, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
I particularly I don't like the Guardian caps. Now I understand why they're wearing them, but I think it looks horrendous. I understand that it's for the Brave, but do you think there's going to be a way that they can, kind of implement into the helmets? Because it looks like one of those the swimmer caps that they wear. But I think it says I don't think a lot of guys are going to wear it this year. Do you guys think that each Sunday there'll be more and more guys wearing them?
I think eventually, like anything, more and more guys will. It'll take a while. Maybe in the CBA it'll be bargained in. I think you have to look at the player safety. Yeah, I think they need to look more like the helmet that they're wearing, and they can probably do that or somehow put it into the helmet eventually. But
Mike, when you say you don't like the look, is it too Marvin the Martian? It's too...
Yeah. It's too bad looking. Like it just looks really bad. Like I don't think it remotely looks anything good. But I'm glad that they did put those caps on it with the team logo. But it sticks out like a sore thumb. But I think though, with the technology, I think they'll figure it out. Maybe they'll put it, maybe they'll make the helmet and put it into the helmet. I don't really know.
Yeah.
As Tony was saying, and I don't mean Marvin the Martian. I mean the Great Kazoo. You remember the big green head on the Great Kazoo? It was
Yes.
Flintstones?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. Now, if it does the job, that's all that matters.
Right, exactly.
Ethan on a cell. Ethan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
I think there is another issue that I have noticed as far as concussion goes for a long time now in the NFL, and they cracked down on it for one season a few years ago, from what I can remember. But they got to start throwing flags on guys when they don't pop their mouth guard in their mouth for a play. That is like the most dangerous thing you can do. And studies have shown that mouth guards help prevent CTE in the long term, and in the short term, obviously, with concussions. It's so awful to have teeth on teeth when you're getting a bone-rattling hit, not popping your mouth guard in. I understand the Guardian caps, and if players want to wear them, feel free, go ahead, do what you think is going to protect you most. But now, I've moved into the phase of life where I've got little kids, and I'm thinking about them. The main thing, like when they start sports, that I'm going to tell them is always have your mouth guard in, because I took a few hits in football, and if I wouldn't have had my mouth guard in, I know it would have knocked me back. So I think that is something that the league really needs to crack down on. If I'm not mistaken, I think they did in recent years, and then that kind of went away. We especially these flashy athletes that all these kids want to emulate. I go to high school games and I see these receivers with their mouth guards flopping all around during plays because Justin Jefferson and, all these guys, these big name guys are doing it, and that's who they're watching and wanting to emulate in the NFL. We got to get those mouth guards in these guys' mouth.
Well, a lot of times they emulate them because the quarterback will put them on the
face mask?
The face mask, and then they'll put them in their mouth afterwards. Yes, exactly.
Well, it's almost become a fashion statement with it dangling down, while they're out there running their routes and stuff like that. Like, oh, I don't have it in my mouth, like I'm a tough guy type thing. And it's like, no, that is one of your biggest forms of protection that you can wear out there. I know.
Well, Steph Curry. I mean, we're talking basketball.
Different level of physicality.
Yeah.
But he chews on his mouth guard.
Yes.
We can picture it.
Yes.
No, it's basics, but we see these guys get lazy with it, and it is serious.
All right. By the way, Jim, I do want to ask you this.
Oh boy,
because you are Mr. Cash the Ticket. So, who do you like tomorrow, Aruba or Mexico in the Little League World Series? Because I see that Aruba is plus 180 and Mexico is minus 220. You got New England, the New Hampshire team going up against Hawaii. New Hampshire plus 275, Hawaii minus 350. Is Cash the Ticket going to do a Little League World Series edition?
We are doing the Big 12 today. I can only imagine Mike's response if I seriously pitch breaking down the Hawaii Little League baseball team. Although that number suggests they're pretty good. Do you have a 5-inning line?
No, that I don't have. I just have the email that we got from the fine folks once again at betonline.ag. I'm sure DraftKings and all that you can probably bet on it.
What's the team total?
I don't know. I don't have totals.
He brought this up, Gator.
I have the bracket. I have the odds to win the U.S. bracket is Florida as the favorite at 5-2.
Do you get in the Little League World Series?
Nope.
Are you interested in the Tigers playing at Williamsport on Sunday? Are you aware that they're playing at Williamsport on Sunday?
I was not aware.
Okay.
Yeah, see, we lose a home game against the Yankees to play in Williamsport.
Yeah. I don't know.
Rieger thinks this is hilarious that this has come up.
I don't know why. When I was a kid, did I care about the Little League World Series? Like was it Sean Burroughs and hit that home run, and it was an exciting moment. And I guess the late Sean Burroughs, I think didn't he just die recently?
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I don't think I've ever really cared. And as I've become an adult and I see how crazy that adults are with the travel league baseball, I really couldn't care less about the Little League World Series because it's about the parents. Parents have gone nuts. They're absolutely insane when it comes to travel sports. So,
but Little League World Series though is probably less travel than any of them because you play in your house league, then you have your all-star team from that league, and then from there you go and play regionals and things like that.
Yeah, but the egos get inflated even more.
Oh, because when they're on TV.
Yeah.
When Brent Musburger was doing games, I was like, come on.
I'm stereotyping a little bit and using my own personal biases in there, so I should probably be a little more open to it, but I just don't care.
My take on it is Hawaii run line. All right, what do you guys got coming up?
You are such a degenerate. You really
Can you
are.
bet on it?
Stoney brought this up. I don't know if you can actually bet on it.
Oh, fantastic.
Check your DraftKings.
I'm going to have to, yeah.
You can bet on anything. You can find a way.
Somebody's got a
Somebody
line
will-
somewhere.
Somebody will.
No, you should. It's like preseason football. Even I'm not going to bet on preseason football.
Oh, I don't believe that. You bet on preseason football.
Have I?
Yes, exactly. You do a betting podcast.
The
for crying out loud.
unders, I'm sure, hit most of them in the first week because the offenses are behind.
Yeah.
Jim's getting all fidgy. He's like cracking his knuckles and stuff. He's like,
Let's
no,
go.
no, what do
I
you
would
mean?
never.
No, I wouldn't.
I'm above.
Well, don't you have like
terrible.
1,500 like fantasy lineups?
We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
We don't need to do
It's
this.
not 1,500.
It's
What is
70.
it, 2,000?
It's only 70.
Gator herd 70. What are you guys talking about today?
Well, obviously, we've got the issue with the practice injuries from last night and how that's going to play a role. They finally went out and got another quarterback. Although, is that going to be a potential? I'm not going to say it's not. I'm not saying long-term solution, but is Jake Fromm going to be here longer than just the week, or is this? Yeah, I think we could have a spicy competition on Saturday.
Ooh.
Even though
Fromm
will be
versus
here for all of,
Sudfeld.
a minute and
Nate
a half
versus Jake.
So we got that, and we've also got a couple of fun things to talk about with one of them in the sports memorabilia world. And Kang and Jeff, both as they are married individuals, have experienced the difficulties of trying to understand the other side.
The females is what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
How's that
what
going for
matters to them, which may not matter as much.
Some days are better than others.
Some decisions can be made quickly, and some are not, and not sure why.
Bottom line, we can't
What did you
understand.
do wrong? You did something
no,
wrong.
It's
That's
Kang,
what this is.
actually.
It's really Kang.
We
Oh.
can't understand why women care about things that we couldn't care less about.
Oh, and it's not the other way around.
I was
either.
Heather's making a face.
No,
like, you guys aren't
no.
perfect
My
either.
wife cares passionately about
Something
everything
that
I
should
care
be
about.
a really easy decision doesn't sound like it's all that easy anymore, and it really is kind of interesting. We'll get to that later, but we're going to start with Lions.
Perfect. Carson Anderson with Rieger in. What a treat. 97.1.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today, along with Jeff Rieger, who's in for Doug. Doug will be back next week. Kang is behind the glass. Nice to have Jeff. You and I haven't worked together in a while.
No.
It feels like it's been a minute since you and I have gotten to share
5,
the
7, 8 years. Man, we've worked here a long time. I think the last time I did a show with you, King didn't have kids. I think that could be true.
Wow. If that's true, that's over 5 years. Almost 6.
Well, I think we discovered something in pre-show that you and I did do a show when you were painting the back patio.
Yes, my back patio.
When you went with a checkerboard stenciled pattern.
That's right.
So
something
if
my
you can
wife
find
made
out
me
when
to do.
that was,
I can
that
tell
was
you
probably the last time we did a show.
Yeah, so my daughter was probably 2.5. She's 8 now, over 8. So I think the timeline matches up.
So maybe 5 years.
Yeah.
Maybe pre-COVID.
What happened I think it's definitely pre-COVID. What happened on that fateful show? I don't know.
I think it was just, we talked about your patio, and some people are like, "Why are you painting your patio?" And other people,
It was a very polarizing
Yes.
discussion.
Very, very colorful show.
Yes. Like, is this a good look or not? And you're trying to make the most of a small space and trying to get a bit, a little pop there. I gave you props because I thought to take that on, okay, good for you, making your wife happy. That's what a man does. And though it wasn't to my taste, I appreciated the effort you put forward.
Well, the one thing I know about you and King that I appreciate, I listen all the time. I'm usually doing like chores around the house. You guys are big into the HGTV.
Oh, yeah.
Like you guys are big into like what's hot and what's new and the newest fad. So, I mean, that means a lot coming from you. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's remarkable how decisions I've made in my house, these shows on HGTV, they're done like 6 months ahead of time, at least. And when that stuff comes out, it doesn't really influence me on what I'm going to do. But when I've done my stuff in my renovation a couple of years ago, the shows that are out now, it's amazing how many things that they're doing now that is almost exactly what I did. I feel like I was the trendsetter, even though it clearly wasn't. But
right.
I was ahead of it based on TV time anyway. The flooring, everybody's using the same flooring that I have. The color green that I use for my walls in my living room. Everything on HGTV is with that green.
Look at that.
There's some tile choices that are exactly the same.
You ever think about being an interior designer in your off time? Make a lot of money.
Oh, do you know this about Rieger? Do you know Gator will just randomly go into tile shops and things like that because he enjoys that stuff so much.
I do.
He doesn't need to renovate anything. He'll just do it. He'll go in there.
Do you
and
ever
look.
look? Gator is like the people in those shows. He goes down the aisles and he sees a couple pondering color choices, and he's like, "Excuse me, what about the pewter?"
I don't.
That's
I don't.
You
I don't
just
force
lend your services.
I do not force my opinions on anybody. However, I have said to some friends that are going through stuff, if you ever want, somebody to go with you to look at countertop slabs, I'm your guy. I love looking at countertop slabs. I don't know what that says about me, other than I really enjoy it.
King,
I know maybe too much than a guy should know about that stuff. But
you realize you love the stuff that
really
married guys hate. I wish we should be able to loan Gator out to our wives. That didn't sound right, but you get my gist. You get the gist. Oh, honey.
Hey,
you want to take a Saturday to go looking for color samples or what color our cabinet should be? Take Gator. He loves this stuff.
Cabinets are a little tougher for me. That was a tough decision. In fact, it was so tough that I went with 2. I didn't just settle for 1. But anyway, that's actually, we do have a topic on that we're going to get to later on in the show. But we did want to start with, the news of the day and what's going on with Lions training camp. And they had the night practice last night, and unfortunately, it did not go unscathed. These are the concerns we always have with the Lions going into any season, but particularly this season because there are such high expectations for the team. And when you find out that Ennis Rakestraw has an ankle injury, or that Jahmyr Gibbs has a hamstring injury, or that Terrion Arnold has an upper body injury, these are concerning.
Or
right?
what the hell's going on with Aleem McNeil? Where's he been?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots to be concerned about as a Lions fan, and of course the Lions organization. But we do want to ask the people about this too, and because a lot has happened in the last couple of weeks, right? We've seen the teams come together for their training camps, get things started. We've seen the first games take place, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday with
with all the rookie quarterbacks in the NFL this year, they all played pretty well over the weekend. And then you look in division and see what Caleb Williams did, what J.J. McCarthy did with both the Bears and Vikings respectively.
Even Jordan Love.
Right. And we already know what the Packers can be because we saw how good they were last year, particularly in the second half of the season. They had the best quarterback in football in the second half of the season. Statistically, it's undeniable. He was the best quarterback in the NFL in the second half last year. Jordan Love was. And then you go through and look at, okay, each team's dealing with this injury or that injury, but and this team drafted this guy and that guy, and they signed these players, and now you're starting to see it come together. And it brings about the question, because I think to an extent there is some shakiness, maybe. I don't know, shakiness, I don't know if it's a word, but this is why we asked the question. Of the confidence level you have in the Lions, has it changed at all in the last couple of weeks? Now that you're starting to see what other teams look like. And you're hearing reports out of Lions camp of, oh, this guy's banged up. I mean, when you hear about a hamstring injury, Kang and I are on board with this. And I think you are too, but maybe not to the extent that Kang and I are. When you hear somebody has a hamstring injury, and it's a skilled position player like a running back like Jahmyr Gibbs, I hate hearing hamstring. Like hamstring and high ankle sprains are the two things I don't want to hear about in a running back.
They linger, yes.
Yeah, and particularly with somebody like Jahmyr Gibbs, who is so extraordinarily gifted with his speed and the moves that he's got, and then you put a hammy on him. That's awful, because I mean he's going to make his money because of his speed, and the hammies are something that we feel like always linger. Like you're never really free of the hamstring injury until 6 months after the season.
Well, he had him last year.
I know,
and he missed a couple games. Then he came back and he was fine. But it does seem like something that maybe might be around for a little bit. With that being said, Gator, I must report the good news. The ticket texts are littered with people that want to hire you for tile consultation.
Countertops and tile, but I mean, I could go with tile.
Yeah, I mean, people want to book your services right now. So,
all right, that's great. That's good. That's good to know. That's good to know. My little side hustle. Make a
lot of money. I'm just
listen.
saying.
I've been to a bunch of different places. I really enjoy.
Gator, do you have you driven by a place where you haven't been before and said, I got to go in there? Like it's a new place, maybe new stuff you've never seen before?
Yes.
Yes. It's funny because I drive by those places and I think to myself, I hope I never wind up in that place.
So for me, Rieger, I collect cards and things like that. So I'll go to different card shows all the time. I go inside, look at different cards, different dealers, different vendors. But I'm looking to buy stuff. Gator's just literally window shopping at these tile places.
I respect
because he enjoys it that much.
Yeah. I do, and it's not even like for me. It's not FOMO. I made the decisions I made, and I'm really happy with the decisions I made. But yeah, you're always looking at potential other project down the road, and you've got another bathroom you could redo that or whatever.
Sorry, so I did not mean you to veer you off.
Don't get me back down this path.
I apologize. We were talking Lions, but people are interested in your services. I just wanted to point that out.
Not my confidence level in making sure that your kitchen looks great. It's the confidence level you have in the Lions. Right now, has it changed at all?
Both very important.
In the last couple of weeks due to what we've seen around the league and now what's happening here with this team and with some injuries that we don't know how serious they are. It doesn't sound like they're going to be that serious, but you never know. So hopefully we'll get another report tomorrow on the status of these players. But where is your confidence level in terms of how it's changed, if at all, over the last couple of weeks? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. It's Gator with Rieger here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Lions fans, where do you stand right now? Couple of injuries yet last night at the practice they had. 2 rookies getting hurt, the defensive backs. Terrion Arnold, he's got an upper body injury. Who knows what that is? Looks like Rakestraw has an ankle situation. And then the running back, Jahmyr Gibbs, a hamstring. And when I hear running back and hamstring, I immediately go, damn it. Don't want that.
It's better than ACL or.
Oh, absolutely, 100% it is. And let's not utter those initials again.
And by the way, I do think it's a positive that we haven't heard anything. So the Lions have a walkthrough today. There's no media availability. So tomorrow, I got to believe Dan Campbell will say what he's got to say about the injured guys. But the fact that it's not out there, that it's worse than we thought, I think is a positive. Because usually if it's really bad, the Adam Schefters of the world get a hold of one of their sources, and next thing you hear is he's expected to miss 4 to 5 to 7 weeks, right? We haven't heard anything like that. So I think that's a positive. But it is the worst feeling when you're enjoying your summer day and then you look at your phone and you see guys get dinged up at training camp.
Yeah, I mean, in training camp, you expect that there's going to be strains, right? A strain, you don't want to hear the word tear. Strain is what you can expect. And this doesn't surprise me. It happens every year in training camp. You've got guys that are dealing with hamstring pulls or strains, groin issues, same thing. And there's stuff that you get by and you can play with and play through, and then it happens. So let's hope it doesn't get any worse than this. But, Antoine Green, the receiver who got hurt in the game against the Giants, they basically released him pending some sort of medical insurance situation or settlement, I guess, that they have to come with him. Maybe he clears waivers and the Lions bring him back at some point if he's able to come back this year. I'm not sure, but it seems like there's a lot of hoops to go through with Antoine Green. But with the other injuries and the fact that these other teams, every team's trying to improve themselves year to year. Nobody's trying to get worse. There are teams that will get worse, but it looks like in this division, teams are getting better. Where is your confidence with this, Jeff?
So it's a great topic, right? Because there's a couple things. Number one, I, like you and everybody else, I watched J.J. McCarthy over the weekend. And despite the pick, looked pretty good. You start thinking to yourself, oh, maybe Minnesota's not going to be as bad as I thought they were. I made it a point to watch Caleb Williams. And a couple of those plays that Caleb made, I know it's preseason, I'm like, whoa, he's walking into a 7-win football team, and now he's not Justin Fields. Like, they seem like they might actually have a quarterback. And then I watched Jordan Love as well, and his one drive was pretty impressive too. So you take the rest of the division, which is good, and then you forget the injuries. I'm not going to worry about the injuries, but you say to yourself, all right, Lions will have more injuries maybe than last year. They were pretty healthy throughout the year, and they were pretty fortunate as far as the schedule was concerned, and they were rather fortunate to have played in the NFC North when they did, considering they were the best team in the NFC North. Now it might not be the same. I'm a little less confident, but overall, they're a playoff team. They should win the division, and I keep going back to Gator. Nobody's going to stop that offense. As long as guys are healthy, I don't see anybody stopping the Lions offense. So as far as less confident, maybe a smidge, but I just think that comes with the time of year. I think it comes with we have nothing to watch but what we're forced down our throat. And right now it's, all right, cool, let's watch the Bears on Hard Knocks. Or, okay, let's watch this preseason game when we don't know anything just yet. So maybe a smidge less confident, but still pretty damn confident.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat there. It's I expected that the Bears and Vikings, I think, are going to be better teams than they were last year.
Yes.
Are they going to be challenging for a playoff spot? That I'm not convinced of just yet. But I said this yesterday, and I truly believe this about both teams and both quarterbacks in their situations, that they're both set up for success.
They are.
From an offensive standpoint because of the players they have around them. When you're Caleb Williams and you've got DeAndre Swift and Khalil Herbert there, along with DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and then the rookie Rome Odunze, and your tight end Cole Kmet is, that's a pretty good offensive group that you have.
The
there.
O-line too.
Yeah, exactly. And then you've got with the Minnesota Vikings, you're looking at how they've changed their team around or what they have offensively for J.J. McCarthy. And look, McCarthy's it's not a given he's got the job. I mean, he's going to beat out Sam Darnold for it, but it was a pretty good showing over the weekend. But, their running back room has Aaron Jones, who is really good with Green Bay, and the wide receivers, depending on what happens with Jordan Addison and his legal issues, but Justin Jefferson's the best in the game. Addison is really freaking good. Jalen Naylor is getting better, and Tristan Jackson's there. They got TJ Hawkinson at your tight end. That's a lot to work with, but both of those teams, I feel like, and Ken, tell me if I'm wrong, all 4 teams in the division, their offenses are really good.
Well, the Bears, who finished quote-unquote last in the division last year, won 7 games still. It's not like they were the Carolina Panthers, They won 7 games. The Vikings also won 7 games, and they're pushing it almost to the end to make a playoff spot. Now, granted that
with the backup quarterback.
Yes, exactly. They had Kirk Cousins to start the year and ended up with Dobbs and whoever they put out there just to try to get by and make a push, ultimately not good enough. But if J.J. McCarthy and Caleb Williams are that good, pull off somewhat close to a C.J. Stroud type year, I don't expect them to do that well. Is that an extra win or two? Do they win 8-9 games? And that puts you in contention for a wild card.
That's a discussion.
There's a couple things you guys haven't mentioned, too. I'm not trying to throw the negativity around, I swear, because I am very confident. However, there's
You did say, I just want to point this out, you did say that you still think they're going to win the division.
Yes,
okay.
I do. However, I know you guys talked about this yesterday. I found the quote by Dan Campbell when he said, I might have to play my guys in the preseason games. Now, I think that's going to change now because he said that before all the injuries last night.
Right.
However, I took that as a challenge to his team. Like, you better have a kick-ass week of practice or your punishment is you're playing on Saturday in the preseason game in Kansas City. So you take that quote and then you add the quote, and I know we have this, we can play it for you. He was asked about the third receiver. And he says he's dying for someone to step up to be the third receiver. You got it? All right, so you add that to the preseason cut, to some of the injuries, to what you guys are talking about with the division. This is my own conspiracy theory. Do you feel like Dan Campbell isn't all that enamored so far with how training camp has gone in the first couple weeks?
No, I agree with you. And it's something that I definitely feel that they need a good week of practice. And I do think he's trying to light a fire on the team.
Yes.
Let's go, because he doesn't want to have to play the guys on Saturday.
No.
Like, the last thing he wants to do is risk anybody else to injury that's in the starting lineup. Well, you don't want to risk anybody injury, but the game is the risk. So when you talk about having to have that great week of practice, let's work on the things and make sure we come through the practice and we feel confident we've got these things honed in. Yeah, absolutely. He doesn't want to have to say, okay, we're going to play Jameson Williams and St. Brown on Saturday, even though I still don't think either one of those guys would, but maybe it means somebody else would. And
I'm just saying, it seems like he's a little miffed about how things have gone so far. So I wonder if that helps strip away people's confidence.
Well, the other thing is that with the receivers, and he's wanting to see a third receiver come through. So, doesn't mention Khalif Raymond, but Khalif Raymond's in that mix, right?
Right.
And I'm expecting Khalif Raymond to start this season as the third receiver, but all these other guys have to step up their level because nobody separated themselves last week. Nobody looked special. Nobody even looked like, oh, that's competent receiver work.
No.
It was like, now, part of that is playing in the elements. You got Nate Sudfeld throwing to you instead of Jared Goff. But and maybe that's a reason why maybe he wants to see Jared Goff play with these other receivers, because Jared Goff brings the best out of anybody. So if you want to see how good Caden Davis can be or Darius Fountain can be, why not have them play with Jared Goff? And maybe that's what's going to happen during practices is you guys going to get reps with the ones, but you better bring it, 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with Rieger today in for Doug. Doug will be back next week. We're taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797, talking about the Detroit Lions and really the landscape of the NFC North and in respect, I guess, as well to the rest of the league. Just the last couple weeks, has your confidence changed at all in the Lions? I feel like if we had taken a poll a couple weeks ago, Jeff, in terms of how many wins you think this team is going to have, and we started at 11.
Oh, yeah.
And you had 4 choices, and we went with like 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, something like that, right? What would people say? I think that the number would be quite high.
I think 13, yeah.
Last year I went with 12-5 for the season. They finished 12-5, and I think Kang was the number 13 from the fans.
As high as
the win
expected?
total, yeah. Last year, I forget.
Doug has all the information.
Yeah, it seemed to me it was like a tick higher because it normally is a tick higher, and I feel like it would be the same thing this year. If we did it 2 weeks ago, people would have said 13 games. Do you still feel that way? Are you wavering off that a little bit?
I sense some uneasiness from you, from Kang, even from me, and I think from the people, even though I don't think anybody wants to admit to that uneasiness. By the way, very quickly, I got a text. Apparently, coordinators the rest of the week. So Dan Campbell, more than likely, is not going to talk until after the game on Saturday. But I got to believe we'll know about the injuries tomorrow. If they're serious, I would assume they're going to tell us. But I got some ticket texts real quick, and it seems like the ticket texts might be freaking out a bit. You want to hear these?
Sure.
All right. The Bears, Packers, and Vikings offenses are now better than Detroit's. I don't believe that for a second. The Bears have the second worst football coach. I'm not worried about them at all. The Vikings will be the Vikings and stumble over their own feet, so they're confident.
I think with the Bears and their coaching situation, you can like Eberflus or not like Eber, or whatever it is, Flus. You can choose to like him or not like him, but I think that the Bears' success with him as their coach is going to completely hinge on the relationship that he builds with the quarterback. If Caleb Williams trusts him, and he's going to have to trust Caleb Williams, but if Caleb Williams trusts him, Bears can be very formidable. I don't think it's going to happen right away for the Bears. I think what happened with C.J. Stroud, that's an exception to the rule. Even though Caleb Williams is going to a better situation offensively with the weapons he's got in Chicago than what C.J. Stroud did. But C.J. Stroud may just be a crazy good unicorn-type quarterback who's only going to get better.
I just think that when you look at situations, good situations you put a quarterback in, Caleb's in a good situation. I mean, you just mentioned it. His skill,
offensive players,
weapons are insane around him.
Yeah.
So,
but don't underestimate coaching, guys, because the texter is right. If Eberflus can't get Caleb Williams going, like whatever, it didn't work with Justin Fields. He never got Justin Fields good enough where they felt confident to keep him as an organization. The key here
is that on him?
I don't know. The key may be the offensive coordinator, right? Shane Waldron, who comes over from the Seahawks. This is his first year with the Bears. If he can unlock Caleb Williams, maybe he's their Ben Johnson. That would be the worry, right? If you're a Lions fan, if he can be their Ben Johnson, then the ceiling's the roof, according to Michael Jordan.
I asked this the other day, and I ask you guys. It's a very negative question, very trolling question, but you guys can handle it. What could Lions fans not handle more? If the Packers won the division, meaning, oh my God, the three-headed monster. Now it went from Favre to Rodgers. Now, are you kidding me, Love? Or if the Bears won the division. They come from nowhere, and again, 7-win team, good defense. You insert the quarterback, and they win the division. What would send Lions fans off a cliff?
I don't know if it sends them off the cliff is that the Lions aren't good anymore. It was a one-and-done thing. That's what would do it. But if you're asking about between those two teams, I would guess it would be Chicago more so because we'll have more ties just locally with Chicago. There are more people know more people in Chicago than they do in Wisconsin. I think that's a fact.
I just think that people laugh at Chicago. People enjoy making fun of Chicago and how they, suck at figuring out how to develop a quarterback. If the Bears were to win the division, it'd be a tough pill to swallow.
I mean, they've never had a 4,000-yard passer, right? They're about to, but they've never had one to this point. Let's go to the phone. Steve is in Rochester Hills. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Steve.
What's up, Steve?
Hey, good morning. Hey, I'm not a kind of guy that's gonna a couple of guys who's pretty decent or even have a really great preseason game, as in McCarthy and that and Williams. Guys, they're rookies. Gator, you said it the best. You know, you're not going to find guys like Dan Marino and guys like Stroud who are just going to come out the rookie season and just light it up, or at least come close to lighting it up. And these guys are until they can prove it, and I'm not even talking the first 2 games. I mean, until they're halfway to 3/4 of the way through the season and are getting hit hard and getting hit by guys that are faster and you know, this is preseason and they're going against guys that are probably going to be on the streets in about a week or 2. So I'm not really overly worried. Not anymore. I still think they're going to be a 11-win season because teams have gotten better in division. And I agree with you, Gator. I think if Chicago won, actually if Minnesota was better than Detroit, I think that would even put more people over the edge. But I
think about Minnesota.
As long as the Lions play well and do well, I think we're going to be fine. What do you guys think?
Well, I first of all, I'm with Jeff. I do think they win the division. So that's all that matters at this point.
Yes,
win the division, you're hosting a playoff game,
yes.
and then we just go back to what we went to last year and
be in the mix for a
forward
one
to the
seed.
postseason. Do I think there's going to be some bumps along the way? Yeah, I think there's going to be some games that make you a little nervous. Hopefully, they can get past any of the real injury issues that can plague teams. But if they're able to get past that,
but wasn't the quarterback from Green Bay, wasn't that game on Thanksgiving a big bump for the Lions? And a lot of people were kind of losing it because of how bad it was and how bad the Lions played. But they still ended up going to the NFC Championship game.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think
this year,
100%. That's and thanks for the call. That's what I mean by the bumps in the road. You're going to have those games, and look, they beat the Bears, but the Bears looked. I mean, they were tough to beat. They were tough to put away for the Lions. I mean, literally, they're draped all over Justin Fields at the end of that one game, and we're finally able to drag him down to win it.
Well, the Bears led by 12 with 3 minutes to go. Yeah. And then, of course, Detroit lost in Chicago. You're right, Gator. There was this mini bump. Green Bay at Chicago. I mean, people freaked out.
But at the same time, the positive out of all that, which is the difference, I think, with having Dan Campbell as your head coach as other coaches in the past, is that his teams are persevering and getting through that. Like, even if they were to lose one of those games, it doesn't affect them. They just go on the next week and they're going to go and win the next week. They use that as teaching moments, if you will. Instead of having something like that, like a late interception, define them, they lose, they get over it and they come back the next series and dominate and put it behind them and win the game. Well, they were able to get those plays and leave them in the past.
That is one of the reasons, maybe the main reason, I think this team lives up to the hype is because of their head coach. For the first time, we got a head coach that has done something every head coach in the past has said they were going to do, but always failed, then got fired. Change the culture. Like, there's a legitimate culture here. And I think a lot of the stuff he says is to make sure that this team isn't reading their press clippings. And the one thing I would expect from this team is not to do that, considering who their coach is.
David's in Warren. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, David.
Hello, Gator. Lions, Green Bay will finish ahead of the Lions, win the division.
Wow.
They have a well-balanced team on offense and defense. You saw what they did last year, Thanksgiving game. They must have sacked Goff at least 6 times. They got one of the best running backs they added, the guy they got from the Raiders. Their running game will be strong. You got your coach. He's one of the most incompetent coaches in the NFL.
Why? Because of the fourth down decisions, David?
Fourth down decision. And let me tell you about the decision he did last year against the Dallas game.
I remember. We remember, David.
It didn't matter.
Okay.
It didn't matter.
He talks about he went over the plays with the ref, but what he didn't do.
All right, David. Let's not get hung up on a game that didn't matter because they actually ended up going to the playoffs and winning 2 playoff games. You want to talk about Green Bay in the division and you think Green Bay is better? That's fine. We can talk about that. And they do have a good roster, and they did add Josh Jacobs to the running back room to go with A.J. Dillon, and it's formidable. I think all the offenses in this division are top offense. They have the potential to be top offenses. With Minnesota and Chicago, it depends on how quickly those quarterbacks can develop. But Green Bay is a real threat, without question.
Hey, David,
Green Bay is the most well-balanced team.
Maybe.
And then you're releasing Antoine Green. Why are you releasing him?
Well,
he made the team last year as a sixth
David,
round
he's
pick.
hurt.
He's good.
He's hurt.
And Tom Kenny.
All right. I got to let him go. See you, David. They released Antoine Green because he's hurt. There'll be an injury settlement and more than likely, and that's why.
You guys were talking about the Lions free crowd last week.
Yeah.
Which I enjoyed that conversation, and I took it at 6 o'clock, and I used a similar conversation. But David's one of those guys, and that's fine.
No, David's just. Well, maybe he is one of those. David looks for anything he can to, and I'm surprised he didn't bring up Brad Holmes because that's usually where he goes. He can't stand Brad Holmes or Dan Campbell, which is
why
ridiculous. Don't even think to get into it. It's his own little shtick. But 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're asking people if the confidence level you have in this Lions team right now, and has it changed at all over the last couple of weeks now that you've gotten a chance to see what other teams are doing and looking at the Lions and what the Lions did last week and their preseason game, the reports you're hearing out of practices, any injury concerns you have. They still are looking for more pieces on this team. It definitely sounds like that. We'll get into that next here. Take more of your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today, along with Jeff Rieger, who's in for Doug. Kang's behind the glass. Got Kenny working the phones. Evan's lurking. Lots going on. Injuries in the Lions front last night at the practice they had, or yesterday evening anyway. And this Rakestraw, the rookie cornerback, has a little setback with an ankle. Terrion Arnold, the rookie cornerback, has an upper body injury. And then Jahmyr Gibbs has a hamstring injury. We don't know the extent of any of those injuries. I suspect that we might hear something more about that tomorrow from the Lions PR, though it doesn't look like Dan Campbell's speaking again for the rest of the week, but somebody's going to say something about it and just give an update, and we'll see where they're at. But it was interesting that, yesterday Dan Campbell come out and he basically said, look, we're not sure if we're going to, play guys on Saturday in the game or not, the starters. It really kind of depends on the practice, the practices that they have during the week. If it makes them feel confident that we don't need to give these guys extra time in a game situation, great. And Jeff, you brought up the point, maybe you think that he was just saying it to light a fire into the guys, and you couple that with a comment he had about the wide receiver. We need to find a wide receiver who needs to be
dying for somebody to.
There's a sense of urgency
grab
there.
That spot.
Yeah, and listed a bunch of names there, and they do have a bunch of names of guys that are going to be competing for it, and none of them really went to grab that brass ring last Thursday when they played the Giants.
Gator, I got some ticket texts for you. We can hit the calls as well, but here's what people are saying, all right? My confidence has not changed. I expect to be in the Super Bowl. I made 4 $25 parlay bets on the Lions to be in the Super Bowl yesterday. Good deal.
You made 4 parlay bets for them to be. I'm not sure.
He put the rest of his bets on there, but I didn't care to give them to you guys. But the point was he put them like Lions versus Bengals, Lions versus Chiefs, Lions versus Bills, so he's got them. No matter what, he's got the Lions in the Super Bowl.
Gotcha. That's a decent way to spend $100, I feel. Get you to football season. Here's another one.
Yeah, you're hedging your bet there.
Yeah, I mean, if
as long as the Lions make.
But that's the basic thing is you want
yes.
You're hoping for that to happen.
Yes.
Here's another one. Rieger always reads differently in the coach's comments. I took Campbell's comments the opposite. He's calling out complacency and focusing on what he needs. Well, I don't disagree with that, and I think we said that. I'm just saying, is it fair to assume by the comments he's given us, and all you can do is read between the lines, is it fair to assume that so far he's a little underwhelmed by what he's seen from his team at camp? That's all. That doesn't change anything.
No, and I think in particular, it is the wide receiver. This is the number one position that we've all talked about since the end of last season. And going into free agency, that we thought the Lions were going to address, maybe needed to address, and in varying degrees and how much they needed to address it. I mean, first and foremost, you needed Jameson Williams to step up his game, and it seems, by all accounts, that's exactly what has happened. St. Brown is going to be a stud. Khalif Raymond is kind of a role player on this team, but right now kind of penciled in as that third guy, but I love when he's got the ball in his hands. But the question was always, do they need more? When you looked at the draft in the first round of the draft before it unfolded the way it unfolded, a lot of people were saying with that when were they originally scheduled to draft, like 28th in the league or whatever it was, and people were like, well, do we need to look at Keon Coleman? Do we need to look at one of these other receivers that are out there because you wanted to add to that room? And it was legitimate conversation that we would have as fans and in the media and talk about it. And then, the draft unfolds the way it did with all the offensive players going early. And then, hey, there's Terrion Arnold. Go get him. And they did. I love it. But they still didn't really address it in the offseason when it came to free agency. And now you're going into training camp and you're talking about that third receiver, and you're still looking at a group of Donovan Peoples-Jones, Traquan Smith, Darius Fountain, Caden Davis, Isaiah Williams. Raymond's going to make the team because of returns regardless. But so it's the other guys. Somebody has to step up and emerge from that group, and nobody played spectacularly. Did anybody play even above average in that game against the Giants?
But that's what I'm getting at, though. That's why I say what I say. I remember last year when they had the joint practices. Last year, remember the first time, who did they play? My goodness, in the joint practices last season.
Jacksonville?
I think it was Jacksonville. I can't remember specifically, but I remember the first joint practice, Dan Campbell called his guys out. He said I was underwhelmed. And by all accounts, the beat writers are like the Lions got owned and they didn't come to play. And then the next day, they kicked their ass. This is something similar. I don't think just because I think Campbell might be underwhelmed with what he's seen, it doesn't mean he's going to be continued to be underwhelmed. Like, I think they're going to win the division without a doubt. But right now, when we're forced to just take in everything we're told, I get people that might have lost a smidge of confidence.
Yeah, and you're looking to add. You're always looking to add to the roster if you can, and if he's already put it out there, and again, it's don't miss it. When he speaks, it's with intention.
Oh yeah, God yes.
So when he's talking about he's dying to see somebody else emerge, it's putting all those players in the spotlight. Do something, or we're going to go outside the organization. They're always going to be looking anyway. To add somebody, whether it's through trade or the waiver wire or looking at free agents that haven't signed yet. Colton Pouncey, the Athletic, had a yesterday. He put out a depth chart, his mock depth chart, if you will, for the 53-man roster based on what happened after the first preseason game. And among the receivers listed, I probably came out an hour too soon because Antoine Green had the injury, but Antoine Green's on the list. But the last thing it said in his paragraph about it is that interesting to note that it might be that the third receiver on this team is not on the roster right now. And I kind of agree. I could see how that happens. I don't know if I would say, oh, I'm leaning towards that is how it's going to go, but I could absolutely see how that happens because there isn't anybody that has emerged here, and there are still options out there if they wanted to go get somebody from another team. I mean, King, we saw that Juju Smith-Schuster got released. There's still Michael Thomas, who's a free agent.
You guys brought up the Thomas. And by the way, if you Google Michael Thomas, every media from every team is begging their team to go out and get him. He's 6'3". Obviously, he hasn't been great since like 2019. But
he doesn't. Here's the thing with Michael Thomas. He doesn't have to be Michael Thomas from 2019 when he was catching 130 passes a season and for 1,300 yards or whatever. He doesn't have to be that. He has to be Josh Reynolds. I mean, is that setting the bar too low? I don't.
Well, the question is, can he even be Josh Reynolds at this point in his career? Right,
very low risk, right?
No, and every beat writer's writing about him because he's a name that has done something in this league that fans know about. So, and any team that needs a receiver, why not look at Michael Thomas? You would think, but then also you got to look at why hasn't any team signed Michael Thomas? Right. I think the quote with Dan Campbell on the receiver is, I want to ask you guys is this just a motivating thing that Dan Campbell does, or is there legit concern there where, hey, we don't have a third wideout?
I think it's both. I think this was the storyline going into the season, right? And by the way, it's great considering you don't have more pressing things to worry about. You're just worried about, who's our third receiver? But I think it's both. They don't have one. They haven't really focused on getting one. And now Dan Campbell was hoping one of these guys would step up, and they're not. So he's calling them out. And hopefully in the second game they will.
God help me, I'm agreeing with Jeff Rieger again here. But I think
look at that. I've matured. Or
I think it's more trying to light a fire in these guys because they need someone to emerge. If they don't find somebody here, they are going to have to look elsewhere. That's the way I'm looking at it. We've got Juan on hold. We've got other people that are calling in as well. 248-539-9797. More of your ticket texts as we continue talking about the Lions. Got some injuries they're going through right now. Your confidence level in this team, has it wavered at all over the last couple of weeks since training camp started? And what about this wide receiver situation they have? They're dying to improve that situation. Do you agree with that? And how do you want to see them address it? We'll discuss it next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Their Monday night practice left the Lions in a heap. Jameer Gibbs, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw all dealing with injuries now after exiting their session early. Again, Dan Campbell says that the quality of reps they get this week will determine if starters play this upcoming weekend. For now, they're taking it easy with a walkthrough today in Allen Park. Detroit isn't the only team dealing with injuries. The Vikings held rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy out of practice after experiencing knee soreness. Elsewhere, blast from the past. Former Steelers wide receiver Martavis Bryant signed by the Commanders for some depth. He hasn't played in an NFL game since 2018 with the Raiders. Also, Hellmann's releasing a weird parody commercial for fake perfume featuring rookie Will Levis of the Titans, famous for his obsession with mayonnaise, including in his coffee. Yeah, real weird. Back at Comerica Park for the first time in 9 days, the Tigers welcoming the Mariners this evening at Comerica Park. Detroit took 2 of 3 during their series in Seattle during a road trip, including a 6-2 victory with Tarek Skubal dealing. Skubal going to try to do it again tonight for a 6:40 game, which is also House of Dragons night downtown. Fans can buy a special theme game package and get a House Targaryen Tigers jersey. Meanwhile, down in Toledo, Riley Green will be in the lineup for an injury rehab assignment with the Mud Hens. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
There's still a little intrigue with the Tigers, right? Maybe a little.
I got a question. So when you hear Riley Green's getting sent down or just going to Toledo for the rehab, like he's got to buy everybody dinner, right? He's got to bring gifts, correct? That's what the big guy. I mean, he doesn't make as much like Javi Baez money, but he makes enough. Do you think he gets a locker stall right next to Torque? Do you think Torque's taking him out? How's that all work?
I'm not sure how that works, but yeah, I would imagine that he'll buy Chick-fil-A for everybody if that's what they want.
Yeah, something like that, Gator, is what I was thinking. Because,
I don't think they're going to a steakhouse. And
Colt Keith makes like 5 times as much as Riley Green does.
Yeah, but he's
Think
not
about
there
that.
right now. I'm just saying.
No,
You're
my
right.
point
You're
is he doesn't make that much
Yeah,
money. He hasn't had his contract yet. His big contract.
Hopes to get it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
if it's Baez, that's different.
To the young lads in the minors, they're thinking to themselves, wow, you're an all-star, dude. Come on, you're living in it. Just saying. I wonder what he's buying them.
Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A.
It's not bad.
Well, you'll take it. Sounds great. Hey guys, I got 90 chicken sandwiches.
Sweet.
Riley Green is awesome. These guys are all like, this is amazing. This is the best ever. Well, he's not alone in players that have, they got bonuses, right? Jace Young got a bonus. Torque got a bonus. Riley Green got a bonus.
Ryan Kreidler's made some 5 game checks, right? He's doing
yeah,
all right.
but I'm just looking at the guys that have been higher draft picks that have that. As Casey Mize is down there, he's got a bonus.
Oh, that's another good one. Yeah, Casey Mize got the big first overall, and so did Torque, I guess.
Yeah, I'm curious in the next few weeks how different the team's going to look with other players back, with Carpenter and Green back. Does that change the offense? Is Torkelson going to hit enough where they recall him? Trey Sweeney, I think, is just seconds away from being called up because he can flat out hit, and apparently Fields all right. So
that's the kid they got in the Flaherty deal.
Yeah, not the kid. The kid they got is
the catcher, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
He had a 4-hit game the other day.
Yes, nice for him. Anyway, we're talking Lions. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Gauging a confidence level in this team. If it's changed all in the last couple of weeks since training camp has started, they've got some injuries that I don't want to say injuries are mounting, but when you have 3 injuries in one day, to that extent, we don't know the severity of the injuries, but we do know that Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, and Jameer Gibbs are going to be out of practice for a little bit. They have a little walkthrough today. So a no contact kind of walkthrough they have, and then they'll go back to practicing tomorrow and Thursday. And then I would imagine they have maybe another walkthrough on Friday, or however they're going to work with this before the game on Saturday. And Dan Campbell's vacillating back and forth in his mind whether or not he's going to play starters on Saturday. He's called out the wide receiver room. So where do you stand with this? Let's go back to the phones. Juan is on his cell phone. Juan, welcome to 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Juan.
I just wanted to say my confidence level is still there. I think because of Ben Johnson, our system, that we're going to be okay. But I definitely wish we would address the wide receiver room and get a little deeper. For instance, like Houston Texans, right? Even though they know they had two young stars, Nico Collins and Tank Dell, they still made a move to get Diggs. So I think we still, because God forbid anything happen to St. Brown, we're going to be have problems, basically, should I say. And another thing I want to talk about the Bears. People got to realize I'm concerned about the Bears, and the reason why I say this is I've never seen a rookie quarterback, a first pick or whatever, get surrounded by this much talent. This guy is super low. I mean, the Bears are super loaded. Look, they got two solid tight ends, 2 or 3 solid running backs, maybe the top 5 best trio of receivers in the NFL, in my opinion, if Aduzze, look anything like he looked in college. I mean, our whole division is loaded, so I'm not worried, but I'm definitely concerned.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Juan. I appreciate it. All the teams in this division are very talented offensively. It's about how quickly those quarterbacks will develop in Minnesota and in Chicago, but they're set up for success. I would say that the Vikings trio of receivers is even more impressive than what the Bears have, because Justin Jefferson's the best in the game. Jordan Addison is outstanding, and then you've got other guys that are for that third spot. But Jalen Naylor apparently has emerged a little bit this year in training camp. They like him. Well, he's got speed and he can catch the football, but I don't know if he's ever going to challenge for anything more than being a third receiver. But you compare that to what the Bears have, and the Bears have a true rookie going in there, Rome Odunze, but his ceiling is sky high, and then they have 2 other really good receivers there.
Well, I feel Rome Odunze was in college for about as many years as Michael Penix was there, so he seems like he's 48 years old. So there's some experience there. I agree with Juan, though. The last caller is dead on. Like, listen, I think the Lions are going to win the division. I've said it 5 times already, but you got to be crazy if you're not worried at least a little bit about the Bears. You got to be nuts. Because he makes a great point, usually first overall pick. Like, look at Bryce Young. The situation you get thrown into in Carolina is usually the situation you get thrown into when you're a first overall pick quarterback, right? Now you'll look at Caleb, and they did it weird, obviously, but they've continued to build, and they got rid of Justin Fields, and they won 7 games last year. And nobody talks about their defense, which is probably top 10 in the NFL. So you add it together, you got to be crazy not to worry about the Bears. I'm not saying they have nightmares about them. I'm not saying they're going to win the division, but I don't think it's the longest shot in the world to make the postseason. And people will call up and say, oh, come on, only C.J. Stroud can do that. Well, look at the team. I'm not just talking Caleb. I'm talking the Bears and their talent.
It's a really good roster. I'm more concerned about the Bears in the future than I am this year.
And that's fair.
Just because, going by what's happened in the NFL throughout the history there, it's awfully tough to make that impact right away, even though he is set up for success with the players around him. You're going to see rookie mistakes. You're going to see growing pains. And even watching him at USC, the talent is unmistakable. He's got talent, but he also can make some bad decisions.
Some really dumb decisions.
Yeah, so we'll see how that works for him at the professional level. But I think he's going to end up being pretty good. I was a Jaden Daniels guy over Caleb Williams, but that's me. Everybody's got their own quirks. I've been so bad trying to assess quarterbacks out of college that I don't know what to think. I'm just going to think the opposite now, and that Caleb Williams is going to be a huge success.
Looking back in hindsight, thank God they got nothing for Justin Fields. They got nothing for Justin Fields. Could you imagine if they actually gained some more talent through that deal? Kidding. They just gave him up because they're like, we're taking Caleb, and no one wanted Justin Fields. Yeah, the talent is definitely, you look at it, it's a better situation than what Stroud walked into.
There's no question.
So I could see the level of concern. I still am with you guys. Lions win this division. But I got to tell you, a split with the Bears is very possible this year.
Well, I don't know. I don't think
yeah, exactly. Last year they split with them, let alone this year. But the X factor is Caleb Williams. He is, as good as he might be, he's still a rookie. So we'll see how fast he can progress this year.
We do always focus on the offense. It feels like when we do these types of shows and these topics, and that you can't help but you have to look at the defensive side of it, because if I go back to last year, the 2 games against the Vikings, those are scary games for the Lions defense and how bad they were. Justin Jefferson absolutely lit them up. Now, he lights everybody up, but he had like 200 yards receiving. And if it weren't for such substandard quarterbacking play by the Vikings last year in those
Nick
two
Mullins?
games. Yeah, and he didn't start both games. Who's the other guy that played? But they were god awful. Like
aerospace engineer Josh Dobbs.
There you go. Interceptions waiting to happen, and thank God that they threw the interceptions because the Lions needed them to secure wins. The difference is, I believe in the defense, what they're doing this year. I think that they went in the offseason, they focused on guys that are going to be upgrades over what they had in the secondary. Now, you could say the bar is set really low with that because what they had at corner wasn't very good at the end of the season with all the injuries. Fair enough. But I think you can already see in joint practices and the videos you would see on that, and then just hearing what everybody's saying about the two rookie corners, albeit they're hurt right now, but we don't know how hurt they are. It doesn't seem like they're terribly hurt. But that those guys are going to step in and do a nice job. That Carlton Davis is chomping at the bit to show what he can do in a Lions uniform. That Robertson can be a solid addition to the cornerback room as well. And then you've got Brian Branch who can go back and play safety or nickel corner, wherever he wants. And he's in year 2, and you're expecting better things just from the secondary. I expect the defense is going to look a lot better this year, which might help to keep some of this in check when we talk about the explosiveness of the offenses that they have in Green Bay, Minnesota, and Chicago.
You get to a top 20 defense, top 18, and I like your chances to go to the Super Bowl. No question. I mean, look at last year. You mentioned it. Now, it wasn't just Justin Jefferson in 2 games. It was Mike Evans. It was Puka Nacua.
Oh, yeah. It was everybody down the stretch. Everybody down the stretch.
It was unbelievable. But credit to the Lions defense, because most times they found you a way to keep you out of the end zone. And that's the reason they were able to win a couple playoff games. But, Gator, I was just looking at the list of guys that are not practicing or haven't practiced. You talked about the injuries that the Lions just got with whether it be Arnold or Rakestrom or, of course, Gibbs. But other guys not participating, Laporta, Decker, Zeitler, McNeil. Nobody knows what's going on with him. Levi Onwuzurike, James Houston, Malik Jefferson, Malcolm Rodriguez, Morris Norris. Like, this is a banged-up team. Now, I guess every team's a banged-up team, right? Because look at San Francisco. They had to cancel their joint practices because they don't have enough healthy bodies. So this just happens this time of year, but the Lions are going through it right now.
Yeah, 248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text us as well. The Lions did make a move, a roster move that's I don't know if it's a curious one or not, or if this is something we're just looking at for a week, or is this something we're going to have to look at for longer term than that. We'll get into that next year on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, looking for a hassle-free car lease? Who wouldn't? Check out Sarah Chevrolet Southfield's transparent pricing. There's no hidden fees, with taxes and fees are included in every quote. Let Sarah Chevrolet Southfield provide you with an upfront, honest deal. And Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They're open every Saturday for sales and also for service. Their hours are for working people like you and me. You need your car serviced? Hey, they offer loaner vehicles to keep you moving. Plus, their service technicians work in a comfortable air-conditioned environment that helps them stay focused on your vehicle. I've been there. I've seen it firsthand. They are very happy with that situation, and that's going to pay a difference when it comes to your car. With over 80 new demos available, you can drive away in a new vehicle for literally thousands less than employee pricing. At Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, all new 2024 vehicles are sold at employee pricing for everyone. You can choose from the best selection of used cars in the state while getting top dollar for your trade-in. Visit the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my cars, and I know that they're going to take great care of you as well. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and experience unbeatable service combined with an exceptional selection. So the Lions did make a move, and Kang, now I'm upset that I didn't do the shoot the boot thing yesterday because I would have gotten some credibility out of that. So I was that close to shooting the boot that they were going to sign a quarterback for this week. And they went out and they signed a quarterback for this week. The question is this quarterback going to be here longer term than just the 1 week? And the quarterback in question is Jake Fromm, who formerly played with the Georgia. And has played with the Washington Commanders and some other teams. But he's not exactly a prospect quarterback. He's been in the league for a while here, drafted in 2020, fifth-round pick, and has thrown a total of 60 passes in his career. They all came in the same season in 2021 when he was with the Giants, which, by the way, is more passes than Nate Sudfeld has thrown in his entire career. This guy did it in 3 games.
You think Nate's nervous?
I don't think. I think somebody had a great text late in the show yesterday. I was so glad they put it in there, and because I had said last week that I felt bad because we were kind of piling on Nate Sudfeld on Friday.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, exactly. But I felt bad because there's some other circumstances going in there, and I don't expect him to look fantastic, but we thought that maybe he was going to look a little better than maybe a lot better than what he did. But then somebody brought more perspective in there and said, keep in mind, guys, he's coming off an injury too. He was gone for the whole offseason. And this is his first action getting back into it. Maybe it is going to look a little slower. And I take a step back, grant some grace there and say, fair enough. Okay. Do I expect Jake Fromm will overtake Nate Sudfeld? Absolutely not. I do not.
Both of them are not going to be on the roster, right? Unless they keep 3 quarterbacks.
They'll keep 3 quarterbacks, and Nate Sudfeld will be on the roster.
You think it's going to be Nate?
Yeah. I think that they needed to get another body in there this week.
Well, because
it doesn't look like Hooker is going to be able to practice a ton this week. Maybe he returns for by Friday.
And you're not playing golf.
Yeah, and you're leaving town. So I don't think that they plan on playing Hendon Hooker this week. And you don't want to play Jared Goff. So you sign a guy like Jake Fromm, and I don't even know how much playing time Jake Fromm's going to get. I imagine it's going to be Nate Sudfeld for 3 quarters.
Ooh, I can't wait to watch that game on Saturday.
It probably should be Sudfeld for 4 quarters if you can, because if you want to get a look at some receivers, you don't want Fromm throwing passes out there, because if Fromm's in the game, hand off the ball. You want Sudfeld out there for a couple reasons. One, hopefully Sudfeld gets better, right? Because that was terrible what we saw last week. And 2 is, like I just mentioned, you want the receivers to get some work with a quarterback they've already seen in practice. They both know the playbook. Campbell's dying for somebody to step up. So I think that's what the plan is, and Fromm is there in case you got to play another quarterback.
The receivers might disagree with you, though. The receivers might be like, listen, dude, he's screwing us. We're trying to make a team, and we got to deal with Nate Sudfeld. Give me Fromm, okay? But I hear, listen, it's going to be a tough game to watch on Saturday. Tough game to watch. And by the way, which makes it even more preposterous that Campbell's like, well, I might play my starters because let me get this straight. You're going to play what? Amon-Ra St. Brown with Nate Sudfeld? That's not going to happen. Jamison Williams with Nate Sudfeld? No, Jamo would kill him because he couldn't hit him in stride. So I think it's going to be just a preseason game that we have to suffer through, kind of like the first one in New Jersey. But
I still enjoyed watching the game on Thursday. Well, only because there were players I wanted to see, and I wanted to see what they were going to look like, and particularly was James Houston was the guy I was looking for, Broderick Martin. The fact that they actually played Rakestraw and Arnold in that game was kind of cool. We got to see those guys play.
I felt bad for Donovan Peoples-Jones. He was getting reps in the 4th quarter.
This is the thing. This is what Campbell, and then Campbell comes out yesterday and says he's dying to see somebody step up. And he talked to how DPJ actually is one of those players that has stepped up since that game, that he's been better in practice, and he needs to be. Their problems with receiver, if you want to look at it as a problem, might be solved simply if DPJ is good.
Well, he was their only trade deadline chip, remember? Like everybody wanted Chase Young. Everybody wanted some defensive ends or defensive linemen to come in and kill a quarterback, and Brad Holmes brought you DPJ. And who knows? If he doesn't make the team, that's something else. I do think we focus on the third receiver, and fans might even freak out about the third receiver. But damn it, this offense is going to be so good. When they open up week 1 Sunday Night Football against the Rams, they're going to score 30 points like they always do, it seems like. And we're not going to be worrying about the third receiver.
Now, I'm not terribly concerned. I mean, again, everything, this is the same case with probably 31 of the teams in the league.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe it's 30 teams in the league. If you keep your quarterback healthy, you've got a chance.
Yes.
Right? And with the Lions, we know how good this offense is if Jared Goff is upright. If Jared Goff's upright, we're good. If you chop off one of those receivers, let's say that, God forbid, St. Brown gets hurt, right? Is the offense going to be as effective? No. But they also are able to, because they have an offense that isn't dependent on just one receiver, that they can get by for a little bit if they had to. All right, they would still have Jameson Williams and other guys that you're going to throw to that aren't going to be on Amon-Ra St. Brown, but maybe now you start shifting those targets to more to Sam Laporta or more to Jahmyr Gibbs out of the backfield, or more that maybe Sione Vaki becomes more of an issue. I mean, they'll have ways to compensate for that if one of the receivers gets hurt, if one of the running backs gets hurt. If your tight end gets hurt, maybe that might be the biggest blow to the non-quarterback thing, because you're dropping from Sam Laporta down to Brock Wright. As much as I like Brock Wright, he's not Sam Laporta. Then that's different. But then you're counting everybody else to compensate for that. But the quarterback situation is totally different. But it's the same case for every team in the league, basically.
You want some quick ticket text on this, Gator?
Yes.
I know you do. Here we go. I'm the opposite. I'm actually more confident than ever before. We're loaded everywhere on all levels. I know the teams in the division are going to be good, but that doesn't change the fact that this team is going to be great. I like that. Juju Smith-Schuster, Hunter Renfrow, their options, or maybe they trade a fifth and a sixth to a team who is a logjam at wide receiver. Here's another one. Jeff, the Lions are not in capital.
Okay.
So you can tell they're serious.
Caps, yeah.
Yes. The Lions are not going to win the division. The other teams in the division look better on offense, and we have a big weakness in our defensive coordinator.
Do you think that the Vikings look better in offense? Do you think that the Bears look better in offense? I think they both have potential down the road.
No, you know what's
they're
happening?
They're going to be high-powered, but right now I wouldn't say they're better.
No, you're dead on. Even the Packers, I do think you take for granted what you have and what you watched last season. You realize the Lions were the second to third best offense in football. They averaged right around 30 points a game on most games when they weren't in Baltimore or when they weren't in Chicago. And by the way, they only got 3 outdoor games this year, so that bodes well for them. But I think people forgot how good this offense is. Because why? Goff isn't a gunslinger. Because why? The names aren't, household, even though a couple of them won All-Pro. Like, I kind of feel it's a tad insulting to say, the Packers or the Vikings or the Bears offense is so much better than the Lions.
I think it is insulting. I'll agree with that. And I'll tack this on, too. When you look at the Packers, and somebody mentioned they added Josh Jacobs to the team, and Josh Jacobs can be a really good running back.
Sure.
He's played in the league for 5 years. Two of those years was really good. 4.8 a carry and 4.9 a carry. 4.9 was as recent as 2022, and he ran for 1,600 yards and 12 touchdowns. That's really good. The other 3 years, he averaged 3.9, 4.0, and last year 3.5 a game. So it's not like you're getting Christian McCaffrey there.
Right. And exactly.
And they're losing Aaron Jones.
Off, running back. I agree. Who was really good when he was healthy.
Yeah. Aaron Jones, you could argue, was more productive than Josh Jacobs. So I'm not sure if it's an upgrade. I mean, I like Josh Jacobs as a running back, but I'm just not sold that that's going to be the piece that says that offense is better than the Lions offense. I like their receivers, but as good as Christian Watson is, or Jaden Reed or Romeo Doubs, are any of those guys as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown?
No.
I
mean, they're different,
Are they
obviously.
they're different players, yeah, but they're not as good. Are any of those guys as explosive as Jameson Williams?
No.
And their tight ends, they spent two picks last year in the draft on tight ends. They're good. Luke Musgrave is good. Tucker Kraft, sure. But is it Sam Laporta?
No. I mean, these are guys and teams trying to catch up to the Lions offensively. Now, where they got the Lions beat probably is defensively, because unlike you, I don't trust the secondary until I see it. Like, I am very uncomfortable with a couple of rookies, playing such big moments and big minutes in the NFL because usually it takes a corner a little bit of time to get going. I'm very concerned about Carlton Davis because I think his most physical years are behind him. I look at the defensive line. I'm like, well, Marcus Davenport, will he stay healthy? DJ Reader's already injured. So I worry about the injuries and the availability on the defense. But offensively, they could be the best offense in football. Hell, the Niners are losing Brandon Ayuk. I think that's pretty obvious, pretty apparent.
Well, they're trying to re-sign him now, so
we'll see. That's going to happen.
Well, I think they've been trying Gator for a long time, and
right. Okay, what I'm saying though is, the Lions are right up there with the Niners anyway. Niners are the best offense in football, or at least the NFC. Wouldn't you say the Lions are number 2?
I think the Niners are the best roster in football.
So, I'm just saying, I think offensively the Lions are really good.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Before we change speeds here, let's get to another call. 248-539-9797. Drew is in Detroit. Welcome to 97 The Ticket. Hey, Drew.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Great show today.
Thank you.
You guys are talking about the rosters in the NFC and how competitive it is. I think we're forgetting about one team. I think we don't have them on our schedule this season. It's the Eagles. And I think it's going to be us, the Eagles, in the NFC Championship at the Link in Philadelphia. It's going to be a close game. I think the Eagles will beat us just because they have a little better roster than us. I hope we win. Don't get me wrong. I think we have a great season, but wanted you guys to take on the Eagles having maybe a better roster.
I like the Eagles a lot, and thanks for the call, Drew. What I don't like is the Eagles coach and the relationship he has with his team. And I think that is something that hindered them last year. I mean, they got off to an interesting start and then just kind of went downhill. Looked like there was some infighting there. You like the high-end players they have in the roster. I mean, all over it. Offense and defense, they definitely have it. And, the receiver room with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith are both very good. Saquon Barkley, the addition to him as a running back to go with Jalen Hurts, I mean, that can be dynamic. But again, to me, I hold back on it because of the head coach. Also, Jason Kelce retired, and that's a big player to lose. That's the anchor of your offense when you talk about losing the center and to lose one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, so Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts don't get along. That's kind of fun. They're enjoying that in Philly, I'm sure. Plus, they crap the bed in the last 7 games. I blame Matt Patricia. I don't know why anybody would give Matt Patricia a defensive side of the football. By the way, Matt Patricia out of football, I think. I looked this up. I don't think he has a job. For the first time in 12 years, he has no job in football. But he's worth $10 million.
Well, and he's got that degree that makes him a rocket scientist.
Yeah, so, from RPI, yes.
Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute.
Which is fine. He can always go work for NASA, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I always found it funny that he was a rocket scientist because he made a lot of decisions that it seems like...
Well, he thought he was the smartest guy in the room.
Right. A rocket scientist probably would not make.
Didn't have people skills.
Yeah, but I think Philly's going to be good. I mean, yeah, I think they're one of the 3 to 4 to 5 teams in the NFC that are going to be solid without a doubt.
Roster-wise, they're right up there with the best of them.
Yeah.
The Eagles roster is very, very deep and talented. The question is, you guys have mentioned, is coaching. Last year, they crapped the bed the second half of the year.
No.
But was it because of coaching? They switched coordinators, both offense and defense. They lost those coordinators. They got jobs. They switched them again this year. When you make a change in the middle of the year and grab Matt Patricia and tell him to start calling your defense, all of a sudden, you know you got problems. And Nick Sirianni, it seemed like he lost the team or his relationship with Jalen Hurts, whatever it was. This seems to be a coaching issue for the Eagles. So if they don't get that together, okay, I'm not too worried. But if they do get that together, the talent's there.
Aren't there things in sports that when you're by yourself, you're driving around, you're in the bathroom, whatever the case is, they just make you laugh? Like, for instance, like Joe Nathan with
you're driving around or you're in the bathroom.
Either one. You're by yourself.
Both make you laugh as well.
You're not doing both at the same time.
Well, you could be at the grocery store shopping for groceries, okay? But there are certain things
or you could be in the bathroom
that make you laugh. Like, for instance, like Bobby Valentine and the fake mustache.
That's hysterical.
That makes you laugh. Connor Stallions on the Central Michigan sideline. Hysterical with the spy glasses, right? Like Tyler Collins. Remember when he flipped off the entire Comerica Park when he dropped the foul ball in center field?
Yeah, Angry Bird.
Yeah. That was hysterical. And Matt Patricia getting another chance to coach the Philadelphia Eagles. It just makes me laugh. Every time I think about it, I just start cracking up.
It is amazing that he was given other opportunities. Like when Bill Belichick says after he takes you back and you're like, this isn't working out. When he like everybody should just say, okay.
Right.
I mean, greatest coach of all time just bagged on him. Like, I think that's a signal that don't hire this guy again.
What an absence of all the awful people that we've had working in Detroit sports. You could say me if you want to, but with all the awful people working in, he was the worst. Maybe top 3, right? Like Al Avila was pretty bad. Matt Patricia was so much worse in my mind.
I'm trying to think about like Marty Mornhinweg, and that tenure was so bad.
It was pretty bad. Him and Millen.
It was so, but it was bad from the get-go. I mean, it's more of a Millen mistake than it is just Mornhinweg being elevated to a position he wasn't ready for. It was everything about that pissed me off back in the time because they had just hired. Gary Moeller finished the season as the head coach the previous year.
They whacked him.
And then they gave him a contract. And then they hired Millen, and then Millen comes in, the first thing he does is fire the head coach. And I get it. GM comes in, wants his own guy, but I mean, they just signed him to a contract. And even though I'm not a Michigan guy, I loved Gary Mueller. I thought Gary Mueller was great. I couldn't wait to see him, really get his hands in here, because he was a guy he oozed football. You could see how much he loved football, and I was excited for it. And then they went and hired Mornhinweg instead, and I'm like, well, what are his credentials?
The bar
He's a quarterback
is
coach?
high.
Yeah.
It's high.
It's always going to be the Millen mistake there. So Sunday, speaking of mistakes that were made, Sunday on ESPN at 4 o'clock, they're going to air a documentary on their E60 series. And it's called 28 Outs, An Imperfect Story. It's the E60 documentary about Armando Galarraga and the perfect game that wasn't here at Comerica Park that we remember back from 2010.
The quickest game ever played. Go back and look. It was like an hour and 36 minutes.
Was it that short?
It was so quick. It was on a Wednesday against the Indians. It was so freaking quick.
I was leaving the next day to go to Pinehurst with friends to go play
nice.
golf for the weekend. We're going to play on Thursday. We met at the airport on Thursday, and one of my friends was driving in from Lansing to go to the Detroit airport. And he got there, and my buddy and I, who were already there, were talking about the game. And he's like, well, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Didn't you see the game? He's like, no, man, I had to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I had to get ready. I'm like, okay, fair enough. You didn't see it. He was the only one. And, I land in North Carolina, and we get to the course, and I called Doug, and I'm like, show okay today? Doug's like, this is the easiest show I've ever had to do in my life. We literally came to the start of the show, and all 10 lines, I think, were lit up, Kang, and it was that emotional of a response as you will get in sports, and we got it here. And obviously we know what happened there. A huge mistake before replay. There's no question Jim Joyce got it wrong. He was the umpire at first base at the time and was the home plate umpire the next game. So when he went out, they sent Galarraga out there with a lineup card on that Thursday night. And
remember Jim Joyce said he got death threats?
Yeah. Well, I felt terrible for him because he felt terrible.
He did. He immediately owned up to it.
And
that's
he was
why
emotional about it. He was crying about it in front of cameras and microphones. And you felt terrible for the guy because it's a mistake.
He legitimately, Gator, handled something where he should have been public enemy number one the best possible way you could. It was amazing because people were so pissed at him when he made the wrong call. And then next thing you know, people were like sympathetic.
Right.
Because he's crying. He knows he screwed it up. He felt awful.
Didn't the Tigers give Galarraga like a Corvette?
Yes. Yes. Everybody won. Listen, everybody won. And they wrote a book together, Galarraga and Joyce.
And the result in the years that have passed by, they've done they had a law class look at this and take a closer look at what happened there. And because remember, there was all the pressure on the commissioner at the time.
Right.
God, I forget what the guy's name.
Manfred?
Manfred wasn't commissioner at the time.
Was he not?
Before him.
Who was the commissioner before
Selig. Was it Bud Selig?
Oh. Good old Bud.
So, and Bud Selig is there was all the pressure on him to overturn it, give him the perfect game because it was history. You don't see many perfect games. No hitters are one thing, but perfect games, there's, precious few that have happened. And this was clearly a mistake that should have been over. And I'm thinking to myself, you can't overturn it. We didn't have replay. Okay, it's a bad call. You know what happens? Bad calls happen all the time. So you can't do that. But a law class had looked at this, and I think that's coming out in this story as well. and it got us thinking about this. When you come to something like a story like this, and you hear that it goes to the law firms, and Kang, there was that when the
Saints got screwed.
Absolutely got screwed
in the NFC title game against the Rams. That pass interference call.
Pass interference that wasn't called, and they ended up losing the game. And there was the attorney general of the state of Louisiana or somebody like that went and wanted to appeal to Congress about this. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's sports. Shut up. That being said, is there a sporting event over the last 25 years that happened that you thought was such an egregious mistake made that you would love to see it brought to the courts to see if they could overturn it? Was there something that you were so emotional and pissed off about? There are two that stand out to me right now, but want to get your thoughts. 248-539-9227. 9797. Same number to text as well. Jeff, I know you're going to have something that's going to click in your mind on this. I'm sure Kang's got something he's thinking about, but something that you like, if they actually even thought of doing this, overturning it, what's the one moment that you say had to be overturned? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so they got the E60 Galarraga special coming up on Sunday at 4 on ESPN. They talk about, obviously, the perfect game. It wasn't. And guys, to thinking about, you have – this was a story that law schools took up as a case to just do a kind of a mock-up case.
What did they figure out?
How would you argue for or against? I mean, I don't know what the end results were. I mean, tune in on E60, and I guess maybe you'll find out what they end up saying. I mean, to me, it seems pretty cut and dry. Well, there's no instant replay, so what are you doing? However, if you could go back and erase some stuff and take a closer look because you think something criminal happened in that game or in any game or a sporting event over the last 25 years, what would it be? And there were two that came to mind really quickly for me. And as time has gone by, one of them is kind of, okay, now I can finally maybe see it, looking with being as objective as I can right now. And that was to complete the process catch from Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, first game of the season in Chicago.
Now, going back to that 2000, by the way, this is the same season, 2010, as the Galarraga perfect game, which is a few months later. Going back and looking at that play again, and if you watch it slowly, you see Calvin catches the ball in the right side of the end zone, gets 1 foot down, gets 2 feet down. He clearly has the ball in his hands, goes and gets an ass cheek down. Another foot comes down, and then he hits the ground. And as he's rolling over and getting up, the ball springs out of his hand as he's getting ready to celebrate. Now, for years, I contended that's ridiculous. Of course, that's a catch. How is that not a catch? He did everything, and then they talk about completing the process. And as all these years have been drummed in now, the next 14 years of watching football after that, and watching countless plays being observed as this completing the process, and then the one phrase that comes to mind that has me saying, okay, I got it now, was survive the ground, right? You had to survive hitting the ground. The ball has to survive that in order for it to be catch. And when you watch that, it doesn't. I mean, that ball does come out of his hand, and I can see it. But the one that will never get over, the one that continues to piss me off, and it gets brought up every few months, it's that damn playoff game against the Cowboys.
Sure.
When you had the interference call against the Cowboys when Stafford threw the ball to Brandon Pettigrew on the sideline, and then the referees go to discuss it. Des Bryant comes onto the field to voice his opinion, how upset he is, which should have been a flag right away. Des Bryant takes his helmet off, which, again, you're not allowed to do in the NFL if you're on the field. You can't do that. So further, it should have been penalized. And then the referees, obviously, they overturned the call. You had the whole Dean Blandino and the bus thing, and everybody goes crazy. That is one I would love to see a closer examination in an E60 type thing to take a look at that and see how egregious that was against the Detroit Lions. There are plays that kind of define SOL moments from the past, and SOL doesn't even, fortunately, it's gone from the culture. But
maybe. Yes.
Well, I think we're at this point it is. But you look back at that game in particular and that play in particular, that is one that still hurts. It is a scar that won't heal, or a wound that won't heal. It's not even a scar. It's a scab that is ready to be picked at and bleed again constantly.
Well, the funny thing about that game was the Lions, of course, had their chances. They got jobbed, but they scored, I think, 6 points in the final 3 quarters of that football game. So they had their chances, but yes, you're right. That is without a doubt probably the biggest Detroit screw job because it probably cost them a playoff game. I will forever say, and people disagree, but the Armando Galarraga Jim Joyce thing was the greatest thing ever to happen to Armando Galarraga. And maybe Jim Joyce too, maybe not Jim Joyce, but Galarraga would have been one of now 25 because he did pitch a perfect game. Jason Donald was ruled safe instead of being out. But the fact that Galarraga got jobbed, he was pretty quickly out of baseball after that. This is his swan song, and he got a Corvette out of the deal. He wrote a
Right.
book with Jim Joyce out of the deal. I kind of feel the imperfect perfect game was the best thing ever to happen to him.
He that was in 2010.
Yes.
He was 4-9 with the Tigers that year in 24 starts with a 4.49 earned run average.
It was quickly out of the game after that, was he not?
He played in 2011. He made 8 starts with Arizona with a 5.91 ERA, And then he played 5 games the following year with Houston and had a 6.75 earned run average.
And then he was done.
Yeah. And
Right, yeah. So at least I hope he still has the Corvette. I just want to say that. But I do think it was the best thing that could happen to him because there are 24 perfect games, Gator. Can we even name 10 of the perfect games? The point is, the perfect game kind of like, okay, sweet when it happens. And I know fans were pissed off, but you kind of forget about this stuff. Nobody will ever forget about Galarraga, Jim Joyce, and what happened on that fateful, was it a June day, I believe? I believe it was June.
June or late May or early June, yeah.
Yeah, so I do think that was the best thing that happened to Galarraga. For me, though, if I could take one play or one game to court, this is easy. It's the Michigan-Louisville National Championship game. Trey Burke blocked Peyton Siva. That was a clean effing block. Michigan had just urinated away a 12-point lead. Remember Spike Albrecht went all crazy in the first half? And Michigan should have won the freaking national championship. Now, it's funny considering that Louisville eventually had to vacate it. And the Yum Yum Center had to take down the banner. I always think that's a cool name, the Yum Yum Center.
It's ironic they have to take down banners against a team that's known for taking down banners.
Right, exactly. So you know what? Michigan deserves that title. Michigan got screwed. All right? I don't care. I'm sure they screwed some teams with Connor Stallions and all the cheating they've done. There's no question. But one screw does not make up for another screw. They got jobbed. They got jobbed in that game. And I will take that to the courts all day. Go back and watch the video. Everything went wrong for them after that. What? What are you whispering over there?
Don't worry about it.
Self-conscious.
King, you've got one?
Yeah, I mean, the game didn't mean as much as those games because those are, I think everyone thinks about those ones that you bring up. So I'm going to bring up one that I think goes forgotten because the season didn't mean anything and ultimately the game didn't mean anything, but it was just another screw job from our home on our home team, and this one's the Lions again. Do you guys remember? It was about 8 or 9 years ago, Monday Night Football in Seattle.
Oh my God, KJ Wright.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
pushing the ball out of the back of the end zone.
Nobody knew the rule,
and unfortunately, not
Jim
even
Caldwell.
unfortunately, not even our own coach, Jim
or
Caldwell.
the officials.
You know how bad this of a screw job this was? This was so bad. The NFL actually admitted they were wrong. Do you know how bad something has to be when the NFL says straight up, we blew it?
Yeah.
Dean Blandino came out and said they blew it. KJ Wright, after the game, admitted he was doing it. He thought he was doing a good play, a smart play. He didn't know the rule. No one knew the rule, unfortunately, and we already mentioned, unfortunately, Jim Caldwell didn't know the rule either. Even though I think he said he did, he didn't know the rule because you would have went berserk as soon as that happened. The official that ABC had, ESPN had, came on while the game was going on, and was it Al Michaels at the time? I don't know who, probably Al Michaels, and told the guy straight up, hey, guys, this is a penalty. They missed this. You cannot intentionally bat the ball out of the back of the end zone. So it was just...
It's a dumb rule, but it's a rule nonetheless.
It's a rule. I don't care. It's a rule.
Should know.
Yes, there's a lot of dumb rules, but guess what? They only enforce them when they hurt the Lions, apparently. And so... this one they didn't enforce. The Lions should have had the ball. They should have been able to score a game-winning touchdown. That one, I kept me up all night because it was a Monday night game, and I was up all night. They
started off 0-3, too. So that was the fourth game of an absolute ringer for the Lions. And next thing you know, they're like staring at like 1-8, I feel. Everybody got whacked after that
terrible.
game in London.
Like, yeah, I mean, God, that was awful.
Have the Lions beaten Seattle since that happened?
Ever? No, never.
I also wonder ever, of course. I mean, that's one. But I'm like, looking at this, and you've got what the heck is going on with my computer here? Interesting stuff. But the Lions have another opportunity this year on Monday night to beat Seattle. Will it happen? We shall see.
I have faith. But by the way, you guys are missing one that didn't even deal with the Lions.
We only went with one each. But we can let some people, the listeners, see if they've got it or if there's some ticket text that come in.
Okay. Sorry.
We give people an opportunity here, Jeff.
As you should.
There are a million of them.
As you should.
That's what we want. 248-539-9797. Same number to text as it is to call us and offer up the one game you'd love to see re-examined because it was such an egregious mistake made, like the Galarraga perfect game. And they're going to have an E60 special on it coming up on Sunday. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with Jeff Rieger, who's in for Doug. Kang is with us as well. We're taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Lots going on today. We talked a lot about the Lions earlier. We'll get back to that coming up in the second half of the show as well. But we were talking about the E60 specials coming up on Sunday regarding Armando Galarraga and the near-perfect game that he threw back in 2010. And how it's been looked at over the years. I mean, there were law classes that looked at this in law school that looked at this and would, if you had to take this on as a case, how would you make the argument that this should have been overturned? At the time, there was a lot of pressure on the commissioner of baseball to overturn it and say, yeah, he had a complete or a perfect game because were there 25 in Major League history, Jeff?
24
in Major League history.
He would have been 25.
So this isn't something that happens all the time, and it's very rare.
Especially this day and age when nobody can throw past 7 innings.
Right, yeah. Nobody throws over 100 pitches, it seems. But he was amazing efficient in that game. Maybe even in that situation, he would have gotten it in today's game. But he didn't. And we're asking people if there's a sporting event over the last 25 years that had you so fired up, that had you so emotional, that you would have welcomed someone from the law coming in and saying, we're going to need to take a closer look at this because you guys made a huge mistake. I mentioned the playoff game, the Lions and the Cowboys had the interference call overturned. There's Des Bryant on the field without his helmet, and there's no penalty flag thrown at him, even though he is going off on the official right in his face while he's on the field and has no business being on the field because the Cowboys defense was. Jeff, you mentioned yours was the Michigan national championship game against
Trey
Louisville.
Burke, Peyton Siva, what a crock.
And then Kang brought up the tapping the ball out of the back of the end zone from Seattle in a regular season game against the Lions that was clearly a violation of the rules, and yet there was no flag thrown on the play. That the officials afterwards admitted they made a mistake. The NFL admitted they made a mistake. Jim Caldwell said he knew the rule. Well, if you knew the rule, then you would have done something.
Yeah,
thrown a challenge flag or gotten an official in your face and said, hey, look, that's against the rules. You know the rule book. That's not right. And
just like he didn't know Aaron Rodgers can throw a 65-yard pass.
Well,
right?
I thought they were going to do the back and forth thing.
Yeah, right. He didn't know that either. But, Gator, I do wonder, like, if we only had one of these cases to send to court because we're low on funds and lawyer fees are expensive, if we only had one, what would be the best one to send? Like, out of our 3, you probably go yours because it's a playoff game. Although mine is a national championship.
But
Kings is a regular season game. But there's been so many of them. It's pathetic we can do this topic.
Are we getting some in the ticket text?
Yes, we have a ton on the ticket text. Here we go. Lions lost to the Falcons in Week 3, 2017 because of the 10-second runoff. Trey Flowers back-to-back illegal hands to the face penalties against the Packers. Remember that?
Yeah,
that was a Monday night game.
Both of those games. It was ridiculous. Yeah, it was at Green Bay with Trey Flowers, and neither one of those did he touch the face mask. He called for hands to the face, and he didn't touch. It was a way that the offensive lineman twisted his head, manipulating the official to throw the flag.
That had to be the worst officiated game in the history of the NFL. And one nobody brought up, what about 2 years ago? The Lions needed the Rams to beat the Seahawks. And then the Lions needed to beat the Packers.
Right.
And Baker Mayfield was playing for the Rams. Matthew Stafford was dead at the time. And it's so funny because the NFL, after the Rams should have won the game, they didn't because Seattle got to go to the postseason. Of course, they lost in the first round. But the NFL comes out and said that was the worst officiated game of the season. So even when the Lions aren't playing in it, they're getting screwed by the officials.
Now that feels like it's never going to stop.
Even last year,
over by the officials. Yeah, definitely. What was the first one on that list? Was the you mentioned it? You read the first one was the The game against
Golden
with the
Tate 10-second runoff against the Falcons.
Which absolutely screwed them because they would have had an opportunity if there wasn't the runoff for them to go ahead and spike the ball. But because they run the 10 seconds off, you can't do it.
Yeah, they would have won that game.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a Stafford patented comeback. I got a couple more for you. This is obvious. Adam, JT was short. Just think if they got that call correct. Harbaugh, in his first year as head coach, immediately comes in and beats Ohio State. Adam, was that his first year?
Yeah.
I thought it
I think it was his first year.
And then one more. Decker reported Jeff on a roof. Be safe, Jeff.
It wasn't Decker. Was it Decker? Or was it Skipper?
Skipper. It was. Remember Decker caught it, and they said he didn't report.
Right, which is
But
really.
then the nonsense that
Skipper was
happened
like,
with the
reported.
official.
Yeah, that was tough. Fred is in Richmond. Fred, welcome 97 The Ticket. Hey, Fred.
What's up, Freddie?
Hey guys. I wanted to say the Michigan-Ohio State game when the guy was a yard short on the first down and they gave it to him.
Barrett.
Barrett, you got it.
Tom, the producer of the morning show, he came in here and he said Michigan fans are crazy. He was actually he had gotten the first down. You heard Tom say that?
Yeah, I heard that.
I would not expect that Tom to say that.
Close.
No, Fred. The funny thing about that entire incident was, remember, everybody did the research. You found out the officials were from Ohio and they're trying to screw Michigan. Of course, nobody brings up the fact that Michigan actually could have stopped them still after that play, but they allowed, was it Paris? Come on, Paris
Johnson?
Yeah, run into the end zone in the next play, or they scored 2 plays later.
I don't know who it was.
Paris Campbell?
Paris
Campbell. There
yes.
you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a play that I had written down because I thought that there'd be. I know that one does sting Michigan fans, as it should. I mean, there are angles of that play that look like they got him stopped. And remember, that's where you start getting into the manipulation of the cameras. And all over Twitter, people were putting different.
Oh my God, it was obnoxious.
They were the same view, but one's doctored, one isn't. You don't know which one's doctored because one looks like he clearly got it, one's like he clearly didn't get it. They're both doctored, whatever. It's people having fun with the photoshopping in it.
Remember Harbaugh post game? I'm extremely disappointed. He didn't say extremely though. I'm definitely disappointed or whatever. He was so pissed off. That's fantastic.
Well, I mean, his first season as the head coach, you got the big game that all anybody cares about that season is what are you going to do against Ohio State? And it looks like he's got them beat, and then they didn't. They didn't stop him that play, and you're right. All they needed to do then was continue to stop them, and they didn't. The air was let out of the tires at that point.
Let me ask you this, Gator. If we were to send just one case of us getting screwed, one case that would be the most beneficial for the courts to review, and hopefully side on our side so we get a title out of it. Kyle says, obviously, the Kareem Phantom foul. I mean, that's got to be number one.
That's going way back when. But yeah.
I mean, that's 88, but you're looking at a three-peat at that point.
Yeah. There's no question they got screwed in that game. The Phantom foul.
Yeah.
They absolutely the Pistons got screwed. The bad boy Pistons. Lambier was called for the foul.
How would that look on HG or 4K? You could see the lack of foul. It would be infuriating, even more infuriating.
And today it would be reviewed, right?
Oh, that's
today you can review it. But back then, you're not reviewing it, which is what's disgusting about a lot of these plays and goes back to the Galarraga play because now we're reviewing baseball, obviously. I mean, every manager would be tapping their headphones going, or tapping the ears saying, put the headset on because you didn't get it.
Could you imagine if baseball came out all these years later and said, you know what, we're making the change? Because they change scoring decisions all the time. They're making the change. Galarraga has the perfect. How would you do that?
Well, there's a difference between making a scoring decision going from a hit to an error and then saying that this guy was out or this guy was safe. And that would be one for the ages. Look, I'd be happy for Galarraga's sake and his legacy if they did it. But on the other hand, as I'm not a baseball purist, but I do love baseball. That would piss me off if they did it. If it didn't involve Detroit, if it were something like the Yankees and Baltimore, I'd be livid about that. I'm you made your decision, you got to live with it. That's just how it is. It's unfair. Yeah, it's unfair, but it's life, man. Things like that happen. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue talking about the plays, that one play in a sporting event that has you so emotional that you would even call upon the courts to try to overturn the case. We'll discuss it here at 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go back to the phones and text 248-539-9797. Aaron is next up here in 97 on the ticket. Hey, Aaron.
Hey there. What's happening?
Hey.
What's up, dude?
So, yes, this whole thing about the one play.
Yeah.
So in all of those Michigan examples, which were mentioned by your other callers, the basketball rip-off title game against Louisville, not Harbaugh's first year like you had thought.
It was the second year.
Right. Yeah, in 2016, the JT was short, garbage. And then what was the other one that Michigan?
I don't know. What did you want to say?
Well, but the other ones I want to talk about are also the 2015 so-called trouble with the snap game and the 2021 Kenneth Walker game where people reduced that one to the one play with Hutchinson strip sack getting overturned, right? And the thing is that this is where the court thing came in that you cryptically mentioned before the break there, which is because I told your screener that I could go to court and prove this. I wasn't saying I want to take it to court, although I do. But
right, what was the trouble with the snap? Why are you bringing up trouble with the snap?
Well, hang on. I'm going to talk about all those. Just let me finish the point I'm trying to make.
Got to get to it, my man. Let's go, Aaron.
Okay. But I'm just saying that if I was allowed to present evidence in a court-like setting, I could prove all four of those games beyond a shadow of a doubt did not at all come down to one play. And that in each of those...
Well, no game does. Let's just say this. Well, hang on. I don't like the premise already. No game comes down to one play, right? Because there are a million plays.
You're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding me. Can I please say it?
Get to it.
Hello?
Yeah, go for it, Aaron. Aaron, it sounds like you're not a big Michigan fan.
Oh, my God. Please let me speak. This is so important.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not about that it didn't just come down to one play in the abstract. What I'm saying is there was at least 15 of the most egregiously bad and one-sided calls in each of those games, so that what we're really talking about, if you analyze the film, get together a panel of experts and the ESPN people who do the prediction, percentage of chance of winning at any point in the game, and figure out how to put all that together and take all of these points taken away from Michigan, drives ended for Michigan, drives extended for the opponents in all of those games, so that I swear to God, each one of those games, including 2016, never would have got to one overtime, let alone two, because
better get out, Aaron.
It would have been a 21.
You know what? I didn't even
want you didn't even let him get to eating up.
I'm just tired.
What was his point?
I can't believe you let it go that long.
I know. I'm really surprised I did too.
I didn't even think I needed Jaws music. I thought you were just going to be like, done.
His point was that it wasn't just that bad call. There were many calls that could have gone the other way that didn't throughout the game.
It just took him forever to say it. Good
just
Lord.
Come out and say it, man. You don't have to. Dragging the thing out.
The best part about the call when he's like, "You have to listen. This is important."
Here's something new now. What is that? Oh, there were other calls you thought got screwed on in that same game.
At that point,
boy,
I'm like, my mind's going to get blown.
By the way, you are completely wrong in thinking that he is not a Michigan fan.
I was. You're right.
That is the worst of the Michigan fans.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Like, I thought he was saying, listen. I thought he was trying to disprove. I thought he was annoyed by Michigan fans that think they're always getting screwed.
No,
but
he's
one of them.
Because this is quintessential Michigan fan finding every game that they lose. And then you go ahead and you go back and dissect that game and you come up with the 15 calls per game that didn't go your way because Michigan never loses.
You realize
they
that
only run out of time or get screwed or you're playing on a Crown Field.
That's Boston Stadium. You do realize
every field's crowned.
But the call we just had, that was that guy's life's work. That was. No, it was. He has the photos up on the wall. Yeah. He's got the little diagrams from each one. Yeah. And he finally had a chance to present it to the world, and you hung up on him.
Calling clock, man. Ran out of time.
We ran out of time. It's a guy who has JFK constantly playing in a loop on his TV in the den.
I love your audience because people in the ticket text are just begging for the shark. Where the hell's the shark?
I thought Gator didn't even need the shark. Honestly,
I was getting ready just to go without the shark, and then I thought, well, people are going to get upset because it's just me being a Sparty cutting off the Michigan guy. No, I'll let you go ahead and have your say, but you got to get to it. Get to it, my man.
Somebody wants us to get him a fat blunt. So maybe that would help.
No, make him slower? Like, no way, man.
Make him think about even more.
No,
I missed this part.
All right. Anyways, I'm surprised this is the last word on this.
Yeah.
Just because we got a text on it. I'm surprised because you two are baseball guys. The game 163. I mean.
And Brandon Inge got hit.
Yeah.
He got. I mean, the ball brushed his jersey, and that should have been again, back before there was replay. And that's what hurts. Those games hurt because because replay wasn't available to them. The ones that hurt more are when replay is available to you and they still screw it up.
So I got a serious question for you.
Yeah.
I'm looking
Really?
at the ticket tag.
You're like rolling in laughter.
Yeah,
How serious is it?
So, somebody wants to know whose manifesto is more detailed and bigger, that caller or Connor Stalions?
He's like Charlie Day with all the strings and the map, right? He's pointing. He's like, all right,
exactly.
All right.
I wonder if that guy's bought a vacuum cleaner from the Connor Stalions vacuum business. Wow. That was fantastic.
They're out there.
That was amazing.
For all fan bases, by the way.
Yeah.
That's just this one came up today.
Well, the funny thing is, I was walking to go get some water right before we came back from break, and Gator's like, listen, Michigan fans, and then that Michigan fan called.
I said to King before
apropos.
I said to King before the show, I said there's something about Michigan fans, and I don't mean this in a bad way, because this is really like it's unbelievable. The attention to detail that Michigan fans have for Michigan games is amazing to me. The recall of games, they can go back 40 years and come up with single plays that happen in what is seemingly a meaningless game. Remember that Michigan game against Illinois in 1982? It was unbelievable, and then Tony Eason had this patch. Like, what? How do you remember that? It's whatever. And it always goes in great detail. It happens and you had walked away, and I said to Kang, I said, Rieger's going to, because you had brought something up that with the Michigan thing before the show. And I said, Rieger's one of those guys. Explain it to Kang. And then we get to this topic, and I said to Kang during the break, I said, it's one of these dead topics here, because you brought up the game against Louisville and remembering the player involved. The two players involved. You bring up Spike Albrecht. You're bringing up all this stuff.
3 minutes and 46 seconds left to go in the game, I believe.
All these details without having to Google it. It just that exemplifies my point. That's all.
Listen,
it's incredible.
Everybody gets screwed. Every fan base gets screwed, but it does feel like it happens more to us. Not Michigan. I'm just talking about
Detroit sports fans.
Yes.
Well, yeah, because we're here. We're not paying attention to what happens in Boston.
Valid point.
Speaking about paying attention to what happens elsewhere, the Detroit Lions in practice, they had an evening practice yesterday, and they suffered some injuries in the practice. Two defensive backs, the rookies Rakestraw and Terrion Arnold. Ennis Rakestraw had an ankle injury, and Terrion Arnold has an upper body injury. Also, running back Jahmyr Gibbs suffered a hamstring injury. What we don't know is the extent of that injury, the severity of the injuries. We don't know. What we do know is that they got hurt. Now, I would imagine if it was something really serious, we would have heard about that, and we have not. Dan Campbell is not, I don't think he's scheduled to meet with the media this week, but he is scheduled to be on the morning show tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I believe, 8 o'clock or 8:30.
Yeah, they're going to break news tomorrow. We're going to figure it out.
So make sure you tune in tomorrow to the morning show to hear Dan Campbell exclusively on 97.1 The Ticket, as I'm sure they're going to ask him for an update on the players, and he'll have more of an update. Also, probably an update on Hendon Hooker and where he stands, if he's going to even have a chance to play this week. Though they signed Jake Fromm, the quarterback, former Georgia quarterback who had played with the Giants and the Commanders. I'm guessing that Hendon Hooker is probably going to be out this week, and that Fromm will be here all week and have to play a little bit in the game on Saturday. But this is going to be a Nate Sudfeld game. And we talked about the confidence level that you as a Lions fan have in this team, and if it's changed at all over the last couple weeks. Since training camp started, we've seen, you've watched clips on YouTube or clips on Twitter, you've seen highlights on the news, you've heard people talk about it on our radio programs, you've read about it in the newspapers, you're getting a sense of what's happened in training camp, and you also got to see preseason games, not only with the Lions, but the rest of the league, and wondering if at all your confidence has changed in their ability to win the NFC North division and get right back to the playoffs and hopefully win playoff games and get back to where they were last year, which is the NFC Championship game. Has it changed at all? I mean, we got to see J.J. McCarthy working with the Vikings, and he looked pretty good. We got to see Caleb Williams working with the Bears for a few series, and he looks really good. And then you look at the rosters combined, and those are two teams that have explosive offensive weapons, but young quarterbacks. And then, of course, there's Green Bay, and we know that Jordan Love was the best quarterback in football in the second half of last year. So has your confidence shaken at all over the last 2 weeks? And now you add to it, now they've got these injuries that they're having to deal with. Again, we don't know the severity of it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text us as well. Where's your confidence level with this Lions team? Has it changed at all over the last 2 weeks? We'll discuss it with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions head coach Dan Campbell talking about the wide receiver room. He'd love to see somebody step up and instill some more confidence in the wide receivers. And we didn't see a whole lot last Thursday from any of the receivers. We've heard an awful lot about the upside of players. I mean, Darius Fountain and Caden Davis have really turned heads of people in the media, and the coaches have spoken glowingly about those guys. But we didn't see anything in the game Thursday. And that's why Dan Campbell's trying to light a fire, trying to get somebody to step up. This is some breaking news, though. This just came down actually right when we went to commercial break. This is from Adam Schefter. ESPN sources Vikings rookie first-round pick J.J. McCarthy is expected to undergo knee surgery that will determine how much time he's going to be sidelined. McCarthy complained about knee soreness over the weekend and underwent an MRI on Monday night. Now, there are other people who have reported Tom Pelissero and Ian Rappaport say that McCarthy missed practice with knee soreness, and tests revealed a meniscus issue that he'll undergo surgery for. So we don't know how long he'll be out for. This is just undergoing the scope, and you're out for a couple days or a week, or is this something that is it a meniscus tear and something that could sideline him for several weeks and going into the season? Don't know, but looks like Sam Darnold will start the season as the quarterback unless this is a scope issue and going to be cleaned up quickly.
Well, Gator, I mean, nobody wants to get surgery.
No.
But with that being said, I mean, I thought JJ looked pretty good over the weekend.
I thought he looked very good.
And you got to believe he'll be out for at least a little bit. You're right, unless they have to just clean it up, and maybe you're only looking at a couple of weeks. But you asked the question last segment, and I think it's a great question. Because watching just football this weekend, whether it was JJ in Minnesota, Caleb in Chicago taking on the Bills, or whether it was even Green Bay and Jordan Love, like I do wonder if Lions fans, now that we're like live bullets, the real thing, season's about to start in 3-4 weeks, I wonder if Lions fans are as confident as they were, considering Lions got their own injuries yesterday at practice, not to mention those two comments from Dan Campbell makes you wonder if Dan Campbell wonders or believes these things have been a tad underwhelming so far.
Another addendum on J.J. McCarthy. Adam Schefter follows up with a tweet saying that McCarthy has a torn meniscus in his right knee. That's per the head coach, Kevin O'Connell.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how long that means he's out for. We'll wait for the doctor. Is Dr. Chow? What's the doctor's name?
The doctor on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, look for the real Chow, not the fake Chow. There's a lot of fake doctors out there.
Wow. So a torn meniscus. I mean, that does not seem good.
Fake Chow.
Yeah. Well, we saw reports yesterday of another fake doctor out there too, right?
You see the movie Hall Pass?
Yeah, of course. of course, Gator.
Fake Chow. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. But we are talking, it's germane to our conversation because we're talking about the confidence level you have in the Lions over the last couple of weeks. Has it changed at all with the landscape of what's going on in football? We got to see players play in preseason. Now, we all know, hey, it's preseason. It really doesn't matter. But if you can watch, and I think you can look at it objectively and understand that it does matter and still come out saying, like, for instance, J.J. McCarthy handled himself pretty well.
Yeah, he was great.
Looked like he had zip on the passes and threw the ball well downfield.
He was mobile,
ran when he had
elusive.
to run. Yeah. Now we find out he's got a torn meniscus, which is unfortunate for him. If you watch the Bears, if you watch Caleb Williams, you saw him move around the pocket, buy himself some extra time to complete some passes, threw the ball downfield very well, showed off his athleticism, took off running, picked up 13 yards, and then slid, already showing the maturity, knowing when to slide. I'm not saying that, send the trophy to Chicago. I'm just saying it's a nice first effort from Caleb Williams that you have to look at and say, okay, there's talent there. Clearly, we saw it in college, and now you can see it with the pro ranks, even though it's a preseason game. And then you look at what we have with the Lions. There's not much to glean from the Lions game because they didn't play any starters. No. The starters they did play, there were a couple on defense, and they were defensive backs, and they look good. Terry Arnold looked good. And Ennis Rakestraw made a couple plays. He looked good. But otherwise, we didn't see any starters play. We didn't. If there's a guy competing for his starting job, James Houston, he got a quarterback pressure in, and they were also using him to drop back into coverage. And, it was up and down reviews on that. There were some down reviews. You look at Pro Football Focus, they graded him very poorly. But if you watch the game with your eyes, the eyeball test, I mean, I thought he was fine. But what we also found out earlier this week is that maybe the experiment of using James Houston as being a guy you can drop into coverage is something they're going to put a stop to.
Yeah. They pretty much said that.
Yeah. They're like, okay, we're done with that. He's an edge rusher. He's going to set the edge, and he's going to come in as a pass rusher. That's it. And that's his skill set. And he's awfully good at it. At least he was with the 8 sacks in 7 games 2 years ago.
So, Gator, a lot of people on the ticket text are giving their timelines on how long JJ should be out. It's anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks. So, you should feel reassured that he's going to come back. But a lot of people as well want you to use the meniscus voice.
My head coach in high school, my high school football coach. Because I had a knee injury in practice. I came into the trainer's room, and the coach, first thing, all he could focus on was he had it set in his mind. It was a meniscus injury. Is it the meniscus? No. I think it's just a bruise. It's just a bruise. Yeah, it's not the meniscus.
That's how your head coach sounded?
He was the meniscus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is he still with us?
He is not.
Oh,
he is not.
Rest in peace.
But the memories are there, and that whole conversation that he had with our trainer is still one of the funnier conversations I can remember in my mind, because the trainer was like, "It's not the meniscus,"
but he kept insisting.
Meniscus.
Wait, so this was on you?
Yeah.
So you were a big part of the team if he's worried so much about your knee health.
Of course.
He loved all his players.
We had unconditional loyalty for all of us.
Yes.
No, actually, it's funny because the play that I got hurt in practice, we were running the second team offense, and I was on second team offense, first team defense, and I had collided with a teammate of mine, the tight end. I was a tackle, and the tight end was taller than me. His knee hit directly above my knee.
Oh.
And I went down like a ton of bricks, and I thought that it really hurt it, and it swelled up like a basketball. It was huge, but it wasn't anything other than just a bruise. And I was out of practice for a couple of days and missed. I was going to miss the game, and then they threw me into the game, and I could barely stand. I'm like, really? You want me to go in the game? Okay, but that's a whole other issue. But no, it was not the meniscus with me then. It is the meniscus with JJ McCarthy, and that's unfortunate for him. 248-539-9797. Joey is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joey.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you,
Joey?
Today.
What's that?
I was going to say something that's really important. Just listen to me out real quick. So, Lions went 0-4. I'm sorry, 4-0 in preseason, 2008. What was their record?
Oh, boy.
I forget, Joey.
I think they may have lost every game that year.
0-16.
Dan Orlovsky might have ran out of the back of the end zone, too.
So, my confidence level is the same, guys. I feel like the Lions are going to do great. I'm actually driving in Wisconsin right now, and I was at a gas station wearing my Detroit hat, and the guy goes to me, "How you guys going to do this year?" And I told him, we're going to kill it.
What was the guy a Packer
Was he
fan?
happy about that or no? Was he upset with you?
I'm sorry?
Never mind. Thank you. I appreciate that. So
phone lines in Green Bay, pretty questionable.
Yeah. I imagine anybody enters the state of Wisconsin wearing a Detroit hat, they're probably not going to be happy with that.
How are you guys going to do this year?
We're going to kill it. We're going to kill it.
Kill it. Kill it. Sorry.
You think he told him, hey, you remember when we went undefeated in the preseason? And then, no. You think he told that story to the Wisconsin
Can I ask you
guy?
guys a question? Like doing radio for such a long time.
Yeah.
You guys are on all the time. What is the one thing?
That's one of them.
That callers say, and they act like they're breaking news, but obviously we know all this stuff.
Right. No,
they're the Lions went. Oh wow, I forgot they went undefeated.
The Lions going perfect in the preseason and going imperfect in the regular season. That's one. I don't know if you knew that Clayton Kershaw and Matthew Stafford, they went to high school together.
Tom Izzo and Steve Mariucci, they know each other.
There's that. There's
my favorite is you guys. You know what the definition of insanity is?
Don't. We don't even talk about that.
When you do it over and over and over again, that's the definition of insanity.
No, and expect the same result.
That's my favorite one.
That's where they come in, which is not the definition of insanity at all. Yes, that's part of it. There's a bunch of
What's another one? Come on.
I
Have
had
hit the
one,
biggest
and then it lost. Then it left me. Tom Selleck getting at bats with the Tigers in spring training. Did you know that? Did you know Tom Selleck got an at bat?
That's going way back.
I know, but this is the thing. This is what you hear.
Oh, do you know Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker once were on Sesame Street? Do you know Lance Parrish was on Different Strokes? I mean, I can hit you with that too.
I didn't know Lance Parrish was on
He was, yeah. He was Sam's coach. Or actually, he came to speak to Sam's softball team. Yeah, remember Sam was the
Sam was
stepbrother from
that
Arnold.
was like the last season. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when they had to give you a new character just to save the show for a year. Kind of like the same thing with the Brady Bunch and that Oliver kid.
Don't. Oliver. The actor's name was Robbie Rist.
What do you think
Don't
Robbie
ask me why I
Rist
know
is
that.
doing these days?
He was a filmmaker at the time.
Oh, good.
Last I heard, but I don't know because that's nothing I should ever mention again. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, people. I think you all should visit Hollywood Casino Greektown this summer for exciting live sports action. Football's just around the corner. Baseball's going on right now. You can bet on the games. What could be better? I can tell you. They got the biggest screens around, and ESPN Bet is live in Michigan. Plus, listen carefully. Penn Play Reward members can win up to $500 Penn Cash every week. All you got to do, and I do this myself, visit PennPlaySports.com/cover5. PennPlaySports.com/cover5 and register for your chance to play and win. It's totally free. All you're doing is making weekly picks, and you can win. I play it every week, and it's a blast. And did I mention totally free? Not a member? Get the Penn Play app today. That too, totally free. Hollywood Casino Greektown, your live sports headquarters. Bring your crew in for all the action. Must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Harbs wasn't Saved by the Bell?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the ticket text is littered with things that callers have told radio hosts thinking they didn't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear some of these?
Sure.
All right. Did you know Harbaugh wasn't Saved by the Bell? Yes,
I actually don't remember that.
He was Screech's uncle.
I remember
True story.
that.
Well, that's what you want to be known as.
Yes. Poor Screech.
I mean, if you're going to get a character, you want to be somehow related to Screech. It makes a lot of sense now.
Rest in peace, Dustin
Certainly.
Diamond.
Sorry to
Here's
see
another one. Did you know the Tigers could have traded Porcello for Roy Halladay? I haven't heard that one in a while, Mike in Ann Arbor.
Okay.
Somebody just keeps shouting out Rod Marinelli pad level. I don't know why. Gator, who was worse for their show? Cousin Oliver from Brady Bunch or Cousin Seven from Married with Children? Who was Cousin Seven in Married with Children?
Was he a
I don't
cousin,
remember.
or he was a baby, wasn't it? On Married with Children that just came in late.
I don't remember them having a
and
kid.
The show was done at that point.
Yes.
Nobody was really paying it. And I used to like Married with Children, and then it just kind of got old. But the Brady Bunch, because the Brady Bunch was only on for like 120 episodes.
Right.
So it was a handful of seasons.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And Oliver just tanked it. Absolutely tanked it.
Yeah, I know you have strong feelings about
Yeah,
this.
well, I mean,
I've heard you talk about it before.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that caused the demise of the Brady Bunch
Like
franchise.
Greg trying to have sex with his mother?
Well, that was off camera.
Oh.
That wasn't part of the storyline.
Yeah, that would be a very special episode of the Brady Bunch.
my favorite.
It's an after-school special.
Well, I'm just maybe things get weird on the set. I'm just saying. My favorite Brady Bunch was when the tarantula was
It was
in
one of the
Hawaii.
Hawaii episodes.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
The Curse of the Tiki. Yeah.
I got a couple more for you because I know you love these. Draper cost $1. Did you remember that one?
right. Yeah.
Yep. I've been a Lions fan for 60 years, my whole life.
Got to let everybody know how long you've been watching them. Yeah.
Sparky's 40 game thing.
Yeah, Sparky Anderson said that you don't know how good a baseball team is until 40 games.
These are fantastic. The two biggest things callers say, number one, how old they are and what year they were born. The second thing is, I'll make this quick. And then what about this one? Do you know Joik Bell was a security guard at Wayne State?
How about that? There you go.
Yes. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, getting back to the Lions and confidence level, I'm curious to hear from people, and it sounds like to this point, people are still pretty confident in the Lions, and I would have expected that. I think people are going to be chesty about this team until there's a reason not to be chesty about the team, and the reasons won't come externally. It'll happen internally. The thing that's going to rattle confidence in a Lions fan is when you see starters, and let's say on defense, and it doesn't look like there's improvement. Like Hutchinson's not getting home.
Yes.
Like there's no rush from the other side of Hutchinson. That the secondary is just giving up 300 yards a game like it's their job. Those are things that'll do it, and you won't know that until the season begins. I don't think the only other thing that can help erode the confidence level before the season are injuries.
Oh, God.
And that's kind of why we brought this up, because of the triumvirate of injuries that we saw from last night's practice. 2 rookie defensive backs and then Jahmyr Gibbs. The rookies are supposed to make a huge impact this year. Likely one of them to start, maybe both start. But we don't know the extent of the severity of the injuries that they've suffered. And that's important. Dan Campbell will come on with a morning show tomorrow, and you can hear what he has to say about it, because he will definitely be asked about it. But and I'll be waiting to hear what he has to say about it too, and we'll be discussing it tomorrow on the show. But to me, that's what will affect the confidence level. It's not how good Green Bay or Minnesota or the Bears look, and now it looks like Minnesota's going to be without J.J. McCarthy for a while, but maybe he wasn't going to beat out Sam Darnold anyway. We don't know. But now it looks like it's Sam Darnold's team. I'm not concerned about Sam Darnold, and I never have been.
No, I would agree with you. The only thing that gives you pause, for me, it's just me, it's the Bears and the Packers. And we knew the Packers were going to be good, considering they showed it last year. Like, the Packers are a carbon copy of the Lions, I feel, with a better defense. The fact that they got hot late last season, they won a playoff game, kind of reminded me of the Lions of a couple years ago when they went 8-2 in their final 10, should have made the postseason. And then, of course, they followed it up by winning the division. Here's what I worry about. And I think the Lions are winning the division, okay? But what I do worry about is that everything went perfect for Detroit last year. From the schedule to the injuries, which were pretty much non-existent late in the season, to playing in a division that nobody was very good in. Now things have seemed to change a little bit. And then more than anything, and I do think about this, I wonder if last year was their one opportunity. Like, hell, they led the Niners by 17 points on the road. And then, of course, they couldn't win the football game. And we went into like a 3-week deep depression.
Okay.
So I do worry about those types of things, but I think they're winning the division.
I want to be careful with this because I don't want you to be offended by this. I don't think you're a loser. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, that's very nice.
Okay.
Very nice. Here we go.
What I'm saying is I think if you have that thought that was the only that was their window, that's a loser mentality.
Yeah, well, that has definitely crossed my mind.
I'm not offending you. I don't want to offend you. It's not meant to. It's just that I thought that at this point, because of the progression that they have made under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, because it keeps going up and up and up each year, that we'd be past that.
Oh, that's fair.
And thinking that, is this window, is it one and done? I don't see that because of the way that they're building the team and the way that they're keeping this team, the foundation of this team in place. The re-signing of St. Brown and Penei Sewell and Jared Goff and Taylor Decker and giving these guys their contracts to keep them around. I think the window stays open for a while here, and
You're
it's
probably right.
and it's also because of the draft classes. I mean, Brad Holmes is just
he's knocked it out of the park.
He's hit on damn near most of these picks, and he's done a great job with it. So that continues to add to the foundation for the future. That I can't look at this team and say that last year was the window to win it. I think that this stays open for a while.
When we're talking about things we worry about, just some of the things that make me worry. But again, I do think they're winning the division. But I'm curious if fans will admit that confidence has eroded just the slightest bit, or maybe it hasn't. I mean, the majority of people that have called in today are pretty damn confident. They think they're going to win the division. They think they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, we brought this up because of the injuries and because of you see in the first weekend of football. And now that we've cleared this for the first few hours here, I think that we're going to have to see a lot more to erode the confidence.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, we got injuries that we don't know the outcome. Like, by no means should you think Gibbs is severely hurt, because I truly believe if he was, I think it would come out from a Schefter or somebody else saying he's out for the season, which is not the case. So I actually think that's probably pretty good news. We got a bunch of guys that got dinged up. That's it. And when they all happen at one time, yes, it kind of takes you aback a little bit. You got a bunch of guys that are dinged up in training camp. It happens.
Right. But the coach is calling out the receivers to say somebody step up. James Houston is going to go back to just being a pass rusher. I think we're going to see some good things happen the rest of training camp here. And will we see it this weekend against Kansas City? That I don't know. Are we going to see Jake Fromm play this Saturday? Or is it going to be all Sudfeld all the time in that game? I imagine we're going to see probably 3/4 of Sudfeld, maybe a quarter of Jake Fromm. But, there's still a chance, I guess, that Jared Goff might play. But I hope that's not the case. I don't know if, when you hear that J.J. McCarthy has to go surgery for a torn meniscus, or that you've got your own players that are dinged up here, do you just want to say, forget it? Put these guys in. We're just going to practice. We're not going to worry about
any of these guys. Yeah. I would do my best, and I know you can't run camp this way. I would do my best to put them in bubble wrap. Like, honestly, every healthy body, I don't want to see you to the first game against the Rams. I know you can't do that.
There's a reason the quarterback wears the red jersey in practice. You don't touch. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Of course, you can listen to the Karsch and Anderson program and any of the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket with the Odyssey app. Just download the Odyssey app free of charge. It's AUDACY. We got a 24-hour feature. You can go back in the last 24 hours, hear anything on the station that you want. Great way to do it. You want to watch the show live streamed on video. You can go to twitch.tv.
Wait,
search
this
for
is not
971.
video? It's not video.
Oh, yeah.
No, this not today.
Sure.
No. This head on video?
Yeah.
You guys got to tell people about. I could have wore a hat. You got to tell me these things.
Every day, every show.
Oh. The big lights aren't on. I feel
Well,
like
sometimes we don't turn the lights on.
Oh. Damn it.
You should be thankful the lights aren't on.
I know, because I know why the lights aren't on. I would blind people. People would go blind watching the stream.
It guys get a good shine on it sometimes.
Yeah, because
I mean,
they
it's not
see
a
the
Ken
scalp.
Cal shine, but it's a good shine.
Yeah, wow,
It's a sporadic shine up front.
I was actually looking up, and I'm like, the lights are off. Obviously, Doug's not here, so we're not on video. Beautiful.
Yeah, well, Doug's got the shine, too.
No, he wears a hat, though. I got to
Sometimes.
really find a hat.
Doesn't always wear the hat.
What? It seems like
No,
you
I
wanna
was
say
just gonna
something.
say, like, this is the first time you two have worked together in over 5 years that I think we established to start the show, because you guys haven't been together on the air.
I don't think video existed 5 years ago.
Maybe not. And but this is Gatorade heading into hour 4 now. You've got the new look Rieger, because the last time you were on the air with him, he had hair, more hair than this.
I was hanging on.
Yeah, and now you're no longer hanging on, but you're not totally bicking it. There's a little, like, I don't know. You take
I'm doing the Karsch.
Do you? Is it like a 1 or something?
It's the purple guard on my trimmers. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
They have
what-
numbers, but
I don't know what that is.
I'm assuming it's very low, like a 1.
I'm very color coded oriented. Okay, so I go with the purple. But yeah, I like this look I got going.
Well,
Not
I was
that
going to
anybody
ask
gives a
Gator. Gator, what do you think? First time here, 3 hours in, Rieger's new look.
It's okay. It's okay. And he's hanging on. It's look, there's a transition here. I went through this with Doug when Doug was going through that same transition. And, there comes a time when you just say, I'm done with it. And you either shave it all or you keep it as tight as possible.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, and people can see
this
this
guy.
on YouTube and Twitch right now if they,
That's
if
right.
they haven't already.
He says I'm hanging on. That's not really a compliment. I feel. Well,
I wasn't giving a compliment. I was giving an assessment.
Oh,
I mean, if you want to,
He's like an
I would
insurance
a
agent.
compliment.
Do you want
God forbid the guy gives the guy a compliment.
do you want a compliment? I mean, do you need
who
the
doesn't want
compliment?
a compliment? He's struggling. He's struggling to come up with a compliment.
I think the facial hair looks good with it. It's a good combo.
See, I'm very good. I'm very quick. You want a compliment? I can tell you. I like your glasses, Gator. Kang. I like that black hat you're wearing that has absolutely no logo. You remind me of like Joe Goldberg from You. You look good.
I don't endorse anybody. It's just a plain
You're
hat.
not bought and paid.
It's odd. Normally you got the tiger hat on.
Yeah, I know. I switched it up today.
Yeah, it's how it happens. I ran it when I was with my friends last Friday night. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and there was another friend of ours we were referring to. I said, how many? I said, Billy's always got hats, right? How many hats do you think he has? My friend's like, maybe 40. I'm like, no, it's got to be more than that. I said, I'm gonna go like 60. He's like, 60? Yeah, I'm gonna go 60. So bring my friend over. Go, Bill, how many hats you got? He's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know, 150.
Jeez.
Like, what? He's like, I got 40 on my dresser right now.
That's too much.
And there's a whole lot. I'm like, that's a lot
Is
of
this
hats.
a single guy?
No.
Wow.
No, and then that was the other thing. We said, well, how many hats has your son? Because his son is, like, I think 21 or 22. How many hats has he stolen from you? And he's like, oh, he's taken a couple, but no, these are all mine.
Wow.
And he's I just went through a purge, too. I got rid of a bunch of them, and he still has, like, 150 hats.
Well, Doug's got a lot of hats, too.
Doug's got a lot of hats.
Yeah.
Doug's got a lot of hats.
Yeah, see, there's certain guys that can pull off the hat look. I can't. I got such a weird shaped head. I got the Frankenstein bolts in the back.
You don't think you pull the hat?
Here's the problem, Gator. I like to wear sunglasses or glasses, and the hat comes. I got a small head like this, so the hat comes down too far, interacts with the glasses. I'm a mess, dude.
You need to find the right
That's why
hat.
I chose radio. That's why I'm a little taken aback. There's a video.
I mean, there's a difference between a cap and a hat.
Any chance you guys can, I'm in here on Friday. You got Stoney tomorrow. Any chance you guys could get those bars that they use for the witness relocation people? Just put them over my head.
You want to blur out your face?
Could we?
You got to talk to the video guys.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think it would be best for the people listening or watching, rather.
Watching, yeah. Listening, they're fine. Well,
are
maybe
they
not
fine?
fine. Not
Are they
fine. Maybe.
Could we
Maybe
do
not.
something with my voice?
Yeah,
too?
maybe not fine.
So
Anyway.
something that's both of you guys struggle with because you're both married, and I am not. So this is sitting back. I can either point and laugh or try to be sympathetic to your cause.
Is that a good feeling, by the way? The fact that you literally can go home after the show and go golfing if you wanted to. Kang and I can go home after the show and be told what to do.
I can and I can't. I'm not as free as you think I am.
That's a shame.
And then I also have the dog.
Okay, fair enough.
So the dog is an issue, as you know, being a dog owner. That I've left the dog alone since this morning when I left the house at 8:30. I get home, she's dying to go outside. So and then to go ahead and leave the dog for another 6 hours.
Yeah, it's not nice
to go play golf. That's not because I'll pay for it. This is how it works. Look, you guys deal with it with your spouses. And maybe you know this with a dog. I don't know if your dog would make you pay for things that, like if you took off again. But if I come back, like if I were to do that, and I come back home, if I let the dog outside, she doesn't want to come back inside. She'll make me stay up late now. And she's like, you're going to have to pay the punishment for it. And then it's a struggle. And now next thing I know, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. And now I have to get aggressive with the dog to get her to come inside. And then she'll eventually come in the room, go to sleep, and then she'll get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning and say, I want to go out now.
Dogs are great, but you had it
They're
all,
spiteful.
Gator, you had it all. You were single. You had no dependence. You could go golfing and just go on the boat. You had it all, man. What'd you do?
Yeah, I love my life. Nothing wrong with my life. Look, we're going to focus on you guys here. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because
go back to that.
Because, King, you've got a little situation at home. Well, it's not a situation. It's just you're doing something that in my mind, and I think in yours as well, and Jeff's, it should be pretty easy. All right? You've got you're going to have to go through getting a new roof, and you have to pick out the color.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty easy. I feel like you've hit like another level of adulting, though. Like there's stages to this, right? When maybe you buy a house, you have to, or before that, even paying bills in general, or doing your own laundry,
making your own food.
That's like
You're living on your own.
Yeah, buying groceries, things like that. Then the next level is maybe you buy a house or a condo, and you got a mortgage. You've taken out a loan. All that stuff. That's another level, and maybe you have kids. That's a whole nother level.
That's a different level altogether.
Yeah, exactly. Now we've hit the stage where we live at our house long enough that we need a new roof. There was hail damage from the past storms this year and all that stuff. So, okay, wow, I'm getting a new roof. I thought it was pretty simple. You have a guy come over, they assess the damage, tell you need a new roof. Here's a time frame, all that stuff. I totally forgot about the obvious, which is you got to pick out the shingles. And not just the shingles, you got to pick out the colors. And I'm like, okay, I'm not sure I knew how many colors of roofs there were or shingles. There's a lot more than 2, all right? Like, I thought, okay, we'll do black or gray. No, there's other colors I've never heard of. It's like paint.
Sandstone.
Yeah,
in a way, it's like it's not as many, but there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot to look through. And
driftwood, whatever you want to call it. It's all these. Yeah.
And I mentioned this during the crosstalk. After the crosstalk, I talked to Heather about this. And because she was curious of what we were going to say. And I mentioned what it was. And she said, the first question she asked, I thought was a great question. She said, well, what color was the roof before? Like, don't you just go you can just go with the same roof.
Good point.
Match it up and let's do the same thing. If you liked it, I mean, unless you want to change.
Yeah, but the problem is Kang, in living in his house, how long have you lived there?
10, 12 years now.
Yeah, Kang has lived in his house 10 to 12 years. Probably never has realized what the color of the roof was. Like,
didn't know.
If Kang's buddy would ask him,
100%.
Hey, Kang, what color is your roof?
I'd say, yep.
Exactly. I don't know what the hell the color of my roof is. But
until you have to look at it and be like, now you know.
So I've had to do this twice. The first house I owned was a smaller house, and I had to get a new roof on it. And that's when I realized my roof is red.
Right? You had no idea. You're like,
no
what?
idea. I'm like,
I have a red roof.
This looks terrible. What? This is what the shingles are? And then the roofing guy, back then, the roofing guy shows up, and he literally had like 3 samples. Right? There were like 3. This is like 19.
Was it wood, hay, and metal?
It's like maybe the year 2000, 2001, somewhere in there. There were like 3 different kinds, 3 different colors. I'm like, oh, the black looks great. Let's go with that. That's an excellent choice, sir. I'm like, great. Then I get.
It's in our top 3 favorites.
Right. It's chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Then I buy my second house, and a few years into living, well, more than a few years, I guess like 6 years living there, I had to get a new roof. And that one I paid more attention to. But again, it was a quick, and it wasn't like I needed to really consternate over this decision. The guy showed me, and this time there may have been 10 samples, maybe. And I'm like, he's like, what are you thinking? I'm like, well, I'm thinking going dark again. It was dark before, or something similar to that. And he goes, okay. And then it narrowed it down to like 3 again. And I'm like, this one, excellent choice, sir. Chef's kiss.
Of course, always.
Simple, right? But it's just me.
It's just you.
You guys, whole different ball game because the wives throw in a whole different variable.
Wait, are you insinuating that I have a choice in the matter? With me, it's you guys.
Now,
it's
here's
like,
where I'm sympathetic about this because we're all guys here, and there shouldn't be a whole lot of debate about the freaking color of the shingles on the roof.
Yeah.
It should be pretty simple. You go dark or light, and you figure it out from there. It should be easy. This isn't like picking out countertops or tile or cabinets or flooring. Those are tougher decisions to make, and I grant that. But for you guys, I feel bad because if you even take away the decision-making process from yourself and just leave it up to your better halves, shouldn't it be done quickly? Like, I mean, hey, your decision, whatever you want to do, sweetie. It doesn't matter.
but you got to get it right.
Yeah,
but she has to get it right.
No,
it's not you. You don't have a say.
Listen. I agree with you. I take it away all the time, but it does take forever. And I feel, King, people are texting in. People have spent years deciding the color of their roof. So good luck, bud.
Years. Well, the thing was, I actually have some power in my household, unlike Rieger. He actually has none whatsoever.
I
He's like,
lawn. That's
Jeff
about
has
it.
no hand. Jeff has no hand.
Dude, he just lives there, all right? But me, I'm not trying to pick the color, by the way, of the shingles, but she does ask my opinion, and then she has a hard time making a decision. So this is why this is taking so long. And you ask, okay, why don't you just go with the same color? Well, she's thinking about changing the color of the trim of the house now. So you know,
that's more expensive.
Right, that's a whole other issue.
There you go.
That's the problem.
King, there is this great text that just came in, and it's so true. It says, real talk, King. After your new roof is on, you'll find yourself standing in the front or backyard staring at it while drinking a beer, telling yourself how nice it looks simply because you realize how much money you actually spent on it.
Yeah.
Tony and I.
100%. You're gonna. That's the best $15,000 I ever spent. That looks awesome. That looks fantastic. But the question about all this is this. What is it that she cares way more about than you do? Clearly, in this case, it's a roof. It's the shingles. But what is it in your household that all the time in the world is dedicated to making the right decision about this, or that she cares more about cleaning this than you do? And you're like, I just get it done. I don't care. 248-539-9797, same number to call or text. My boys are having a hard time here. I'm trying to help them out and sympathize a little bit. We're trying to have a little group therapy here.
I can tell you what it's not
It's
in
a
my
safe
household.
space.
My golf game. She doesn't care about my golf game.
I'm sure she does not.
No.
This
No.
is 97.1, the ticket. I can only imagine the texts that are coming in.
No, they're not positive.
You can call us as well at 248-539-9797. I mean, it started off as like an adulting kind of conversation. Is we as men and women, there comes a point in your life when you feel like, hey, I'm becoming adult. There are the big boy things and big girl things, and I'm doing it. You know, you go out and you buy your first car, you buy your first house, you're paying rent, you're doing your laundry, you're making your food, and things just gradually get bigger and bigger and bigger. You have a family. You have to take care of children. You're putting kids through school. All types of things. You're taking care of your parents. All types of things. But
you're thinking to yourself, man, it used to be so much fun.
Yeah, well, it still can be fun. But then Kang brings up that he has to get a new roof, and I'm laughing because to me it's like one of the simplest things you can do. The tough part is the groundwork and finding the right company that's going to get the job done to your satisfaction, and knowing that roof is going to be there for for the next 15 to 25 years so that you don't have to do it again. That's the tough part. Once you get past that hurdle, picking out the color of the shingles should be easy. But then, Ken, you brought up another variable in there. Once you pick the color out, then does that change? Ooh, now we want to change the trim on the house. You know what? Maybe we should paint the brick. Maybe we're going to paint the brick and the exterior of the house white, and then we'll get the trim black, and then I need to get a dark colored shingle. Like it can expand and just turn into something, explode into something that you didn't ever want.
And what the hell's your budget, too? Like, you got to worry about that.
We're going through insurance here, so it should be mostly taken care of.
There's still a budget.
Yeah,
do whatever you want.
There's still a budget, yeah. But, I mean, like you said, Rieger, I never even realized the color of my own roof until now. So now I feel like it's not like paint, though. Once you pick the roof, Gator, you're right. It's 10, 15, 20 years. It's not like I just go back up and go, change it next year.
Which is why there aren't as many. I mean, there's options.
Yes.
But there's not as many options as paint. Like paint, you're like, oh, good God. And like, I don't know what the difference between burnt sienna and crisp sienna is,
Right.
I think there's 75 shades of green here that all look like they can work. Paint for me was the hardest thing. Finding paint colors with my renovation was the most difficult thing I had to go through with a renovation. Because it ends up getting the minutia of you come down to 2 or 3 different shades, and they look really exactly the same.
You just take them home and you put them on the wall.
And they look the same.
And then you make the mistake of going to another paint store, or you go somewhere else to look at paint samples. Or you go to whether it's Home Depot or Lowe's or wherever you're going, other Pittsburgh Paints, whatever. And then they have a whole different set of, and their colors are called something different, but they look exact. It gets to be annoying because that's a tough decision to make. The roof shouldn't be until you factor in that stuff, which is why we get to this, which is what does she care more than you care about?
Everything. I got some ticket text, by the way, but everything. You ever notice, like, Gator, I know you're not married, but Kane, you could probably pick up on this. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've walked through the bathroom in the span of a week, and then my wife will yell at me and said, hey, have you noticed the toothpaste in the sink? You were in there for a week. You didn't clean it up. I'm like, honey, I didn't notice that. Well, I'm looking at my phone the whole time. I'm looking at damn toothpaste. There are so many things in my house that I just walk through the house. I notice nothing. It's gotten to the point where my wife now leaves sticky notes on various things of what I have to take care of. I don't get how I miss
her other
it.
child.
I do kind of feel bad for her.
You were telling me in Gator this morning that, are you changing your address plate or something?
The other day I come home and Allison's like, hey, you ever get sick of our address plate? I'm like, what's our address plate?
Address plate?
Well, what are we talking
on the front of the
about?
house, it says the number of our street address?
Oh, that? No, why?
1313 Mockingbird Lane. I got a problem with the 1313.
She decides to go on Amazon. Next thing I know, can you put the address plate up? I'm like, oh, you got a new one. I had no say in this. I had no idea.
You went ahead and did that, did you?
She cared more than you.
I mean, but that's
another thing.
Why? I feel bad. Like, I look around our house and I never think to myself, oh, we should change that. I'm really content with everything.
But there's also got to be something that you do care about. And she also cares about it. And then you guys butt heads over it because, I want it to look like this. I like this. And she's like, well, I hate that color. Like, well, I love this color. Have you gotten in those arguments yet?
Yeah, we recently got a driveway and we yelled and screamed at each other about should there be cement on the side of the house, like going up, like where you could put the trash bins.
Okay.
Yeah, so I thought that'd be a great idea. And she's like, that's a stupid idea. And next thing I know, we're getting landscaping too, and we're going to put bushes there. So.
Yeah, we knew you lost. I was just wondering how you lost there.
Hey, just a couple of big pavers there. No, we got.
I wanted
had to call a landscaper.
Yeah.
I'm like, can I win one freaking argument?
No, not even the trash. Where the trash goes.
You guys want some ticket text on this? Here we go. She cares about everything more than I do, from Gabriel and Davison. Yeah, sounds about right. I feel this conversation so much. We just had the roof done, stamp back patio, new driveway and walkway, siding, gutters, front door, and garage door. Wow. These last 2 months have been a roller coaster of emotions. LOL, my bank account hates me. That sounds horrendous.
Yeah. How are your gutters, King? Are they good?
They're getting changed too.
Oh man, that's part of it.
Insurance, Gator. Insurance.
They got messed up, man.
And they got to find out what color you want the gutters to
He
be.
asked about that. He goes, "Do you want to keep the same color?" I go, "What?" I looked at him. I go, "No, don't give her any ideas. Same color, same exact gutters. What do we know?"
You want the gutter guard on that, or do you want to leave them open?
Everything the same. Stop it.
Yes, right. Take a picture of this and make it
More
new,
options,
but the
more
same.
Yes, and please keep the cost down. By the way, this is for you, King. This is Steve from Lake Orion. Just wanted to say I spent a year and a half picking out my roof and sidings and colors, and then he typed out laugh out loud.
A year and a half.
Year and a
Oh,
half.
my God.
You're in for some hell, buddy.
No. Yeah.
Well, see, that's all the
Here's the thing. Like
how defeated he
my
sounds.
mother-in-law is doing the same right now, and she is more indecisive than my wife, so that's where she gets it from. She's driven around the entire county, I think, looking at roofs.
You ever
Like,
ask
I'm
your
not
mother-in-law,
kidding.
How do you care so much? Why do you care so much?
I don't know if she likes doing this, or or is this really that big of an important decision? I'm like, they're telling her houses that they've done, so she's finding these houses and driving around the county.
How long has this been going on for?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. This goes on for another 2 weeks.
No, this is done, man. We're picking something.
At some point, are you just going to go, why do you care so much?
No, I'm not. I can't do it like that.
Make a decision. You're not going to explode.
No, I'm not going to. I can't do it
You
like
keep
that.
it under
Yeah,
control.
yeah.
You keep it under control.
Wow. At what point are you just going to pull the trigger? When are you going to make this happen?
I think
it's not up to King to make it happen.
When you feel that she's leaning one way, just emphasize that decision. You know,
Yeah,
you
100%.
reinforce that. You're like, you know what? That you're right.
Wow,
You're
that
right
looks
about
great.
Yeah,
You're a good call.
That's what you do.
That looks fantastic.
Yeah, that's how I live my life.
But you can't go too effusive in the praise, because then she's gonna pick up on it. She'll be like, oh, you're just saying that. No, no, I'm not just saying it because I want you to make a decision you haven't made in the last 3.5 weeks. No, I'm not saying that at all. I think it looks great. Great call. You've got excellent taste. Maybe you should pick up a side hustle. Want to work with Gator?
Oh, I could see that. I think you should start doing live reads on this radio station. Hey, everybody, it's Gator. If you are looking for some sports knowledge and having help choosing your colors for your tile,
Right.
call 1-800-GATOR. Does that
If
work?
you're torn between going with a marble countertop versus a man-made stone product, then we can talk about it. How much movement you want in the stone. Yeah, no. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. So a decision became final with the Olympics, and curious how people would have handled this if you had been in either position. We'll explain next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. What do you got?
So, Gator, I just saw a tweet about 8 minutes ago. Big crowd at Michigan right now in Schembechler Hall. Sharon Moore is about to address the media. Now, this was scheduled, so it's not like anything surprise, but you got to believe the number 1, 2, and 3 question will be, why'd you delete those texts with Connor Stallions, all 52 of them? So hopefully we can bring you the reaction. If not, I know Rico and Mike will talk about it, but yes, Sharon Moore about to speak to the media.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear what the questions are. I don't expect him to say too much if there's going to be controversial or anything like that. I am curious. The honorary captain thing with Harbaugh it seems like just bad timing, and I don't know if that was done before they found out about the show cause penalty, because it was said I guess Ward Manuel had said that in a podcast. That was going to happen.
Right. It became official on Friday, but you're right. I think it was thought about beforehand.
Yeah, it was done before, and they said it, and then do they regret that, or is that?
No,
or is this seriously? They just gonna both fingers, thrown right in the face of the NCAA.
So Gator, look at the timeline very quickly. Look at the timeline. Last Monday, it comes out that Sharon Moore deletes the text from Connor Stallions. Yep. Everybody's talking about it again. Then Jim Harbaugh at Chargers camp talks about the fact that he was raised the right way. He never lies, cheats, and steals. If he does, he wants forgiveness, but he knows nothing about the sign-stealing allegations. The very next day, NCAA comes out with the show cause penalty against Jim. And then the very next day, Michigan says, oh, yeah? Check this out. And they raise the championship banner at the Big House. And then it comes out that they're bringing Jimmy back as the honorary captain. So Wojo got mad at me for saying this, but I truly believe it. Michigan loves this stuff. Michigan is telling everybody, dude, not only did we win the national championship, but y'all were against us, and we won that battle as well, and now essentially take it. I believe they love this stuff.
Well, I don't know if they love it or not, but I feel like that they are taking a chance against a toothless NCAA at this point.
Well, that's another good point. What's the NCAA?
Yeah, and what are they going to do? So, Harbaugh's not there. He's not coaching anymore. He's not going to coach in the college level anytime soon. So the penalty against him is really non-existent. But it's the Stallion stuff also hasn't broken yet. That's the part that hasn't happened. To this point, it's just the recruiting violations.
All right, so I have some Sharon Moore. He's talking right now and was asked about the Connor Stallions text messages. This comes from Anthony Broom. Here's what Moore says, quote, all I can say is I look forward to them being released, unquote. Says Michigan is cooperating with the NCAA investigation and will continue to into the future. So he's saying release the text messages. All you idiots will realize there was nothing on them other than me and Connor talking about stuff that everybody texts about.
Well, we'll see. And we'll see if they actually release all of them or some of them, or if it gets fought. Who knows? I don't know. I'm at this point, I don't really care anymore. It's over. It's done with. The NCAA even said that they won it fair and square, so they're not going to take a championship away. Anything that happens at this point, again, what happens? You take away some wins from prior years at worst?
No, exactly.
So the games are already played. You can't overturn that. People saw with their own eyes what happened, even if you think there's cheating involved that took place. Okay, but in the grand scheme of things, they still win a national championship. They're not going to take it away. Move on.
Right. They won without Connor Stallions. They won with Connor Stallions. Jim Harbaugh, after almost getting fired, went 40-3 since Connor Stallions and the cheating scandal we're led to believe has been going on. I agree with you. It is just annoying at this point. However, the one wild card is, could the NCAA muster up all the power they have left and try to do something that would actually make people take notice? But you're right. Michigan's not worried about that.
The only thing I think that happens out of this is just embarrassment. It's embarrassment for the university that this went on under their watch.
But they don't seem embarrassed.
Well, no, but but it also, we haven't had the finality of it yet. Okay, all we have is on the periphery people saying that this happened and this happened. Right. And, there's different pictures taken. Oh, he was here in the Central Michigan aspect of it. But you don't have the NCAA findings on it yet. that's when it becomes a bigger story with whatever they do find out about that. And if they have any kind of evidence that links Stalions to the head coach or to any of the higher ups, then okay, now you've got the scandal continues because you didn't cooperate in the first place and all this. So it can end up being bigger and not that, again, they're not going to take away a championship from it because they already said that they won't. But it ends up being this giant stain on the university because it did happen.
Yeah, the only thing, you're right, that could happen is if they really hammer Sharon Moore, right? But then again,
who knows what evidence is there against Sharon Moore?
No, I'm led to believe. Just common sense probably tells you a decent amount of people probably knew about what Connor Stalions was doing.
I have a hard time thinking that people didn't know.
Right.
Now, did Harbaugh know? I don't know if Jim Harbaugh knew or not. People still hold him responsible and say it doesn't matter. You should have known because it's under your watch. Fair enough. I'm not going to argue that point. But did he actually know? I don't know. My gut tells me that Jim operated in a way that would distance himself from any kind of wrongdoing.
Of course.
Because he knew how to walk up to a line without crossing over it.
And he realized that it helped probably a decent amount. But we get this ticket text in. If nothing bad was on the text, why were they deleted? Now, I kind of understand why they were deleted because Connor's name pops up and maybe the first thing you think to do is delete the text. With that being said, you think if there was nothing truly bad on the text, why would you delete them to begin with? But then, of course, he gave them back to the NCAA. So,
well, and did he have to give his phone? Did he have to give up the text messages?
I mean,
it's not a police investigation.
They don't have subpoena power. That's
right,
why
I know.
Harbaugh,
this is all kind of strange.
Yeah, they got pissed at Harbaugh because Harbaugh wouldn't give up his private phone, which, by the way, like, I kind of don't know if I'd give up my private phone. Not that I have anything to hide, but like...
Yeah, I don't think first of all, if I had nothing to hide, I guess on the principle would I do it? Because I do.
Well, you would be saving the program, right? Because he's kind of leaving Sharon in a bad spot. He has left Sharon in a bad spot.
Well...
He was raised the right way, whatever.
All right. Dan is in Warren. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Dan.
Hi, guys. I want to chime in on it for a second if I can.
Sure, Dan.
You know, this is at this point, it's becoming a witch hunt. I sincerely believe that. It's called scouting. You know, stealing signs or whatever. That happens in every football game.
Dan,
teams try to do that.
Dan, I do wonder.
I don't understand why it's such a big deal.
Dan,
because they got caught.
Right. Well, I want to ask you a question, though. Do you think it helped? Do you think it helped?
No, I don't.
Well, how can you say that, though? They went 40-3, Dan, after almost getting fired. Dan, go back to COVID. Harbaugh was 2-4. He avoided playing Ohio State and Iowa. He had his contract cut in half by Ward Manuel. And next thing you know, they go 40-3. So, Dan, what's changed? Why am I supposed to believe that it didn't help, but yet they continued to do it?
Do you think out of the 40 wins, they 38 or 39 were done because they scouted? Or were they teams they should have beat anyways?
Do you think they benefited? So you don't think they benefited on any play that Stalions had scouted out, figured it out, here it is, and by illegally scouted out and figured it out and relayed the defense, hey, this is what's going to happen. You don't think that benefited on any single play?
I think they know that already.
No.
They got game film. They look at game film from prior games.
Different than stealing signs. You can look at game film all you want.
The witch hunt.
I don't know. If you know the plays, if you know what the play is, and you can put your guys in a position because you know the signs. Knowing the formation is one thing, but if you steal the signs, you know what's coming, you can gain an advantage. And they clearly gained an advantage.
If Dan was still here, I would ask him, did it help the Houston Astros at home in the World Series when they knew an off-speed pitch was coming because somebody did this?
Right. Well,
like, do you think that helped, like Alex Bregman or Jose Altuve?
And the problem with that whole thing with the Astros and stealing, sign stealing in baseball happens all the time on the field when the runner at second picks it up and he's able to relay it back.
They took it to an impressive new level.
They took it to a different level and used electronics, which was the illegal part. You can't do that. Okay?
Now, everybody does have a camera in center field, right? So everybody could do a version of that if they wanted to.
And not everybody has an assistant on the sidelines with cameras in his glasses and, on an opposing team's sideline during a scouting event or hires people to be in the stands and whatever. I don't need to get into it all.
No, but
Let's
hold on
just
a second.
suffice it to say it's a whole mess, and hopefully it comes to an end real soon so we can stop talking about it.
I do wonder if a guy like Dan, if his opinions would be changed, if you watch like this documentary that comes out at the end of this year, and if it shows what they actually did. Like, I know we think we know what they actually did, but if they get more in depth about what it all entailed, and then maybe it changes your mind if it helped or not. Because, again, why do you do it if it doesn't help?
Well, yeah, exactly. Here's what might change your mind is if it happened with another team, how would you feel if Georgia was doing this? I mean, that's where it comes down to. But because it's your team, you don't want to think of the worst.
Hold on a second. Is Michigan backing down? Go ahead, King.
Yeah, according to Austin Meek, who's at the More presser right now, he's a staff writer for covering Michigan for The Athletic. Jim Harbaugh will not be an honorary captain at Michigan's opener, Moore just said. Harbaugh called and said he didn't want to be away from the Chargers. So maybe they offered, and now Harbaugh's
I think this goes back
declining.
to I'm telling you, I think this goes back. I'm going to pump it up because this is my theory last week anyway. I'm telling you that when Ward Manuel spoke on that podcast, it was before the NCAA came down with this stuff. So they were going to do this. The podcast is out there. You can't run from it. And then the NCAA comes and has the problems with them, with the violations and the suspension and all that for the 4 years or whatever, the show cause stuff. And then it gets announced later in the week because people figured out, oh, this podcast, they said he's going to be an honorary captain. You can't do that.
All right, so according to Chris Ballas of the Wolverine, Harbaugh can't come back as honorary captain, Moore said. He wants to be with this team, like I said earlier. But Moore also said this was scheduled in January. Harbaugh's parents will take his place.
Look at that. Gator, you dunked it.
I don't know if I dunked it. I'm just saying that I have a feeling of what went down there, but I don't. Look, I think it's wise not to have Jim come in while this investigation is still ongoing before they've released it, and not the recruiting violations part of it, the Connor Stallions part.
That actually shocks me because the Michigan way, I thought Michigan and Ward and Harbaugh and Sharon, they would all just join forces and just be like, yes, we got our championship. We did it fair and square, boys.
They've come out barking a lot without biting. Last season, there was
Isn't
a lot
it funny
of
how they always back up? You're right. They back down because they kept saying, we're going to go to court. We're going to go to court. We're going to go to court. Then they back down.
And then they backed down.
Partridge had to leave the program. And now
they're all this
now
talk.
Harbaugh's
Jim's going to be our
coming.
honorary captain. Not so much.
Interesting. And by the way, Harbaugh also said he's not going to talk about this anymore.
He shouldn't. He should keep his mouth shut and just worry about the Chargers. Hey, let me tell you about a great experience I had recently with a local company. I needed a new garage door, and I also needed my garage door serviced before I got the new garage door, and I called the only people you should, Precision Garage Door. These guys were awesome. I needed a battery replaced on this so it could keep it going for the next year and a half before I had to get the doors replaced. The guys were amazing, and here's what's really great about Precision Garage Door and why customer service matters. When you want to get something done on your schedule, a lot of companies won't allow that. That's not the case with Precision. You can schedule your appointment on their website for a time that works for your schedule. All calls, you're going to call in and go ahead and schedule something. That's great too. All calls are answered 24/7. They offer the industry's leading warranty. And on weekends, they're available at no extra charge. This is awesome. And if you mention 97.1 the ticket, well, they're going to waive your service fee. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Gator, I just got to tell you, people on the ticket text are very angry.
No way.
At us.
No way.
Because we acknowledge that maybe the sign stealing actually played a part in the success of Michigan football. And then the breaking news of the hour is Jim Harbaugh is now not coming as the honorary captain for the Fresno State game. Instead, his parents are going to take his place. That's according to Sharon Moore.
Look, they won the national championship. Once they got busted for the sign stealing stuff and basically told knock it off, and they did. They won all the games of consequence, which was every game after that, because the games they played prior to that Michigan State game didn't matter. They weren't playing tough teams. You know what they did? They beat the heck out of Ohio State and Penn State and went into the playoff and did what they had to do. I mean, give them credit for last year. They won the championship. I don't take any of that away. Not at all. Now, if you want to go there and bury your head in the sand and think that for the couple of years prior to that they didn't gain any advantage of the illegal scouting that Connor Stallion and his minions did on behalf of the team.
Right.
You know, and then maybe that's the thing that people take, well, it wasn't on behalf of the team. There's no evidence. It's just that. Look, go ahead and do what you're going to do, all right? But I can't wait to see the Netflix thing come out with the Stallions thing. And I'm not sure how much that's going to show and what kind of slant they're going to put on it. If it's a positive slant for Connor Stallions, or is it a positive slant for the NCAA, or is it going to be objective? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Like, I know there's a lot of people that just think Stallions is going to get paid to come on and tell his story like, hey, nobody knew about it. I did this all on my own, blah, blah, blah. But apparently I know a couple people that are in it that gave Netflix some background, and Netflix dug up a whole bunch of stuff, some that maybe the NCAA couldn't find. And I think they do their best in allowing Connor to tell his story, and then also making Connor seem like the guy that he is, and maybe give us a little more insight on what he did.
I'm looking forward to the Netflix special on it. I'm also looking forward to this thing just coming to a close, because it's been dragged on for so long, and it's divisive. For something that's already divisive in our state with the Michigan State thing, or the anti-Michigan and pro-Michigan group, whatever you want to look at, it's already divisive to begin with. And I think even within Michigan ranks, there's a smaller percentage. It's not a huge percentage, but there's a small percentage of Michigan fans that are like, I'm embarrassed by this.
Yeah, I mean, small, but you're right.
You know, and you'd have to be, and you're hoping you can turn the corner as fast as you can. Okay, wipe your hands clean of Jim Harbaugh. He's gone. We get to salvage the national championship out of it, but he's gone. Let's move on. And you're moving on with the coach that was under his tutelage and guidance, and Sharon Moore, and hopefully he can, carve his own path and distance himself as far as he can from this. But it's going to be tough because he is associated with it.
Oh, yeah, and he's already been punished. He's already been suspended for something else, obviously.
For other things, right, for the recruiting violations that took place. But
I just find it really interesting now that Harbaugh will not be a part of what the big firestorm was last Friday. And it's understandable. I mean, they should not do that. They should not rub people's face in it, and now Jimmy's not going.
He shouldn't have. I'm amazed it took this long for them to shut that story down when it came out that he was going to be an honorary cap. They should have shut that down before it got out.
Right, they should have said it immediately.
Yeah.
But you do wonder how it goes. Like, do you think Michigan tells Jim, no way in hell you're coming here?
I think what they...
Or do you think the Chargers are like...
There's a diplomatic way to do it. You call them up and you just say, look, I think it's in our best interest to we're going to cancel this, and we'll look at this down the road when there's a proper time to honor the team, and it's always great to be, hey, the 10th anniversary of this or whatever you want to do. In the meantime, we're going to limit this to players that were on that. Maybe bring in J.J. McCarthy now that he might have some time on his hands if he's recovering from the knee surgery. You bring in Blake Corum or whatever, and some of those other players on the team. Go ahead and do that. Yeah, apparently his parents are going to come in for it. Okay, and they're going to get their standing O, and deservedly so for a national championship. But if they had followed through and let Harbaugh be there after he just got nailed with the show cause penalty, with perhaps more to come, it just seems like it's
and the old I am so high in moral speech that I'm sure would have come with it from Jim Harbaugh.
That's the other thing, is that speech he gave at the podium with the Chargers last week was like, come on.
I was raised the right way. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I don't steal. And if we screw up, we beg for forgiveness.
We apologize.
But I will not be apologizing.
but I will not apologize for that.
Oh, this is good. I love, like, this reminds me of October. Back in October, you clicked on your social media. Every 5 seconds, it felt like a new story was popping up over this. And now this is over a week.
Not over this.
The story is back.
There was a new story popping up every week with Michigan that had nothing to do with this, let alone this story. But
it's good to have it back.
Anyway, Rico joins us in studio now, and so that was an interesting last 15 minutes we've gotten here.
Yeah, Kenny came by
up a little bit.
Yeah, Kenny came by, interrupted our conversation. I didn't hear it. I was just kind of passively listening, and Mike stopped me. I was like, "Did you hear what he just said?" I was like, "No." And then that's when he repeated himself. And you know what? Congratulations to Michigan.
Doing the right thing.
You are doing – they obviously listen to our show from 2 to 6. Thank you for listening, Ward. Shout out. You're doing the right thing. Sharon Moore comes out. First thing he says is they are fully cooperating with the NCAA. You know what the NCAA said? Hey, guys, it's not you. It's him. It truly is. It's not you. It's him. You do this. You bring him here. We will bring the wrath upon this school. Keep him away. Let us deal with this. And once we're done, you can do whatever you want. You can build a statue, but do not mock us right now.
Don't make us look stupid.
Right. And I think, because remember, Harbaugh comes out with that whole, I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't do. What happened the next day? Bam.
Show cause.
Yeah, here you go. You want to play this game? We can play this game.
Well, interesting to hear your take on it as we continue, and certainly you and Mike will have a healthy discussion coming up next year, 97 on the Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Michigan football coach Sherrone Moore spoke to the media today. He said that, in fact, Jim Harbaugh will not return as an honorary captain in the Fresno State game. He wants to focus on the Chargers instead and not draw attention away from this year's Wolverines. Harbaugh's parents will step in instead. Former Michigan QB and Vikings draftee J.J. McCarthy is set to Nothing will stop me today besides a bag over my head. Set to undergo meniscus surgery on his right knee, according to Adam Schefter. They will determine whether he needs trimming or a complete repair at the time of surgery, which will determine the time frame for recovery. According to a list tweeted out by Warren Sharp, Jared Goff was one of the hardest players to get down last year. He had the fourth best percentage of QB pressures that turned into sacks at just 13.2%. The best was Josh Allen with around 10%, while around Tannehill, Daniel Jones, and Tommy DeVito ranked as the worst. According to Ian Rappaport, the Steelers and 49ers are close to a deal to send Brandon Ayuk to Pittsburgh. San Fran has offered Ayuk a long-term deal to remain in the city, but he has not accepted it.
Better be 2 first-round picks in that.
At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. Had a beautiful show planned for you. And then the self-centered, narcissistic behavior of Kenneth G. Cott has sideswiped the entire GD thing. And I blame you, Kenny, you in that turquoise T-shirt. You son of a... So here we are, and once again, the beginning of the show, as if it's planned, is sideswiped. Now, I'm going to surprise the audience, Rico, because I'm going to be effusive in my praise of what we're about to talk about. But it won't matter. Won't matter. Because they'll hear me, but they won't listen. So, David, I want David to intro this. This is his problem. This is his topic now. And now I blame David. It started with Kenny at 1:50 blowing up our show meeting.
Right. David and I were hashing out the Steelers-Niners trade, and Kenny was like, wait, there's more. I got something for you.
Roberts, Kenny, David, intro the breaking news. I'll talk about it against my will, and then I'm moving on. I cannot do this again.
Yeah, let me give you the news of the day. Sherrone Moore says.
Maybe.
He may not want to say that.
Hopefully, that wasn't in the text thread.
Everything is set, my friend.
That wasn't in that Connor Stallions text thread.
Take it easy.
All right, let's try this again. Sherrone Moore says that Jim Harbaugh will no longer be the honorary captain for August 31st game. Says he decided to stay in the foxhole with the Chargers instead of taking a deep, long bow.
What happened?
Oh, I can tell you what happened if you want to read between the lines. David, I don't want to cut into you if you're done. I know this is your team. But Sherrone Moore started this whole press conference and he said something. And I mentioned it to you and you're like, yeah, what else is he supposed to say? But he started off saying Michigan and himself, they're fully cooperating with the NCAA. All right, of course you got to say that. And then he hits us with this bomb later. This tells me that the NCAA said, hey, Michigan, it's not about you. It's about him. You bring this man here, and we're going to hit you with a chair. You keep this man away. You don't spit in our face. We'll work with you. We'll slap you on the wrist. We'll charge you a fine, and we'll move on, and we'll put this whole thing to bed.
Smartest thing they've done in 2 years. It's
Absolutely.
what you and I talked about.
It's like they listen to our show.
It's a bad idea to
up,
bring
Ward?
him back. But again, Harbaugh, no, I don't believe any of his words at all. He's a proven liar. He's a malignant narcissist. This isn't him. This is the school going, you know what? We invited too many people to the wedding. We're just going to go ahead and Aunt Margot's not coming.
All of a sudden, it's a number from 212. Who this?
Yeah. Uncle Larry.
This is Jim. Jim who?
Look, the reality is everything you said I agree with. I know that's illegal. I'm not supposed to agree with you ever.
No, I'm not supposed to.
Oh,
ever
I get it
disagree with
confused.
You,
That's
right.
my fault.
It's whatever you say. What's up, Guff?
We have a real problem to start this show today. Look, I think the best thing Michigan could do to avoid the penalties, you just disassociate from Jim Harbaugh. Seriously. I mean, just like you disassociated from your scumbag kicker years ago. Just disassociate. I just wouldn't acknowledge him. I wouldn't bring him back. I wouldn't talk about him. I wouldn't do anything. Not until the dust settles. Not until they do what they got to do and or the NCAA bleeps off to the sun. In the short term, it's what we talked about. It made no sense to do it. It was the typical self-serving, feeding of the base, like putting chum in the water. And Rico and I, we looked at each other last week and I'm going, why would you do that? Days after the NCAA just hammered him, after he talked and opened his blabbermouth again, I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Well, now Sharon Moore did the smartest thing. Yeah. Seriously, we're cooperating. And Harbaugh's got dinner plans. Whatever.
Okay, because here's the thing. Everybody says, well, the NCAA's toothless. They don't have any power. The NCAA has power. They don't want to use it. They are the ultimate permissive parent. Just please clean up your room. Listen to your mother. Don't make me have to put the hammer down on you. And if you do that, you can half-ass do it. It's enough for us. But if you lie, you spit in our face, and you try to embarrass us, we're going to come after you. And you saw what happened.
It makes you feel like whether it's through back channel or intermediary, whatever you want to call it, somebody picked up the phone and was like, hey, don't want to do that. Mm-hmm. It's like the scene in The Irishman, and Pesci's like, it's over. Like, stop immediately, please.
Because if you continue going down this road, you know where it's going to lead. Is he worth being the honorary captain of everything that we're going to do? Because I do believe, Mike, they had two punishments for Michigan. One is the punishment Michigan will probably get, which is a lot of people thought. It's going to be a slap on the wrist. You're going to pay a hefty fine. You may lose some scholarships, but then they close the door and we move on. Or punishment number two, you bring him here. You knew he was going to say something because it's in his nature. Harbaugh just couldn't go out there and flip a coin. No.
Look, I think
he's going to have to give me that microphone. He would take the referee's microphone and just start pontificating about everything about the NCAA and who's got it better than us. And, you just, take your vitamins and all of that stuff. He would have said everything.
Whoever made the decision to have him not be there, which I refuse to believe was him, they're brilliant. And they did something very smart for Michigan football, and now you can focus on your season. Sharon saying we're cooperating. Sharon saying, I don't care, release the messages. Doesn't matter to me. If they're so innocuous, why would you delete them? Mm-hmm. I don't know about you, but if I wish Kenny a happy birthday, I'm not deleting it. Yeah. I don't care if Kenny gets picked up for being a meth dealer. I said happy birthday. What the hell's the problem?
Yeah, what were you doing texting? You read it. It was happy birthday and which restaurant you want to go to.
Right. Kenny, can I buy you a pizza? I'm not deleting that. The point is, it gets you closer to, I think, just football. So I'm still upset that Kenny brought this up 10 minutes before showtime. I'm still upset that we opened the show with this. But the question is, do you agree with the move? Look, I think there are many dyed-in-the-wool Wolverines who actually kind of get their rocks off on being the whole defiant brat. Mm-hmm. I don't think those people are happy. Now, they'll also be the same people dumb enough to believe that Jim's staying in the foxhole. Yeah. God bless. I wish I could live with that level of naivete that you do.
So 248-539-9797 for you Michigan fans out there. Are you disappointed that Michigan appeared to, kowtow to the NCAA and just, or are you happy and you're saying, you know what, my school did the right thing. This is what needed to be done. Yes, I am.
Doug's not here today. 248-539-9797. Let's go to our resident Wolverine POS, Mr. David Hatchetman Hull. David, your thoughts on this?
Yes, they did the right thing. In the end.
There he goes agreeing again.
In the end, they did the right thing. But according to reports and according to a lot of Michigan fans, which they're right, I guess, Sherrone Moore asked him to be honorary captain in January, is what they're saying. That makes no sense to me. The timeline of that makes no sense.
Can I say this again?
They just can't get out their own way.
No, that's my point. David, I'm going to say it again. Rico and I have always taken the approach. You can't have an answer for everything. You can't have an alibi for everything. And you can't always be right. Michigan football and their bought and paid for media operate in a sphere they always have an answer for. I left that long ago. Sure he did. Don't care. We heard about it the other day. In the midst of what's going on. Don't care.
But because here's what I think, and that's why I bring it up, is because I sure didn't hear about it until after they gave him the show cause and the suspension. Then I heard about it. Didn't hear anything coming from anybody say, oh, well, we actually did this in January. I don't believe that. But this is the right thing. You need to separate yourself from Jim Harbaugh. He was and still is the problem for this program. He needs to go far away, and you need to stay away from him.
He is. And look, we talked about this all fall. He couldn't stay there. He had to get out because if he was the coach there, the NCAA would have absolutely dropped a bomb on him. They hate him. He's given them reason to hate them. And he hates them. It would be much worse if Jim Harbaugh were still here. Much worse. So, yeah, I think it's the smartest thing they've done. He can't be there. And he can't come back this fall. And frankly, he can't come back until the sanctions are done. Just levied. Once the dust settles, do whatever you like. You want to make a Jim Harbaugh ice sculpture? Have everybody can roll up to the ice sculpture and rub on it and do whatever they like. Whatever you want. I don't care. You can't do it now. Smartest thing they've done. Whoever made the call, genius. If it was Sherrone, genius. If it was Ward, genius. Yeah. Whoever was the adult in the room and stepped in and went, we can't do this. Now, if you believe it was Harbaugh, well, then I'd like to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge for $450. Yeah. David, Ticket Text. What do the people have to say after Kenny, once again, ransacked the beginning of this show?
NCAA is a whooped little puppy. No reason to kick them around anymore. Way to go out with honor and being a great coach. Go Blue.
Oh, my God. Is that a real person?
That is a real person.
That's AI. That can't be real.
Disappointing.
Please tell me they have not spread their seed amongst this planet. Oh, my God. Can you read it one more time? I want to see if I can do this without vomiting.
NCAA is a whooped little puppy. No reason to kick them around anymore. Way to go out with honor and being a great coach. Go Blue.
You know what? That's satire. It's not real.
I don't think so.
It's real.
No, it's 80 and sunny.
That sounds like the proud parent of about 8 kids right there.
Oh, please, no.
You know what? I refuse to believe it's real. I'm not going to live in that world.
I think it's real. You know, we should call him back.
No.
Yeah, text back. Let us know you're real.
David?
Jerry in Sterling Heights says, disappointing. I wanted to see the fireworks of Harbaugh coming back and the NCAA's response, especially as an uninvolved party. Okay.
You knew he was not going to be quiet if he showed up. It just wasn't going to be he's there for the photo ops and for his ring and taking no. He would have just stopped the game right before and gave a 5-minute speech that would have lived in infamy.
He would have had NCAA painted on his ass.
Right.
Take a look at this.
This would have been rivaled up with Lou Gehrig. Like, wow, Jim is just up there really, wow.
Michigan did the right thing. Enough of the distractions, and let's move on to the season.
That's it. Play ball. Play ball. See if you can get to 9 wins. You got Texas 2 weeks into the year. See if you can get back to the playoff. Move it forward. I see, that's my only perspective on it. What Harbaugh did is I view it the same way as D'Antonio. The minute Mark was gone, bleep off to the sun. I don't want you at practice. I don't want you leering. I don't want your influence. And I don't want you making things worse for me. Harbaugh being here or Harbaugh talking makes it worse for you. Smart move. Just get him the hell up out of here. 248-539-9797. Rico, take him to church.
Guys, the fall semester at Specs at LTU is approaching soon. As a matter of fact, it's just weeks away. You still have time to get into your class. If you want that career in radio, TV, graphic design, Specs at LTU could be the first steps on your journey of becoming an entertainment professional. But you got to be curious. You got to go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU, taught right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn from people who work in the business like yours truly, and with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. As I stated before, classes are filling up. It's about to start in the next couple of weeks. So you need to go and be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
Hi there.
Sorry,
America's
Mike.
favorite place to watch football. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for fans. How about Michigan and Texas in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of the big screen. It's right in the heart of downtown Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Okay. So that is a one and done for me. I don't want to hear the name Jim Harbaugh again. I'm sick of it. So we will move on. Smart move by the school.
Until this press conference, I'm sure later on.
Please just no. My answer is no. I want to bring
Kenny, keep monitoring that.
No, don't. And I'll tell you what, Kenny, the minute you find breaking news, roll it up nice and tight and pound it right up your...
Well, let me read you this text real quick. This is Dan from Port Huron. He says, I'm a Michigan fan. We did wrong, got caught. But can we please move past this? Tell Kenny if he brings it up again, we will remove his hockey elite status.
Yeah, guys, you could move past it if you just would stop acting a fool. That probably would help. Like, again, I will never understand why Connor Stallions is being given an audience on Netflix. You're a psychopath and a cheat. And I don't need to hear from you. Not interested. Have the sanctions come down. Let's play football. That's it. This isn't 1984. No one's shutting your program down. So let's just move on. Sport's a joke. It's WWE. I had something different. Originally, what I wanted to bring up to open the show. I want to know if there's a single human being who feels like baseball season's not too long. I was joking around with a buddy of mine, and he's like, well, at least your Yankees are going to the playoffs. And I go, yeah, too bad. There's still a quarter of the season left. He goes, no, there's not. I go, yeah, there is. There's over 40 games left in the season. And I think about here in Detroit, baseball season has primarily been over since May.
July.
And you sit here right now. The Tigers are not a part of your everyday. They're not a part of our radio show. They're not. You don't watch them on TV. Please listen. It's free. And yet, if you check the standings, you have over 40 games to go. 25% of your baseball season is still left to be played. We're excited about college football. We're excited about NFL football. Hell, I could sell you this pen. You're excited for the Wings to get up north and get to training camp in September. All of these things will take place before baseball even begins its playoffs. That is obscene. It's absurd. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a Yankee fan. You know what I'm not excited about? The last 40 games. Like, can we just get to the playoff? Can someone explain to me, how can we make baseball relevant? How the business model can't work this way. I mean, look at the vast majority of parks. They're empty. Who's watching the vast majority of teams that are garbage? No one. And yet, baseball, where attention spans have gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, baseball continues to operate under a business model like it's 1973. 162 baseball games. Mm-hmm. 162? The NFL plays 18 and I'm dead by the end of the year. Basketball's half of that. And I'm ready to check out by January. Mm-hmm. Or reverse order, I just don't watch it until January. Like, what can we do to fix this? I'm being very serious with you. It doesn't make any sense to me. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're in a beautiful playoff chase, it is, but that's so finite. The sport has no salary cap.
No, but Mike, if you're in a playoff chase, kind of like you just kind of want to get to the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And you don't want somebody to get hurt, an arm to get blown out. Can we just start to play? Can we go back to the way when it used to be where the World Series started at the beginning of October, not November?
That's right.
Okay? It was Mr. October for a reason because only two teams got to see what October baseball looked like. Everybody else was done.
I would argue the following. It's a hot take, but I actually mean this. It's not hyperbole. There shouldn't be October baseball.
No, that is not a hot take, Mike. That is actually a very smart take.
Like Labor Day should be the playoffs.
Because to me, there are two things that baseball could do if you really wanted to improve. One, every team in the North, you start your season in the South.
Or warm weather or indoor climates.
Or indoor, because therefore there won't be any rainouts, no Miggy hitting a home run in the snow. Yeah, we all saw that, and what'd you get? Nothing but bits. I would simply say, and this, You want to really expedite the season, but the players will never sign off? Doubleheaders. Old-fashioned doubleheader. You know, the time when I was a kid, yeah, it was fun because you got 2 for 1. You got to go down to the ballpark and watch 2 games.
You just need less games.
And no, but I'm saying it would be less days because they eliminated them.
Like, think about this. You've wasted another year of Scooble. Scooble still has 25% of the season to pitch in meaningless games and run the risk of blowing out. Now, in the NBA, it's the equivalent of playing for the Wizards, except Bradley Beal caught a bad fart and missed the last 20 games of the year. Tarek Skubal, why pitch him? See, you end up in a weird space here. Like, why am I running the risk with any of my best players? I'm done. My team's toast. I got 40 games. I got 7 turns through the rotation, 8 turns. What the hell is the point of Skubal pitching?
No, you're right, because at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and power you down, son.
So if you're sitting there, that unless you are, and even as they've expanded the playoffs, unless you are a handful of teams, you're playing meaningless baseball games. A vast majority of the league. Rico, can someone help me? And I love baseball, but it's got to wake up.
It does.
Tell a Tiger fan there's over 40 games left. They wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about what the attendance at the gate is because they've already made their money.
What, the TV deals?
Yeah, I can't stress enough. Baseball, pro sports, period. It's billionaire welfare. We all get a nice fat check no matter what happens. If no one shows up, the check does not get decreased in value.
41 games left. I just checked.
So
41 games.
So if Detroit wants to show up, great. We'll offer them, Game of Thrones night tonight, whatever it is. Sure. We'll just make stuff up to get people to come out there. And if not, screw it. We still got money.
And again, I just bring up the Skubal point tonight. What's the point? What good comes of it? I mean, imagine in the last 41 games if Skubal gets hurt. Imagine in the last 41 games if one of your other arms, who you're leaning on, blows out. They're gone all next season. What is the actual point here? And baseball, in a time where every league season is already too long, baseball's double that. Double. I mean, pitchers and catchers report in February. The sport's not ending till basically November. Mm-hmm. And football has taken up all the oxygen. Baseball struggles for attention in April. Why? The draft. Yeah. Baseball struggles for attention in the height of the summer. Why? Training camp. And baseball flat out disappears unless you're roughly 4 to 6 teams in September. Yeah. Why? Football.
Brother, you could make the case that the Tiger baseball season ended last Thursday.
It actually ended when Scott Harris refused to sign anybody this offseason. But
it officially ended last Thursday.
Okay, fair.
Lions' first preseason game, even though no one really cared, even though it was just, 14-3? No one paid attention to the Tigers. And now you're worried about injuries and all this other stuff. And it's like you said, what's the point of putting Skubal out there? If I'm the Tigers, just bring up every young guy, the core, so to say, that we've been waiting on. And maybe I'm interested in that and watching some 4A baseball.
But even then, 41 games of it. Think about that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
When you start to put this in perspective, how can any league on this planet play 162 games a year and people pay attention? I'm a Yankee fan. I'm done paying attention. Wake me up when the playoffs start.
Yeah.
Seriously. At the other end of the spectrum, I won't even bring up the White Sox. You're a Tiger fan. Wake me up later. You're a Blue Jays fan. Like, what? There's no point to any of this. And yet they keep bumping along. It's so bizarre to me. 248-539-9797. Would love to have some conversation on that. We'll get some ticket texts, knock down a few calls. We'll get a little football here at 45 as David's about to get a new wide receiver. Huh? No?
If the price is right.
Summer driving season is here. Combination of increased traffic, 18-wheelers, construction, it all contributes to the fact that summertime in Michigan, more accidents than anywhere. And if you're injured in one of them, injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team, ready to help you right now. and David doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Bit of breaking news for you guys. I think I've solved a mystery. I have figured out why Wojo can't work today. You know what today is?
The 13th?
It's Taste of the Big House, where they invite all the media yucks down there to taste their new menu items for football season.
You know what? I did see that. Yeah.
I am seeing a lot of stuff, the beers. And,
Yeah, now, okay. Loser.
You know he's down there yucking it up. That's right.
So Doug's going to come up with some "Can you eat that stuff" for next week?
Oh, they just supplied content to Middays for about 3 months with that event today. Would you eat a plate of lies? Yeah, Wolverines do every day.
Oh, no. Flag.
What? Come on, man. Just have a good time with it. Crying
Plate
out
of
loud.
lies.
I don't know, man.
What?
Has it got that LA sauce over it? The Harbaugh special.
David?
Comes with steak and a plate of steak and some milk.
Plate of steak and some milk.
There you go. cup of milk.
Oh, my
David,
gosh.
I'll knock down the calls, but I want to know, if I tell you the Tigers have 41 games left in the season, can we just have a conversation about how to fix baseball? Like, it doesn't work. I don't care if your team's good. The season's too damn long. I'm a Yankee fan. Season's too damn long.
Mm-hmm.
Ask a White Sox fan. They've been done since opening day. If you're a Tiger fan, it's just like, we have got to chop about 6 weeks of this season off the schedule. There has to be a way they can make their money that doesn't involve 162 baseball games.
And that's what I think the easiest thing is just old-fashioned doubleheaders, Mike.
It would help reduce by, call it 2 weeks. If you did 7 or 8 doubleheaders, okay, that's fine. You're right. Rico, the overriding theme here is they have to play less games. What's the need for 162 games?
Baseball purists, are you kidding me?
They're all dead.
No, they're not.
Okay, Peter Gammons is still alive, but everyone else is dead.
Who do you think votes on the Hall of Fame? The baseball purists, because we know.
Okay.
You got to have 162 games because of the records and
Yeah, I
the
don't
record
care.
books and blah, blah, blah.
Well, you already bastardized the records by trying to incorporate the Negro League stats into the baseball stats when the players never played in the same league.
Mike hates black jobs. All right.
No, don't do that to me. Don't. You just can't take League A and League B and combine them when they didn't play together. You can't. It's crazy. It's like combining the ABA and the NBA.
Segregate
it's
the
not the
stats.
same.
I hear you.
It's like
Segregate
Caitlin
them.
Clark and Pete Maravich. Not the same.
He can't hear you, David. He took his headphones off.
Because I'm not going to be vilified for using common sense.
You didn't hear what David just said.
Well, what did you say, funny guy?
Segregate the stats.
There you go. Okay.
But yeah, because in baseball, it's about numbers, Mike. You're the numbers guy. You know all of these things from the exit velo to this to that. Baseball needs the numbers. And if you reduce the amount of games, all of the little useless facts that the baseball geeks have learned goes out the window.
Well, what
And
goes
you
out
have
the
to
window
start
right now
all over again
is the customer's attention span. Like, if you sat down, I'm not asking you to do this tonight. You have more important things to do. If you sat down tonight and watched MLB tonight, and they go around the league,
Yeah.
these places are graveyards.
They are. Right. Because at this point, yeah, everybody who has an NFL team or a major college football team, that's where your
Right.
focus is now.
Yeah, it'll be full in Philly. It'll be full in New York. It'll be full if your team's awesome and you're in a metro area, 10 million people. Dude, the rest of this league, I'm like, there has to be, I don't know, almost like a restructuring of the sport. We'll get to the people. Let's see what Jeff has to say. We'll go lead off here. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
Good, Jeff. What's on your mind?
Listen, okay, forget about the fact that Tigers suck and that we're out of it.
Okay.
Okay, as a baseball fan, I'm so glad that you guys are talking about this, because here's my biggest beef with the length of the season. The thing that I don't get is that you spend all this time playing all these games in perfect weather, and this is more applicable to northern teams, whether it be the Tigers or, in your case, Mike, the Yankees.
Yeah.
I get it. Boston, whatever. Your most meaningful games with guys in ski masks. If you're a playoff team in the north, like, I don't get it.
Placido
And here's the
Polanco
thing.
in a head warmer. Yes.
Exactly. It's so funny that you brought that up, because that's exactly what I was thinking of, watching the Tigers in their last run. And I'm watching the second baseman, and he's dressed like it's wintertime. Like, what are we doing here? And the other thing, I tried to come up with an example that would be comparable, and it's kind of hard because the other major sports, like football, doesn't matter because you play outside and they play in anything. but like hockey and baseball are indoors. So I tried this is kind of lame, but I tried to come up with an equivalent. Let's say that you got these guys that are playing in the professional golfers in the PGA, and they're trying to accumulate FedEx points. Okay, let's say that you you were to string out the golf season really long. We got these guys that make the FedEx Cup. They're competing in these tournaments, but they're playing in blustery winds in the fall with leaves all over the golf course.
It's not
Who wants to watch
it's not the
that?
same sport. Oh, here, take it a step further. Jeff, I've always had a problem with the playoffs is look at a team like the Tigers back in the day and a rotation that featured Max and JV and Porcello. And I mean, a real rotation, right? Yet,
Right.
when you go to the playoffs, you don't need a fourth and fifth starter.
Nope.
It's a totally different sport.
Nope.
So you play it one way to get there, and then it's a completely different sport once you're there.
Yeah, because the
Right.
fourth and
And
fifth
then-
starter becomes your middle relievers or go into the bullpen.
Right. And then think about this too. Like, now I know they don't care about fans, but let's just play that card.
Sure.
Then on top of it, you're asking fans to pay extra money above and beyond their season ticket packages to sit outside in their winter coats.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I want to watch meaningful baseball where I can sit in my shorts, keep score, and enjoy the day. Like, it's just you can totally tell baseball, and I feel like the point that I'm bringing up, not that the other ones aren't relevant, but the point I'm bringing up is a perfect example of how money absolutely drives every decision. They don't care about the players. They don't care about us as fans. They don't care about how much it costs. It's just dollar signs, bro.
Thank you, Scott. No, Jeff, I agree with you. And like I said, make your money, make a lot of money, but you got to leave a few pennies on the table for common sense. All right? You want to make 99 out of every $100. I understand the way the world works, but there has to be a space for the fan and for evolving with your customers. I don't think baseball's doing that.
No.
So whatever, just a conversation, something different. 248-539-9797. We will get some football in the mix. Guys, your summer road trip, you can up the game at Moran Buick GMC. Pack up the family and get on the road and do it with a vehicle you like. They've got them for you. 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition. You can lease it $247 a month. 24 months, $19.99 down. You can lease the 24 Buick Encore GX Preferred $246 a month, 39 months. Sign and drive. Get ready to roll. New stock arriving daily. And Moran Buick GMC, you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online at moranexpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's get to some football. We got trade winds a-blowing. David, some music, please.
Let's start with that, Rico. Let's negotiate a deal.
This feels personal, Kenny.
According to reports from Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, everyone is saying that the Steelers have a deal in place to acquire Brandon Ayuk. The 49ers, however, have to okay the deal, and they also have a deal contract on the table for Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
What do you want?
David, being that your team really has no players that the Niners really want.
That's awfully hurtful.
Well, it's true. We will take 2 first-round picks.
I'm not giving you 2 first-round picks.
Okay. Then we get your first, second, and third-round selections in the 2025 draft.
Not giving you that. I will give you a 4th-round selection because I'm also paying Brandon Ayuk.
Kenny, we're at an impasse.
Hold on. That sounds like a you problem. Wah. So what I'm going to say.
Translation, David. He just called you a bitch.
Well, what I told you before. You and go in the corner by yourself. No. Just no.
You really think it's going to take 2 first-round picks?
David,
I know that's been reported.
Okay, Amari Cooper was attached to the – like, they're sending back people. You're sending us nothing. A 6-pack of what, 3 meals beer or whatever you guys call it?
Something like that.
Can I ask a question?
Steel City beer? No.
But can I get a question? And it's 2 ways. Yeah. A, if this happens, Kenny, the question's to you, not these two who are arguing with each other. This would mean that the winner of the NFC North is going to the Super Bowl, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Because this would be Ayuk leaving San Francisco, no Pro Bowl level wide receiver coming back. Last time I checked, draft picks can't play this year.
Yeah, if we're just talking about draft picks, absolutely.
Right. What?
Because they still have a defense, Mike.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Here's the other thing.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I had a question for you.
No, because they still have one of the best defenses.
David, why would you do it? You already have George Pickens. You already have some receivers. You already have some weapons. Why Ayuk that you would potentially blow up your salary cap and give up a ton for? Explain it to me from your perspective.
I wish you could explain it to me because I've also been wondering the same thing. This is not a move the Steelers make. They don't trade picks. They don't pay this type of money for receivers.
I think it's because your GM
he's not Kevin Colbert. I'll tell you that much.
No, he's a little bit of a star lover. So yeah,
I think you're right about that.
He wants a big name star, and that's fine. But I think San Francisco is you're going to pay for Ayuk. You can have him, but it comes at a price. And no, I don't think that the whole Costa. This means that. Because he's gone, Brandon Ayuk wasn't the reason why they went to the Super Bowl last year. It was the defense.
Let's move on. Had to ask. Don't get it from any point of view, especially the Niners.
Well, they're just not going to pay the wide receiver.
That's it. And guess what? Ayuk has to play this year. He's not going to forego $20 million.
And I think they realize, okay, you can play all your games, but we'll see you come game 1 because you got to play out that 5th year. Go ahead,
David.
So I want to give an update here because we talked about on the show yesterday, the topic was, should the Lions play their starters? Well, I think that has now changed. They had 3 injuries in practice yesterday. Enes Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold, and the big one was Jahmyr Gibbs. Now, we don't hear from Dan Campbell until later in the week. He will be on the morning show tomorrow, but they're not playing the starters anymore, are they?
I wouldn't. I've stayed consistent with that. I think if you're a Super Bowl caliber team, you're allowed the right to do things differently. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I think with the injuries and you can't now because you can't afford it because what you're finding out is the NFL is about really who has the most depth and you don't, especially losing your 2 draft picks and, the Jahmyr Gibbs hamstring because that doesn't go away anytime soon. Trust me. Everybody's been following Christian McCaffrey's because you could tweak it at any moment and then you're done for a couple of games. and you're just hoping that it's not key games that you have to play. So, David, Goff, you're not going to see. Like it's kind of like that deal that Mike gave, and he's like, okay, these 4 players won't play. I promise you, Sewell, Goff, Hutchinson, and Amon-Ra will never see the postseason this year.
Which leads me into this report today. J.J. McCarthy is out indefinitely. He has a meniscus issue. He needs to have surgery. Now, they will determine how long he's out based on what they see when they go in for the surgery. Could be the season, could be half the year. This is something you don't want to see with a young quarterback who needs reps.
And it is not about the injury not being serious. No, this is a blessing in disguise. He's not ready to play. The best case scenario to me was to let JJ get comfortable, let him get some reps, let him watch from the sidelines, and maybe halfway through the year, then he could take over. He needs time. And why I say it's best is sometimes organizations get desperate and they end up ruining a kid.
Yeah.
You know who shouldn't have played when he was young? Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
I just think JJ needs time.
So now they won't be forced to play him. They can't play him.
Here's what happens. You start losing, the fans talk radio. Why don't we just see what JJ can do? And the front office hears that. They feel the pressure. You see the signs. You're hearing the chants in the stadium. Put the kid in. And you ruin the kid. So, no, this does help him out because I do think that look at this. You can win with Darnold if you're the Vikings. Now, I'm not saying you're going to win the Super Bowl, but you have enough talent around him that it's the same thing. Just don't make mistakes. Don't throw interceptions. Throw it out of bounds. Lean on your star guys, and let's see how far we can go.
So ESPN ranked all 14 playoff teams from last year, and I'm just going to go through the last 4, which are under 50% chance of making the playoffs again this year. Gives me yes or no. Los Angeles Rams.
No.
Of making the playoffs again?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
You think they make it? All right, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're at 33%.
No.
Somebody's got to win that division, yes.
Cleveland Browns, Mike, I know how you feel about them. They're at 33% to make it again.
Yes.
I'm going to go no.
We agree on nothing.
Weird. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers are at 29% to make it again.
No. Unless you get Ayuk and just pay the money.
Yeah, that's not no, that's hell no.
Yeah,
pay the money.
Agree.
David, 2 first-round selections and you make the playoffs.
All right, Teddy KGB.
That is not happening. And then let's close it out with this here, because Forbes does this every year with the most valuable franchises of each league. They have released the top 10 in the NFL. Think you're going to guess what number 1 is. But we can go through the list here. The Cowboys are at number 1. You know what they're valued at?
6?
$10.32 billion.
Holy mercy.
That includes that stadium, my friend.
Far ahead of the Rams at number 2 at $7.79 billion.
Wow.
So
good Lord.
Huge gap there. The 10 is the Washington Commanders at 6.3. Raiders 9, 6.7.
The Giants, 89 cents.
Giants are number 3 at $7.65 billion.
What a disgrace.
So you could afford Daniel Jones and new quarterbacks and
no, that's not how the cap works.
You could have paid Saquon.
No, you know what? It'd be nice if they could have afforded building a nice stadium instead of the dump that they erected in the swamp. MetLife sucks.
San Francisco, by the way, is at number 5, $6.86 billion.
Guys, these valuations are silly season.
I agree.
Just shows the meteoric rise of the NFL in the last decade. That's really nuts when you think about it.
Lions on there?
Just the top 10. So the Lions aren't here. They'll release the rest.
No, and the Lions would be undervalued. They don't have a new building. It's different.
It's
a
new,
lot of this is
new-ish.
No, it's not. Rico, it's 25 years old.
Yeah, everybody on the top 10 has a new stadium. The Dolphins have renovated their stadium significantly.
No, it's like,
and I promise, Houston's is coming.
No. But you forget, yeah, it is. It's like when you hear a song, you're like, oh, that movie's 30 years old. Like, no, it's, oh my God, it is.
And that is in football today.
Houston.
Thank you very much. Listen, football's approaching. Time to get in on the action early. Just did the Big 12 preview on Cash the Ticket. FanDuel's got you covered for all the futures you could possibly bet up, including exact Super Bowl matchups, win the division odds, win your conference, make college football playoff, whatever you like. FanDuel's got it. New users, $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Michigan football coach Ron Moore spoke to the media today. Quote, "All I can say is I look forward to them being released," end quote, referencing the alleged deleted text between himself and Connor Stallions. Here's more from his presser. Gary Carpenter is coming off the IL today as the Tigers kick off a series with the Mariners at Comerica Park. His last game was May 26 before hitting the shelf with lumbar spine inflammation. Riley Green was seen doing sprints on the field along with running the bases. He's expected to head to Toledo soon for rehab of his own. Hear Tigers and Mariners right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:15. Adam Schefter said on ESPN that it would be his guess that Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs will be ready for week 1 of the regular season after his hamstring injury took him off the field yesterday. After injuring his ankle in last week's preseason game against the Lions as well, Giants wideout Malik Neighbors says there's no doubt he'll be ready for the regular season. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Good to have you with us. I don't like the Gibbs update, but look, just keep your fingers crossed. Hamstrings and groins, it's a pain in the ass. Those are real nagging injuries. Get it right by week 1. Ease them in. Long season.
See, I was about to say, I'm not even saying you need him by week 1 because your goal is not to win the game against the Rams. Your goal is to go all the way and win the Super Bowl. So if that means you have to sit him a couple of extra weeks to make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. It was like with I forgot what Kelsey's injury was last year with the Chiefs early when he didn't play against the Lions. And they were like, well, if it was the playoffs, he would have played in the game. But it's a regular season game, so we're good. And if I'm Detroit, sit him as long as possible. You could afford to lose a couple games because you want to win the big game.
I think it's interesting. Last week or so, you're seeing a lot of hype surrounding a team in this division. It's not the Lions and it's not the Packers. And it's been the Chicago Bears. And look, I've said for a few months, I'm willing to be made fun of. I don't really care. I think the Bears are going to be a ball breaker this year. I don't think they're ready, but I think they remind me a lot of what you were 2 years ago. A team that flirted with 500, was in the graphic in December. You flatlined the Packers and kept them out of the playoffs, and everybody knew, unless you were a hater, this Lions team was ready to roll for 2023. I think that's the Bears. I mean, it's clear the Packers are going to have a huge say in this division. I do believe whoever wins this division between the Pack and the Lions is going to go to the Super Bowl. But my question is, are you willing to accept that the Chicago Bears are you 2 years ago? That, look, Rico, you said this before the show, and you're right. The Bears, they had you dead to rights twice. You kind of needed a miracle to get out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Bears have a ton of talent. They have a top 10 defense. They've added, their version of C.J. Stroud. They got offensive weapons everywhere. I'm not telling you they're ready-made. I just want to know this. In this town, if it's not blue Kool-Aid, people aren't sipping. Where are you at with it? Like, I think the North is going to be like the 1A toughest division in football. I think it's very similar to the AFC North.
Mm-hmm.
This division is hard.
It is. Which leads you to wonder, who's for the Lions, who's that biggest threat? Is it the Bears? Because you're right. The Bears, they should have beat you. And it took an epic collapse here at Ford Field. But then, you go to Chicago and that thing was over. You saw outdoor golf, and he did not look like he looked like outdoor golf. I mean, cold weather, it just didn't happen. When you look at the Bears, a lot of it is how much do you believe in Caleb Williams? Can he become C.J. Stroud? Is he that person? Because, they do have the defense. I still say it's Green Bay. But a lot of people are buying into Chicago. And then I would also say, to add to your argument, don't sleep on the Vikings. Because though you beat them, those were entertaining games. I mean, they went out there and put up 400 or 500 yards worth of offense. You just outscored them. It wasn't like you were stopping them defensively.
Let me give you an example. You can do what you want with this. And if you think it's phooey, that's fine. Here are the betting odds for the NFC North. And I'm just sampling a couple of different books, okay? The Lions are the favorite at plus 130. So not minus odds, but plus 130. The Packers come in at plus 230. The Chicago Bears, plus 275. Wow. Minnesota Vikings are plus 950. So separation of church and state. But the Bears are not viewed all that different by a couple of books. If you want to go to the greatest odds spread, okay, no problem. So Lions plus 140, Vikings plus 200, Bears plus 300, Vikings plus 1,000. The Chicago Bears are being treated as a team that's not quite as good as Green Bay, but is close. I want to know if you buy it. And if you buy it, you're kind of agreeing with where I'm at with it, which is this division is going to be harder than you imagine. I think, look, I've heard a lot, and I'm not mad at anybody, but I think people are getting high on their own supply talking about this team going 14-3 or 15-2. That's not real. And that's not a shot. I think you're a Super Bowl team. But the Kansas City Chiefs don't win 14, 15 games. This division is brutally difficult. This is not the AFC East the Patriots ruled for a long time with a lot of bad teams in it, where you always had 2 free wins against, well, each of them, and it was 6. Mm-hmm. I think the division is going to be very difficult in a few short weeks. I want to know if you're coming to that realization. Or do you believe the Bears are simply fake, it's hype, they're garbage, etc.? 248-539-9797. And just to be clear, I wouldn't bet the Bears to win this division. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think you're going 2-0 against them. And I don't think you're going 2-0 against the Pack. What, David? Is that's not offensive or incendiary?
It's not. I've believed for a long time that they probably split the division.
Well,
now you're the Antichrist. Hope you're ready.
Well, here's the thing. You got to assume that the game that they're going to, if they split, is going to be December 22nd in Chicago. Bad weather. Normally where golf does not play his best. I think it's his only outdoor cold weather game all season long. Except, David, they play them a few weeks before that in a game that they haven't won for 7 straight years. Okay? We talk about losing to Seattle in a couple of years. They haven't won a Thanksgiving Day game going back to 2016. They got the Bears. Could be problematic.
You know, the other interesting thing, if you go back in the history of the NFC North, if you care about a betting thing or just using it as a predictive measure, the NFC North has actually had a lot of volatility. Do you realize that only, a couple times in the last decade has the favorite actually won the damn thing? I mean, the Bears happened to be the longest shot back in 2018. They were plus 800. They went 12-4. Plus 240 for the Vikings, 13-4. Plus 225 for the Pack, 13-3. Plus 500 for the Vikings in 15, 10-6. There's a volatility to it.
Who was the betting favorite last year? Was it the Lions?
God almighty, was it?
I don't know.
May have been.
I think
it was either them or Minnesota.
I was about to say, I think it was Minnesota last year.
Might have been. Look, the whole point is, I think.
Yeah, it was, and then Cousins died. That's
yes.
Yes.
I think this division is brutally difficult. I do think the Bears are going to win a meaningful game somewhere, and you hope it's not against you. I would just love to know. And again, if you find Gators roof color more entertaining, God bless. But this is what we're doing.
I'm thinking more of a tan.
Right. Ascot orange. 248-539-9797. You don't want to talk about football? I don't know what to tell you. Turn on Oprah and figure it out. David?
Turn on Oprah.
I mean, we watch the programs. Is Sally Jesse Raphael on right now?
Sally Jesse.
Maury Povich, you are not the father.
I'll read a couple texts here. Chicago, 6 wins at best. Nail polish is not a good quarterback. We have not seen any of Caleb Williams in the NFL. How can I buy any of the hype or the comparison with the Lions? Caleb is unknown.
Okay. Why don't you look at the roster? Dum-dum. See, you know what? This is where Lion fan and Michigan fan is the same fan. You can't talk. You just can't have a conversation.
Not right now.
It's full politics.
Right. Because think of it like this. If Caleb can do what Justin Fields did, and nobody considered him to be a good quarterback, right? Except for he had you on the run, literally and figuratively, 2 games last year.
You just look at the roster.
They have a defense that's an elite defense.
Right, it's top 10 defense.
So,
and their offense, go look at the weapons. Go look at what they've put together. Look, you're not the only shrewd operation in town here. And no one is saying that you won't win the division. But I think it's going to be a lot more difficult than you believe or the media is discussing. But if you don't want to have that conversation and you want to talk mailboxes, you can go do that.
Yeah, because starting November 3rd is when you're going to start playing the Packers and the Bears. So that's where things are going to get dicey, and those are going to be the games that figure out that division, that little six-game round robin tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
David, go ahead.
And to the Lions fans, they were really good last year, but it still came down to the last game of the season on who was going to win that division. And you're right, Rico. They were very close to losing that game against the Minnesota Vikings.
Yes.
And they did not look great against the Bears last year. And the Bears,
I mean, your defense, the Minnesota game, if you liked the offense, was fun to watch.
Oh, yes, for sure.
But no defense was being played.
Yeah, but I think Lions fans, they're doing what they typically do, what Detroiters do. Only look at what your team is, what they have, and you're ignoring everything else in the division.
David, you didn't know that only your team got better in the offseason? Only your draft picks are going to be some impact players. Everybody else, they downgraded themselves. Only your team got better. Just remember that.
Well, that's why I'm tired of all of it. I'm sick of all of it. I'm sick of not being able to have a conversation. I mean, it's sports, man. Like, we all think the Lions are a really good football team. But if you can't have an adult conversation that other teams are getting better too, that I think the NFC North is going to be in its most competitive state, maybe in my time in this town, then I don't get it. But this is what we're doing now. Everyone has just been dumbed down to a point that they can't think freely. They only believe what they're told. And you can't have a conversation because if it doesn't align with your beliefs, well, then it's wrong and it's a conspiracy. No, it's just real. Like, the Bears are building a really good team, and they're going to be a pain in the ass. The Packers are a complete pain in the ass. I hate the fact that they went from Favre to Rodgers and Rodgers to Love. I can't change that it happened. Maybe they did a blood oath. Maybe they get the good luck because they live in hell on earth, a.k.a. Green Bay, Wisconsin. But, guys, this is going to be SummerSlam, I think, the next few years. And there's no guarantee you're going to get this done. I just prefer to have a realistic approach to a season versus this dream sequence stuff.
Yeah, and remember, the number one seed last year had 12 victories, not 14 in the NFC.
No, but if you say 11 or 12, you're a hater.
I know, but that's why I was like, oh, it's going to be 14. Like, guys, San Francisco was the number one seed. They had 12 victories.
248-539-9797. See what the people have to say with it. Are you accepting of the Bears conversation in this division? And if not, why? Let's do a little better than nail polish. Maybe.
How about we do a lot better than nail polish?
Okay. 248-539-9797.
Kenny, I blame you. I don't know why.
97.1.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go all summer long and still watch my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up with all the action with the games that took place in Paris. Plus, you get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows without interruption. I get all the out-of-market scores and stats with Xfinity, latest injury updates so you can keep up with your baseball fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or simply just drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hi, everybody. David just told me it's on me. Listen, number one, it's not easy to be number one. You need experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the world's best mattresses. They do it right here in Michigan. And right now, during the Labor Day sales event, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. Bottom line, the Bears are the darling right now. I've been telling you for months I buy in. I think they're going to be a ball breaker. No, they're not winning this division. I think they're you 2 years ago. They'll be in the graphic, which means they're going to be a pain in the ass. Now, maybe they help you. Maybe they beat the pack. Maybe they aid your quest. But maybe they also beat you. And I want to know if you're accepting that this is a 3-team thing. I want to understand, do you believe this is more than just you in the pack? David, some ticket texts. Kenny, what are you doing? What's happening here? There he is.
The Lions can be a better team and have less wins. This division is going to take 10 to 11 wins, in my opinion, and 3 teams now have a pulse.
With you on it completely, and guess what? If J.J. McCarthy's ready at some point in the middle of the year, the Vikings will look very dangerous. Yeah, obviously, Addison has a suspension. Hawkinson's got some health issues. Justin Jefferson's just miserable right now. But if they actually have a quarterback by the middle of the year, that's not a team anyone wants to mess around with. And if you don't believe me, you almost lost to Nick Mullins. Uh-oh.
I agree. Bears are a couple years out, though. I believe Caleb is the real deal, though. He just needs experience. Offensive line is where I want to see a lot more improvement, though. Someone else says, not enough Lions fans realize how good 4-2 against the division is.
Any team in football, if they could sign a blood oath with Satan to guarantee 4-2 in their division, I don't care what division they're in, they would sign it now. Any team in football, even San Francisco.
Kansas City would do that in a heartbeat.
100%.
Yes.
The days of New England running a bad AFC East and going 6-0 every year, it's really hard to do. And it also, if your division's any good, it's impossible. Look, if the Lions come out and they are a transformer and they just turn it up to even another gear, other teams have injuries. Sure, totally different. But I go into this season going, this is not going to be the dream sequence it was last year. And remember, I know you've blocked it out of your minds. Green Bay came in here and hit you in the skull with a garbage can. And they got better. They had the same game against San Francisco you did. The same game.
I think the Lions will finish third behind Green Bay and the Packers this season. That is from Mike.
All right, now that's a little negative. All right, let's get to the people. Let's go to Michael, 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. What's going on, Mike? What's up, Rico?
What's on your mind?
Hey, I agree with you with the Bears being not really a threat to win the conference, but being that team that could knock either us or the Packers out. You know, they have that top-tier defense. They added some weapons around Caleb Williams, and I mean, the conversation changed a little bit if Caleb Williams turns out to have that C.J. Stroud kind of year, you know, that it makes it a legitimate 3-team race. And
well, and again, when you look at what the Bears did, I mean, I don't take it lightly. I mean, their top 2 receivers are Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. You have a highly productive tight end in Cole Kmet. You have this generational talented quarterback. I feel like they warrant a little bit more respect than they're getting over here.
Yeah, no, I agree 100% with you. And like I said, if Caleb Williams can take that step and I mean even just look comfortable out there, it's going to be they're going to be a tough out no matter whether it's indoor or outdoors. You know, that defense is going to keep them in games, and all they need is one of those playmakers to go off and make a play, and
yeah,
you got
Michael,
yourself a whole different ball game.
It does give you the feel a lot of what the Texans had, where you had defense and you had a quarterback with some young receivers. Don't make mistakes, and then all of a sudden they started believing in themselves, and you saw what the Texans did. I'm not saying that, he's going to be the next C.J. Stroud, but the formula is there that I do think it's going to be difficult.
You know who I forgot?
Who?
Your godson.
Rome.
Keenan, Rome, DJ, Kmet, DeAndre Swift, Caleb Williams, top 10 defense. And I'm supposed to act like it's a walkover? I can't do it. That's not a shot at the Lions. I think the Lions are fantastic. But hey, here's something. Okay, I'm a Giants fan. My team is dog water. Okay. The NFC East never has a repeat champion. Why? It's really effing hard. Okay? It's hard to do. And I think the Lions have a great shot to do this. But I don't think it is some guarantee. And I'm sure as hell not doing what I've heard other guys on this station talking about 14, 15 wins. That's...
Who said 15? I've heard 14.
Oh, really?
He was at 14. He was willing to concede 3 losses, but they were going to be close losses.
And the other guy had him 17-0. Yeah. Just throwing it out there. Let's go over to Austin, 97.1. Austin, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing very well. How are you guys doing?
Hey. What's going on?
Just wanted to say I agree with your last points with the fact that Caleb Williams has never, like a rookie quarterback has never been this insulated. Like he's got, like you said, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze. He's got the good running backs. He's got the tight ends, and he's got the defense. But I also wanted to bring up that defense is only going to get better. They only started performing well after they got Montez Sweat.
Yep.
And I think once they fully gel together, they're going to be even scarier.
No, I'm with you. I mean, they've got talent at every level on that defense. And the other thing, too, I mean, Austin Rico's always said it. I can't make fun of him. It's the hardest thing to stop in this league is a mobile quarterback, and it's been an Achilles heel for the Lions for how long? Hell, you could make a case it's what got you beat in the San Francisco game. Brock Purdy on 2 critical scrambles. Yeah. It's hard to stop. Well, the Bears have arguably one of the best ones now. So, yeah, I'm with you. And look, I think you should view it as it is awesome when your team is good and you're constantly playing big games and your division is respected. You're going to be on national TV all the time, but it is anything but easy. Mm-hmm. And I just would love to see where fans are at a few weeks out.
And I do think that you're also going to get everybody's best shot.
Okay, Cookies, I talked to him early, and we were goofing around after the pod, and I asked him, I go, so, what's on your mind with Campbell tomorrow? And one of the things he's going to ask is, the transition from being the hunter to the hunted. Mm-hmm. This is something this team, and primarily the players on it, have never faced.
Mike, the Lions have become a circle game, meaning other teams get the schedule and they circle Detroit. We got to bring our A game to go and play the Lions, especially at Ford Field. We got to come up with plays. We got to design some schemes. We got to come up with new wrinkles to beat the Lions. It used to be the Lions were the game where you could rest your injured starters, where you didn't have to go out there and play. But not anymore. Now it's this team is a recognizable force in the NFL. It's going to be different. You're not going to get a day off from any team. You're going to find out what it's like to be Kansas City, what it's like to be Philadelphia, what it's like to be San Francisco, what it's like to be those teams at the top that get the best punch each and every time.
And I have full confidence Dan Campbell will do a great job in conditioning this team to be ready. But it makes it more difficult. But remember a couple of years ago, Kyler Murray basically said we didn't even study our playbook when they came here?
Yeah.
Those days are done.
And Dan Campbell said that was one of the things that he had to preach to his team. Like, hey, guys, I was on I think it was a Giants team that won the division, and then we kind of just were soft, and we didn't want to practice, and we didn't want to do this, and the next thing you know.
You know who I blame? Eli Manning. All right.
I thought you were going to say me.
248-539-9797. Eli, terrible leader. All right. A lot of people need
Hall of Fame.
Slander. A lot of people need to replace the roof this summer. Be forewarned, roofing companies out there, skip over the most important step. It is attic ventilation. Rico, stop it right now with that garbage can. If your attic doesn't have proper circulation, You could end up with problems like mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter. Not to mention, summer attic temperatures can reach as high as 180 degrees. Victors, you don't have to worry about it. They start with a great ventilation plan. That's where it begins. Then and only then do they put on their perfect roof, and that is why every Victor's roof, they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee. Not only do we have the best installation crew in the state, they make sure what they install are the best because the ventilation's right. Call for your free inspection and estimate today, 734-773-1100, or book an appointment online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Ryan Vilade no longer has a locker in the Tigers clubhouse. It's expected he'll be sent down as Kerry Carpenter makes his return today. Riley Green told the media moments ago that he'll start his rehab in the next couple of days with the Mud Hens, who are currently in Charlotte. Tarek Schoolbowl will be on the bump for the Tigers tonight against the Mariners. Here is start right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:40. The NBA has announced their groups for the 2024 NBA Cup. Detroit is in the group with Milwaukee, Indiana, Miami, and Toronto. They'll play those teams one time in each in hopes of advancing to the second round. Pistons' first Cup game will be against the Heat at LCA on November 12th. NBA plans to release the entire 24-25 schedule on Thursday. Martavis Bryant is making his NFL return after 6 years with Washington. He was suspended indefinitely in 2018 for violating the substance abuse policy and reinstated in 2023. Since his last game with the Raiders, he played in the XFL and Indoor Football League, to name a few. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, a few ticket texts. We'll keep the calls going. It's just a question. A couple of weeks out. Bears are the darling right now. And look, Rico and I aren't doing what some people in the media are doing. I'm not calling for the Bears to win the division. I've heard it. I've read it. I'm not telling you they're ready to make the playoffs. I think they're absolutely ready to be a ball breaker. And I want to know if you are willing to call this a 2-team race with the Packers or a 3-team race with the Bears, or do you simply believe this division is yours? Now, I think the last opinion's the most delusional. It's the NFL. And this division is very good.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be the next AFC North with the Bengals, Ravens, Steelers, Browns.
Well, I like your stat, Mike, of just, there's really the favorites rarely win this division.
It's hard to do.
And because it's the NFL, I mean, no one saw the Vikings losing Kirk Cousins pretty much for the year, and them having to rely on a backup QB and not really being that Vikings team that we all thought they were going to be. I thought they were going to win the thing last year.
Also, just some news. Jahmyr Gibbs, Adam Schefter reporting, he hopes to be ready for week 1. And again, hamstrings are fickle. Take your time with it. What you don't want is a reoccurrence and a nagging thing, and you're worried about the kid every time he totes the rock. Jahmyr Gibbs is so important to what you do. He's the lightning to Montgomery's thunder. Just take your time with it. And it feeds into what I'm talking about, where I'm not. Look, Terrion Arnold's hurt already. Rakestraw's hurt. I'm not playing starters in these preseason games. Not doing it. That's the other thing people don't talk about here. Yeah. This is a young secondary. Talented, but it's young.
Okay, no, because this is going to be unpopular and it's going to be, you're a hater. And of course you say that because you like San Francisco. It takes time for a secondary this young to become good. Can they become a lockdown, lights-out secondary? Absolutely. But, guys, the Sauce Gardners of the world don't just get grown on trees. It's rare. Just like C.J. Stroud, it's rare that you have an impact rookie like that. So these two guys are going to find out almost immediately what life in the NFL is about, especially like if Nakua ends up playing for the Rams, because it's going to be him and Cooper Kupp. And then you're going to follow that up with Mike Evans. And then you're going to have DK Metcalf. And it's like, you're not going to start the year off playing Bowling Green. Okay? This is the NFL, and everybody's got star receivers. And guess what happens? If you get juked out one time, that's a 60-yard bomb.
I think the other interesting thing is the parallels you can draw for Caleb Williams to C.J. Stroud is that, look, Stroud walked into a situation where they had Devin Singletary and Dameon Pierce, had a stud left tackle in Laramie Tunsil, and then you had Dalton Schultz, you had Tank Dell, you had Nico Collins. Like, there were weapons there, right? Well, Caleb's walking into that type of situation. It's not a typical number 1 pick.
Right.
You're walking into Keenan Allen. You're walking into DJ Moore, Cole Kmet, Roma Dunze, DeAndre Swift. Like, I think he doesn't have to be Stroud for that team to be dangerous, but he's set up to be
Mike, he's set up. But going back to the Lions secondary, it's good, but that's once again why I wanted you to improve that defensive line, because you put pressure on the quarterback. You cut down the time that those young corners have to cover. If you don't get to the pressure, if it's just Aiden and the boys, okay, well, good luck with that, because you're going to be out there covering, and there's more than likely chance it's not going to end up going well for you.
David, what are people saying on Ticket Text?
More aligned with the odds, he says, but believe the Bears are more of a pain in the you-know-what in the second half of the season. And that what worries me. The Bears can be gotten early. It's a team that gels together in rookie struggles. That's Andrew in Sterling Heights.
Problem is, don't the Lions play them like twice
That's
in the
what
last
he
7
said.
weeks?
And I was about to say, the problem
That's
is
a bit of an issue.
By the time Detroit plays them, Caleb's not going to be that rookie quarterback anymore.
It's the NFL. Any given Sunday, I always assume they'll split with every NFC North team just because it's football.
I am more in line with that texter than not. It's a brutal league.
Did the Packers and Bears get better? I think they did, but so did the Lions. The discussion really should be, did the Lions improve enough to keep up, though?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is like, okay, well, how much better did you get? I think the better comes from player progression because you got so many young players. But, if Carlton Davis, who's missed is it 16 games the last 3 years? If Carlton Davis gets hurt and you're starting a pair of rookies at corner, how you feeling? That's a little scary. You're a little bit thin.
Right. Because that means one of those guys is going to be going up against the other team's number one guy.
I think the Lions are better. I think it has a lot to do with the way your team's built, how you've drafted. But those other teams went out and look, it's an arms race. When the Packers go out and sign a borderline all-pro safety in Xavier McKinney, that's not a rookie. That was my Giants' arguably second best defensive player, maybe third, behind Dexter Lawrence, and then depending on what week Kayvon Thibodeau showed up. Like, Xavier McKinney was the captain of my team. He was my favorite Giant. Like, he's good, guys. He's a real pain in the ass. And shout out Two-Tone Dreads. Great look. Great look. One side black, one blonde. Hilarious.
I think you could pull it off.
Quinshon Judkins has the same haircut.
I think Mike Valeni can pull this off.
I don't think so. No, actually not. David, go ahead.
The majority of Lions fans are also Michigan fans, so keep that in mind. One good season, and you think they're the defending Super Bowl champs.
Oh, listen. We're in a very special time in this country and this town, and we'll just leave it there. There's not a lot of room for much dialogue or hee-hees and ha-has.
With you, I'm with you 100%, Mike. Lions fans aren't used to having expectations. Doesn't always pan out, and the rest of the division looks very dangerous.
Yeah. Do we agree this could be the best division in football as soon as this year, but for sure next year?
Yeah, because we really don't know what Minnesota's going to be. It's just saying Minnesota gets better on defense.
If JJ can play at all, they're going to be again, look at the insulation.
But see, I think for Minnesota, it's the defense. Can you step and get better? Because that's when they can score points.
That defense got old. It did. It got old in a hurry. You know what I mean? Yeah. It felt like yesterday Harrison Smith was a good young player. Harrison Smith's like 40.
Yeah.
Time flies, man, especially when your team sucks. Thanks, Giants. 248-539-9797. And I hate you for making me watch Hard Knocks. It made me hate the Giants more.
I said watch Clipped, not Hard
Knocks. Whoops. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. Yes, watch your team because they're good. You know what they don't put on Stadium Swim? The Giants. Everyone would leave or throw up in the pool. Go to Stadium Swim at Circa in Las Vegas. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. Located right in the heart of downtown Vegas. At Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. And look, they should have beat you twice last year. I just think it's a 3-team race in the division. And sure, the Bears are the third team. You know what I've been saying about the Packers.
Right.
Or do you believe, no, this is our division?
Yeah.
Let's go to Aaron.
And by the way, Mike, before we go to Aaron, I was told to please stop knocking the New York Giants because there are people in this town that actually like them.
Because there's a guy in a lawn chair staring at the sky. No, I don't care. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how are you?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
What's going on?
Maybe a little bit of a hot take, but I don't even think it's a 3-team race for the division anymore. I think it's between us and Chicago. When you look at it, the Packers, I'm not completely sold on Jordan Love. Granted, he had a good season, but statistically, that's a hard word. They had their opponents had the most dropped passes and the most dropped interceptions last year. They have the 5th hardest schedule as compared to the Bears with the 5th easiest schedule. They put all the pieces around Caleb to make them succeed. It's just a matter of, can Caleb do it? And even if he's mediocre, I think, that's a formula for success, what they put around him. So I don't think it's a 3-team race per se.
So, Aaron, you don't see the Packers kind of like the Lions, how they finished the season 2 years ago and then carried that over and became a force in the NFL?
I think they're a force, but like I said, I'm not completely sold on Jordan Love, just based off his beginning of the season. Granted, I know, but you got the second-year slump, even though he's a fourth-year player. But I'm just not sold on him yet.
No, and hey, listen, for the Lions' sake, you hope you're right. Because if he takes another step forward, he's one of the 5 best QBs in football. And you're going to have to deal with that. And he, unlike you, he doesn't have some top 5 receiver. He doesn't have the best tight end in football. He has Jaden Reed. He's got a receiver in Watson with one hamstring. He's got the Doobie brothers. He's got Romeo Dobbs. He's got, he made chicken salad out of what.
Yeah, 2 young tight ends, yeah.
He did. So heaven help you if he takes a step forward. I hope you're right. Maybe he's not the guy, but that's
that's what I think the parallel comes to Goff, because outside of Detroit, nobody really knew of any of the receivers. No one knew of any of the talent that Detroit had.
And the other kid, Wicks, where did he come from? Who?
Right.
Why does Green Bay always do this? What kind of deal with Satan did they make? Always find these damn
they're
players.
a publicly owned team.
Oh, they are not. Every hillbilly up there running around with some certificate that says you're an owner. Yeah, good for you. Try to get in the owner's suite. Go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, how you doing?
Mike, Rico, boys, how are you guys? I'm great.
Hey, super. Steve. What's going on?
Let's talk about what we've seen at training camp. Carter Mazur's offseason. Oh, sorry. Wrong
Jesus.
call notes. Hockey Elite.
How's Casper? 248.
Well, Mike, I know that sitting in your shopping cart right now is my Sandine Pelican jersey.
That's right.
But again, we're gonna wait until November, October for that, or my Winter Classic tickets that I always remind you about. No, anyways, I want to bring something up. Caleb Williams, I think, is the unknown in all of this, and I question his mentals. Now, guys, if in listener land, if you're going to sit there and complain about him painting his fingernails, go to therapy. Get over yourself. Grow up with the times. They passed you by. It has nothing to do with painting his fingernails. That is the dumbest thing I've heard. But from what I observed last year, whenever he was faced with adversity, he just kind of pouted and he sulked. And what I really question is his ability to handle the mentals and the rigors of the NFL and really face that adversity and grow from it. He has all the physical attributes, but I just don't know if he has the mental attributes. And will be proven wrong or be proven right. I may be a little bit of a homer, but J.J. McCarthy, I really love his mental game by comparison. The other thing I would like to mention that you mentioned when we were coming out of the break here, Mike, is did the Lions grow enough? And I think absolutely yes, in terms of player progression and some of the acquisitions that we've made, specifically, one thing I'd like to mention, though, is culture. We need to reevaluate the whole term of being lionized, because Jameson Williams has thoroughly been lionized by this organization, and in all of the best ways possible.
Yes.
I work for a software company, and I have a quarterly on-site where I go down to Atlanta, and I was sitting there in the hotel talking to everyone, talking to my team, talking to people that are Bears fans, that are Bengals fans, all across the country, and they said, he's a bust, he's a bum.
No.
And I tell them time and time again, I said, you watch out. I would take that over in a heartbeat. Hell, I would take it with an extra 100 yards on it. He is going to get at least 850 yards. He's even more possibly this year.
Yeah, he's
Jay
primed.
Campbell,
This is it,
Yes.
though.
Yeah.
Like right here, right now, Steve, as long as he's healthy, I agree with everything you're saying. He's done the right stuff.
Absolutely.
We're not hearing about him off the
Absolutely.
field. And he is the guy that can take this offense to a new dimension. He's kind of that Deshaun Jackson deep threat weapon. You need it. You got to have it to keep defenses honest. You got to make sure the defense every time they go, all right, where's J-Mo? Because I got to have someone over the top. That will help you in so many ways. No, I'm with him on that. But it has to happen now.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't, again, injuries is a part of reliability. You know, you got to be dependable. You got to be available. Availability is a skill. As long as he's healthy, yeah. I mean, if I'd be shocked if he didn't have a really good year. Wouldn't you?
No, I'm with you. Now,
Hater. Hater.
No, here's your hater. The biggest, can Goff get him the ball deep?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, the quarterback who led the league in yak.
There you go.
Yeah.
But
I'm
J-Mo
pretty sure he
always
can.
has to sit and wait for the ball to get there. Mike.
Okay, then.
Oh, signed every one of the pregame shows that I do. Can Goff get him the ball deep?
There's people just, well, you never mind.
But I'm the hater.
I want to write a book called Why Is Everyone So Stupid? Honestly. Can Goff get him the ball? The guy's been playing at a Pro Bowl level for 2 years. You just paid him $50 million
Oh, no,
a
he
year.
can throw. No, but when J-Mo is so fast, he gets there,
Right.
and he has to
Okay.
wait, and he has to come back.
There
And
you
you
go.
never
He's
hit
a
him in
superhero. He
stride.
can actually break the sound barrier, and that's why that's why J-Mo can outrun whatever Goff does.
Wow, Lions fans. Just wow.
Wow. I got nothing.
You know what? The next time I get one of those calls on the pregame show, I'm driving to your house, getting you out of bed, and you're going to fill in for me.
The out of bed part, you don't have to worry about. It'd be the second part. You've got a 0% shot. All right.
Come on, you and cookies. Cash the ticket.
I'm all set. See his ugly mug 5 days a week. I don't need a sixth. All right, let's get to some football in a different way. College football blitz next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Jim Harbaugh no longer attending Michigan's first game as their honorary captain. Here's Jerome Moore. The Tigers face the Mariners at Comerica Park. Kerry Carpenter making a much-anticipated return to the big leagues roster after a 4-game rehab with Toledo. He's hitting second and DHing. Riley Green is on that track as well, as he confirmed with the media. He'll start a rehab in the coming days after passing another running test today. Adam Schefter provided the latest on Jahmyr Gibbs' hamstring injury on ESPN earlier. Red Sox pitcher James Paxton could be out for the remainder of the season, as he told reporters he's been diagnosed with a partial tear of his calf muscle. The Cowboys are the first professional sports franchise to be valued at $10 billion, according to the latest list by Sportico. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get some college football. David, music, please.
Guys, I think I found something interesting here. Rico, you have ended college football, but you have created something else. I have 7 matchups that have never happened before in college football that will happen for the very first time this season.
So fun. Just don't tell Mike.
So fun. Let's see if you like it. South Carolina will visit Oklahoma. This is their first ever meeting, Saturday, October 19th. You surprised they've never met before?
Yeah,
Not in a bowl game.
It always intrigues me when like two major teams, like they've never, you mean even like going back to the early days of football, they just, so yes, I always find it funny when you see this is the first time they've ever played. So yes, I like the fact that going to the SEC, it's your first time. Where's the game at?
It is at Oklahoma.
Okay. I'd prefer if Texas and Oklahoma stayed in the Big 12 and did Big 12 things.
Next up on the list, 2 basketball blue bloods. September 14th, they will meet for the very first time. Indiana at UCLA.
Oh, stop. Oh, come on. Who asked for that? It's not an assembly hall, David. There'll be 17 people there.
Ever played in the Rose Bowl?
Indiana?
Rose Bowl on non-Rose Bowl days. There are more people in this office. Okay? The sales side of the building is more crowded on a Friday. Here's a hint. It's empty.
There is. Honestly, I feel bad for UCLA whenever they have a home game because the visitors, especially if it's like in November, you're going to take that trip. You're going out to LA. It's sunny. It's warmer. But hey, David, I'm here for you.
Next on the list, on September 28th, for the very first time, Florida State will travel to SMU.
Again, who asked for this? There's a reason they don't play each other.
Now, see, this is one that I thought, like back in the SMU's heyday of the Pony Express.
They're in the heyday. Rhett Lashley ain't playing.
Back when SMU was really good.
Preston Stone.
When you had, the Pony Express.
They're really good now.
Back when they were ranked in the top 5.
Okay, you got me.
I thought that they would have at least played Florida State because in a bowl game or something at that point. So this one is shocking.
This one I kind of like.
See, thank you, Mike. Thank you. They're now in the Power 4. ACC
nothing says
matchup.
Atlantic Coast Conference, like a team from Dallas, Texas.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's ridiculous.
Well, let's go cross country with this one. Two teams, one on the west side of the country, one on the east side of the country. They will face each other for the very first time on Friday, September 20th. The old, new ACC matchup of Stanford at Syracuse.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, walks into the Carrier Dome thinking they're going to win a game.
I don't
Nobody.
even think Tirico cares about that game. Stanford and Syracuse. Why? Nice sport, Rico.
Because the ACC has now includes
Atlantic Coast Conference.
Here's the beauty of it. Your cable package has a ton of channels. Don't watch. Go ahead.
What channel would they have the audacity to put that game on?
WB.
No. That's the TV deal?
I think it will be actually like CW or something like that.
Okay. So JW Frog into Syracuse and Stanford.
Wayans Brothers.
Reruns of In Living Color into Syracuse and Stanford.
Right.
What's even funnier is this is how Stanford opens up ACC play. They travel all the way across the country.
Oh, don't they travel to Hawaii to start the year?
I believe so. So you're right. Hawaii, Stanford, home, practice.
Hey, they put the student in student athlete.
Bro, they got a private jet. They'll be okay.
Does Stanford really have that?
A jet?
They have Cardinal One?
Yeah.
For that poverty-ass program.
If
Tiger Woods is probably
I'm about to
playing
say Tiger
for it.
Woods wrote him a check for that, I'm sure.
Alone, he's good. He's good for it. As long as there's
Either
no
that or
pancake
the
waitresses.
Stanford tree. Go ahead.
Did you just make a Perkins waitress
yes,
blast?
He did.
Did I?
Jesus,
Was that
David.
me?
You're better than that.
Oh, okay. Well, they're going to need a plane because on November 9th, Maryland will travel to Oregon. Which actually should be a good Jersey matchup when you think about it, color-wise.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
Nothing says prideful, hard-nosed Midwest football like Maryland and Oregon.
Nothing screams Big Ten more like this matchup right here.
So, is there any world that you just may like this?
No, not crap like that.
So you're just going to automatically hate it no matter what. Hey, Mike, it was a great game. I know. Don't make me like this. I hate it. It was change. Leave me alone.
It's a lot like Kenny's viewpoint on minority jobs.
Yes, David. It will be
I like
interesting to see
turtles.
the uniform combination
colors.
because of
Yeah,
those
it's going to be
two
great.
teams. No,
After Oregon,
I'm not listening to you.
After Oregon
Go ahead,
wins by
David.
60, and Rico's like, listen, Loxley's going to get it together.
Upset of the year.
You're out of your
I'm
mind.
calling it now.
That may be the only game, Rico, where I'm looking forward to seeing the Maryland flag. Just because of the contrast
For
of colors.
what? The coffin that Dan Lanning puts them in? Just drape it nicely?
Let's move on to another great.
I like turtles. You're that kid. I'm not convinced that's not you in that video.
Another great future Big Ten
Can you cut his
matchup.
mic off, please?
This will be a Friday night matchup on October 25th.
Oh, I can't wait.
It will be a back and forth affair in future games to come. Rutgers at USC.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Sure.
Trojans versus the Scarlet Knights.
Yes.
New York
Battle of the
versus
mascots.
Yes.
New York,
Yeah.
LA, Big Ten.
Yeah. I can
Can't
see
wait.
it now.
West Coast, East Coast.
Yeah, get Magic Johnson, Jalen Brunson at the game. Yeah, I could see this happening.
This sport is so gone. It's so lost.
Mike, it's changed. It's evolved, okay? Hey, newsflash, they don't wear leather helmets anymore. Right.
TJ, we have integrated the sport. Please.
Speaking of helmets, they will also have the intercoms in the helmets now. So thank you, Connor.
Michigan's gift.
Yes.
You know what? Michigan's latest gift after they invented the night game.
Yes. You now have helmet communications for everyone.
And
That's
the
great.
lights that flash on and off during a
Yes.
touchdown. That's
Yep.
the only happens there.
Right,
First
'cause
time.
It's not like Georgia or Alabama had ever done that
No.
before.
Do you know
Ever.
they actually invented the pregame banner?
Let me give you the final
Forward
matchup.
pass, touchdown, and touchdown celebrations.
The final first ever matchup, Saturday, October 19th. NC State will travel to California.
I just, you know what, Kenny, it's all you. I'll shut up.
So if this was a non-conference game, you would be okay with this?
No, I wouldn't.
Because I remember when MSU traveled out to Cal.
Yeah, how'd that go? They got their asses kicked.
They still went out there and they enjoyed their time.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Because they
did.
made my Saturday night miserable.
Well, wah.
Otis Wiley's pick six was all I had.
Mark Dell had fun. And that's all that really
To
matters.
hell with him, too. I hate everything. This game is lost.
Those are your 7 first ever matchups in college football.
And David, I'm here for all 7 of them.
So am I.
Life is
After reruns of Martin.
Life is evolving. Mike.
Everybody hates Chris, followed by.
They cut away from the game to show you replays of the Sinbad show.
And that
What
is
the hell? Where's the post game?
your college football blitz.
Companies out here advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Nothing's free. If you want a real deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. Now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save up to $2,000. Great installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Cash Ticket is back. Previews every single day, every conference, every team. We'll get to the NFL starting next week. David, before we go to Ticket Text, fun note, right? We were just talking about Rico's new college football and these never-before-seen matchups, most of which no one wants to see.
Hey.
Stanford is going to travel this season as a member of the Atlantic Coast Conference. What ocean are they on? Oh, that'd be the Pacific Coast.
It's Atlantic-ish.
Mm-hmm.
It's all connected.
Yeah, if you had a map from 1300.
Dude, water's water.
Here we go. They will travel 25,000 miles this season.
Mm-hmm.
That is the circumference of Earth. That's...
Yeah.
Hold on. Here's Rico calculating an excuse for that.
No, see, I look at it as Stanford is highly educated, and they're going to take this time to really, see what the Earth is all about because they're going to travel the circumference.
And let me give you a nuanced, friendly response.
I mean, think about this, Mike.
Yes.
It's new traditions that are started, and new traditions are always started with that first time. Think about it. You didn't embrace the land-grant trophy when it first happened, but now
I'm going to be upfront with you.
Now, when Michigan State and Penn State play, everything stops.
No, I didn't know it existed when I got to school there. Then you see a picture of it, and you're like, "What is that monstrosity? And where did
Well, it
they
was
build
manufactured, but
right, it's an atrocity.
But it had to happen.
So here's a question. Just go around the room, and then we're done. I just would love to know, and I know my answer. Who, like Michigan or Michigan State or Kenny, if you're Georgia, who's a matchup you've always wanted to see and we've never played him? And think about it before you answer. You got to make sure you never played him now. Now, if it was 1953 and you played him once, I'll allow it. But I'll give you a great example. People will be like, I can't believe Mike didn't say LSU. He loves Death Valley. Well, we did play them. We got destroyed in a bowl game, the Independence Bowl. Thanks, Nick Saban.
Okay, yeah, I would say, can we at least say the last 30 years you haven't played them?
Sure.
Okay.
I have mine because I already looked it up.
Who is it?
It's Michigan facing LSU. We have not done that.
Well, no, because you'd never take the game. You would never travel.
That wasn't even part of the.
See, one of mine actually did happen. It was
you'd buy out of that so fast.
One of mine actually just recently happened. It was Miami. Like, I really wanted to see them go and play the Hurricane.
The infamous Mel Tucker shorts game.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would say probably either Texas or Oklahoma. I don't know if they played them.
No way.
Yeah, I can't recall them playing either one of those teams.
I'd love to play Texas Tech. Just because I'm fascinated by that place. I'd like an excuse to go to Lubbock. Kenny
Blackman.
Mine originally, I know they just played, obviously, but mine originally would have been Michigan because they hadn't played until the playoff until 1965. So that would have been mine, but until recently.
Okay, that's out. Who?
I'm
Georgia,
still
unlike
researching
a lot of
here.
teams, has traveled. They do play big matchups. They went to Okie State when Stafford was there.
That's the problem I'm running into with Georgia's because they actually travel around the country every so often.
They'll play some people.
Yes.
Now, even if it's neutral site and it's down the road at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, they do play people. But, who would it be? What's an out-of-conference? What would that matchup be? Because in the old days, Michigan used to play anyone, anywhere, anytime. Amp Lee came up here with Florida State. They played the big dogs. Michigan State for a long time was on a pattern of self-destruction. Perlis would schedule Jimmy Johnson in Miami for no reason. Who would it be, Kenny?
Trying to think. For Kenny?
I mean,
Georgia?
I don't know.
Like I said, or another
I'd love
game.
to see State play Ole Miss.
I was going to say, have they played Ole Miss?
No.
Or you play Mississippi State.
No, thank you.
MSU versus MSU.
I mean, the farm school jokes just write themselves. Seriously. David, Ticket Text coming in. What do we got?
Ticket Text here says the one Big Ten new matchup I will enjoy seeing is Oregon going to Purdue. The top 5 team to lose at that cursed place.
Ross-Ade Stadium, where the press box is bigger than the rest of the stadium.
Yeah, but for some reason, man, that is played where top teams just go to die.
Yeah, sign Mel Tucker.
I don't know what is more sad, the ACC being on the WB, or you all can name the shows that are on the That's Charles.
I was a child of the 90s.
How you living?
Pre-game show brought to you by Arsenio Hall.
Q Stanford is actually Friday night on ESPN, so you don't have to worry about the shows before.
I also don't have to watch that. You know what that's going to be? That's going to be a Jim Costa game. That'll be one where that goofball does one of his Costa locks on that repugnant matchup.
Maybe. David, I could sing the beginning of the Wayans Brothers, but probably shouldn't.
No, please. We need all the drops we could get. Come on. Hit it. All right, go ahead.
Someone says change the ACC to the SWC, the Saltwater Conference. That's the only way that makes sense.
Yeah, it's water.
Doesn't the ACC have their own network? LOL, why can't I watch 227?
No, the ACC network was a complete disaster. It's a terrible media deal. It's not available on a vast majority of providers. It was a boondoggle. It was chaos. It was like the Longhorn Network when Texas tried it. It was a failed state. And again, this is what the sport is all about. It's only about TV. Nothing matters.
Has MSU played or Michigan played Virginia Tech?
I will let you know momentarily.
I don't believe. No. Michigan did. Michigan played that awful VTech team in the bowl game.
Sure did. 2012.
Okay.
Yeah,
Remember,
we won.
That was supposed to be Boise State, but they took VTech instead. You know, TV sets.
But Michigan State has not.
No. Okay. That'd be great. Why not lose down at McLean Stadium? That's all we do is lose.
You said that, hey, they're not going down to Coral Gables and beating Miami until they did.
I said it was a measuring stick game.
No,
Let's
you
be
said
fair.
No, you said that the quarterback, I forgot at the time, was going to
Time out.
paraphrase
The kid from Houston.
Yeah.
But hold on. Then my guy, Drew Beasley, ripped his shoulder out.
Right, but you
and
said
threw his arm in the stands.
To paraphrase, he was going to
be careful.
Punch him in the face.
Got it. Much safer than probably what I said.
Right.
Much safer.
I was holding my breath, man.
Get on that button.
Face.
Relax.
and it didn't happen.
Listen. I love Drew
Or as
Beasley.
Kenny would say, orbital ramming speed.
Beasley was my guy, and he did a Leonard Marshall on Joe Montana to that kid and murdered him.
They could go down to Virginia Tech, enter Sandman.
I'd love to see it. That'd be fun. Until the intros are done and we're down 30. Go ahead, David.
Or I know it wouldn't be fun.
What?
Kenny would love it. Kenny, has MSU played Georgia?
Yeah, in a bowl game twice.
Oh,
Once
you're
where
right. Yeah,
Stafford
you're right. They beat
decapitated
them,
us.
yeah.
And then once after we got F'd out of the BCS, we went to the Outback Bowl and
And
beat
then
them on
that
the block
triple
field goal.
overtime. Yeah.
Terrell Worthy blocked the kick.
Will Golston had a big game.
Broken clock is right twice a
Had
day.
a great game that day. Cemented it with a sack. Go ahead, David.
It's only one of his collegiate career.
Someone's saying, how can you keep forgetting out the Jamie Foxx show? That's coming on before NC State in California.
That's right. Nothing says wet your whistle.
Another one for you,
We
Rico.
got episodes of Moesha before Syracuse and Stanford.
Nice pull.
Sister.
Another good pull. Wow.
Okay, let's go back and forth.
Family Guy.
Can you imagine a league so destitute you end up on the WB? Do they still have the cartoon frog with the top hat doing the intro?
I'm assuming so. That's
Well,
Paul Sarah.
First of all, it's not a network anymore. But if they did, I think the frog would be gone.
Or is it now CW?
It is the CW
So
now.
now we get Dawson's
We
Creek.
get 90210. Right. This one's for you, Rico.
Party of 5.
Vampire Diaries or whatever that thing was. I don't know.
Melrose?
Oh, this sport is so dead.
Can't wait to see Hawaii in the SEC next year. Thanks, Rico.
Yeah, exactly. Hawaii joins the Patriot League. They have road games at Lafayette and Colgate.
So long as the Big Ten doesn't take Army or Navy, I'm in for it.
Someone's asking, has MSU played Tennessee?
No. Not in modern. I bet you there's something back in the 50s. They may have. I'd love to see it though. Neyland Stadium's on the bucket list. I got to do it. I don't know.
They're off the water too.
They are. That's another one. And oddly enough, their district will be done before ours. Did you see the Neyland Stadium district?
I got faith.
The renderings are gorgeous.
Look.
Is that opening this season?
LED roof.
Okay, here's the thing. I plan on going down there and watching a lot of overflow Lions games in the district and Pistons and Red Wings games right after I eat at Houston's.
MSU and Tennessee have not faced each other before.
I'd love to see that.
Now, you know what? That would be a game, win or lose. I just want to go to the stadium. Kind of like when I went to Husky State. It's just I want to see all the orange.
Executed one of the greatest game day capers we've ever seen. You didn't bring a bag. You had no luggage.
Craziest thing I've ever heard.
How the air marshals didn't stop you. Sir, where are your bags? I don't have any. He flies to Husky Stadium, takes public transportation from the airport to the game, watches game, state, orbital ram, back public transportation, back to airport, back home. Done. No bags.
Not going to Ford Field.
No
not going to
wardrobe
Spartan
change.
Stadium.
Nothing.
Seattle.
One of the greatest capers we've ever seen. For a guy who doesn't have a private plane, one of the greatest things I go, wait a second. You did this in the same day? Yeah, I didn't even bring a bag. What? And they got killed.
I had fun.
That was
That's
Rico
what you
when he
said.
got back. That was Rico Monday at 2. Real energized.
You know?
Mr. Dangerous. There's Rico after his 24-hour bender.
I almost did the same thing for the Niners-Rams championship game.
Just boom, boom.
I almost, but thank God I didn't because I would have been in jail.
Okay, then. Oh, Sonoris Lenoris.
No,
oh,
Tart.
no. Jaquiski Tart.
Mm-hmm.
He pulled a Vildor.
Mm-hmm.
He got Vildored.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you for that. That was a tremendous segment. All right.
Nancy Kerrigan all over again.
Oh, was that you?
No, I would have been
Why
waiting
me?
for him. Yeah.
Oh, you would have pulled the. It wasn't Galuli who hit her in the knee. It was. No, it was Lance, wasn't it?
No, it was Galuli.
Who hit Nancy Kerrigan's knee?
It was Jeff Galuli.
I thought it was Shane Lentz.
No.
All right, whatever. They're all goofballs. 248-539-9797. That was at Joe Louis Arena, correct?
Correct.
Okay. A little bit of history there. All right, summer, it's here, and it's fading, and your schedule is getting busier, which means you need to get dinner on the table. Hungry Howie's can assist with that. $14.99, large pizza of your choice, including the specialty ones, the Kenny Cott menu, pickle bacon ranch, or the backyard burger. Any pizza in-house, plus your choice of flavored crust. $14.99, limited time only. Get in, get involved. It'll be gone before you know it. HungryHowies.com or download the Hungry Howies app to start your order now. Limited time offer. It's Hungry Howies.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After the first week of the preseason that saw him complete 11 of 17 passes for 188 yards, former Michigan QB and Vikings draftee J.J. McCarthy is set to undergo meniscus surgery on his right knee. According to Adam Schefter, they will determine whether he needs trimming or a complete repair at the time of surgery. That will determine the time frame for recovery. The Tigers are back at Comerica Park tonight after their West Coast swing. Here's the lineup card A.J. Hinch has submitted. Matt Vierling will lead it off and play right field. Kerry Carpenter back in there in the 2-hole as he DHs tonight. He was hitting .283 with 10 home runs before his lumbar inflammation put him on the shelf for 60 days. Colt Keith bats third and plays second. It's Urshela, Madris, and Meadows in the middle. Jake Rogers, Zach McKinstry, and Javier Baez will round it out today. Tarek Skubal takes him out. He made a start against the Mariners last week where he allowed just 3 hits through 7 innings, striking out 9. Hear coverage right here on 97.1 The Ticket beginning at 6:15. The Lions waive linebacker Deron Gilbert today, and signed corner is Sang Bassi. 2024 will be Bassi's 4th season in the league. He played for both Denver and the Chargers last season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5. We're at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, Lions signed Count Basie. Your thoughts. One note too on what Jeremy just said. Why are we even still pitching Skubal at this point? Just shut it down.
You know what? I didn't think about that until you said, it's 40 games left, and there's really no point of putting any wear and tear on his arm. They're not going to win anything.
I just don't care anymore. But hey, it's baseball. 41 games left.
Tarek, you want to start your vacation early? Go ahead. Don't worry about it.
It's the weird part about baseball, isn't it?
Yeah.
So much time left in this
Just
season.
do the Irish goodbye. Just go ahead and leave. We won't say a word. Just grab your stuff, hop in the car.
Boy, the jokes write themselves sometimes. That might be me tomorrow. All right. Let's get into this. There are reports, and I think it's very valuable for Lions fans to pay attention to this. There are reports that there is a deal in place where San Francisco is going to send disgruntled electric wide receiver Brandon Ayuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is a deal in place. Now, that's kind of a weird way to say, well, then why isn't the deal done? Well, A, you got to have a deal with assets in place. Then there has to be a contractual agreement. This is why when guys like Ayuk demand a trade, it's not that simple because it's not just compensation, it's money too. Here's my question. And I can't ask Rico this because he's too invested. And it's hard to ask Lion fans this because they're too invested. So I'm the perfect candidate for this. But it's really about David. David, if the Niners deal Brandon Ayuk, I don't care about your team.
Yeah.
If they deal Ayuk, are they still a contender in the NFC?
Yes.
They are.
I do believe.
Okay. They're still a contender, but are they still the top of the charts?
No.
Where do they fall to?
They're still number 1, but it's much closer
Really?
with the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
Much closer.
I guess I view the Niners, they're still going to be really good, but they're a mess. You've already got McCaffrey hurt. You got Trent Williams holding out. You got Ayuk who hates his life. I don't know, man.
But it's funny because last year I was told Ayuk's not that good of a receiver. Now,
Who said that?
Not you.
Oh, all right.
But Lions, he's not that good of a receiver.
Well,
and now, the team's going to fall apart.
Well, there's something you said, Mike, that has me worried about it. It's because I think what brings them together in the end is all Christian McCaffrey. With his injury, though, that could slow them down.
Calf strains are
that matters.
See,
because I think I understand what you're saying. They're all over the place right now. Kyle Shanahan, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, didn't say a former teammate last week or so about his team. There's a lot going on the defensive side. I think the glue, though, is Christian McCaffrey.
See, I would say for me, it's Greenlaw and Warner. So long as they
Fair.
are there,
Fair.
I feel better about this team. It's like Greenlaw goes down in the Super Bowl. That was it. Nobody talked about that. But when he ran out on the field and popped his Achilles,
It changed it. Yeah.
Kansas City hadn't crossed the 50 while he was playing.
Hate to see it.
But I hate you. But yes, with McCaffrey, with Trent Williams, there's a lot of things going on. I just think Trent doesn't want to do training camp. And he's just kind of finding ways to not show up. And then all of a sudden the week before, I'm going to go ahead and sign this deal.
I just think the problem is if Ayuk is gone, look, that's 1,300 receiving yards, and it's their deep threat. It is a guy Purdy has a real connection with. And I love Deebo Samuel, but I can't count on Ricky Pearsall as a rookie. Kittle's always hurt. Deebo gets dinged up a lot. And if CMC's already hurt, I just feel like it would move the Niners. Certainly they're a contender. I still think it's a 3-team race. It's the Lions, the Packers, the Niners. But I would actually move the Niners to the 3rd spot. I think Ayuk he's a game changer.
Right. See, and the reason why I would leave them at 1 is just, like I said, it's not the off, it's the defense. Because of the 3 teams, they would have the better defense of the 3 teams, the best defense of the 3.
That part I agree with.
And the reason why I still have them number 1, and it could change as the season goes along, the factor of Jameson Williams to me, that's why I can't put the Lions number 1 yet.
Just believe.
Because I need to see where his impact is on this
and
offense.
David, for me, if they do, you guys give the Niners 2 first-round picks, what I'm asking for.
What do you think the real compensation is? If they have a deal in place right now, what the hell is the compensation?
I think Pittsburgh sent a deal there, and I think the Niners are looking at this like, come on, add a little bit more onto this thing.
No, I don't think we're giving up more than a second-round selection.
And that's what I'm saying. At this point, that deal is just going to sit on this desk, and he's going to show up he's going to show up because we're not going to sign this thing. Because if it were there, they would have signed it. Like I said, they were trying to get Amari Cooper. Now, I think if they move him, Mike, I think for the Niners, they're going to be looking to see if there's a wide receiver that gets cut, an older guy that you can squeeze one more year out of, and you could fill into that spot.
See, here's the thing with this whole thing. I think it's up to Brandon Ayuk. I think the teams have agreed to the deal already. Brandon Ayuk has turned down a deal to the Patriots. They were going to give him more than $30 million a year, and he turned down a deal to Cleveland Browns. I think it's all on him.
See, David, from what I've read, it's not. I think that his people worked out this deal. Pittsburgh has worked out this deal.
Ooh, I
but
found
San Francisco is not really feeling this deal.
I found somebody you could use.
Just go ahead, 2 first-rounders. Go ahead.
Hold on. You've wanted a wide receiver back in this deal, and you don't want Pickens. What about Van Jefferson? He was good for the Rams. He's a good younger player. He's a role player.
Okay.
He could table set for Pearsall. It's Van and some draft compensation.
I would take that.
About late in the year, you hope Pearsall's more part of the offense,
Okay,
but
so
Van Jefferson
take
can be now.
Van Jefferson in a first-round pick.
Not a first-round selection.
Oh,
I'm not
boy.
giving that up.
You
I'm
hate to
Scott
see it.
Harris here, okay? I'm being a little bit.
Okay, listen, bottom line. Ayuk to the Steelers. I'm in full support of it. Makes the Lions' job easier.
But no, I'd take Van Jefferson back. First-round selection.
Just have that in the third-round selection.
This wide receiver room in Pittsburgh is a real punch bowl.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Pickens, Van Jefferson, Calvin Austin, Dez Fitzpatrick.
Woo, exciting.
Roman Wilson.
Yeah.
Wes Watkins. I mean, what?
Wilson's already dealing with an injury, so.
What is this? Yikes, David.
Exciting times.
That's all right. You could be a Giants fan.
Someone's texted in saying he's not worth 8 first-round pick, let alone 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, but Rico's got every right to demand that because they don't have to trade the guy, you dingalings.
I mean, and that's what I'm saying. I've always been told he's not that good. Oh, but if you trade him, your team's going to fall apart.
I do think
Like,
he's a moron. There was a deal to Cleveland. He would have gotten paid and joined a Super Bowl type team. He's an idiot. Oh, I don't want to play in cold weather. Wah.
Right, but I'm just saying, but Detroiters kill me with that. Well, he's no good, but if you lose him, your team's going to fall apart. Yeah, you can't
Right,
have
he's
both
good
ways.
enough that the Browns are willing to trade Amari Cooper. Go ahead, David.
A couple more suggestions of games. Someone saying for Michigan or Michigan State, it would be Mizzou. Want to see them.
MSU played Missouri.
I think Michigan's also played Missouri.
Which bowl game was that?
It wasn't. It was a couple days after 9/11. It was the canceled game. They were supposed to play Mizzou at Spartan Stadium.
And they played him at the end of the year.
Yeah, and remember, they canceled that game, and then like 2 weeks later, Notre Dame was there, and it was the whiteout. And remember that plane flew like super low over Spartan Stadium, and everyone freaked out? Yeah. And then
No, that wasn't
Then they played Mizzou at the end of the year in December. They came back up and played.
Right. No, because I thought they played Notre Dame right after.
That's what I'm saying.
9/11. Oh, and the plane, yeah.
And it's scared the living hell out of everybody because normally stadiums like airspace, you can't fly low over a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, yes, they played Mizzou. They played them twice. They played them down in Columbia too.
You're right.
daughter went to Tennessee. Neyland is incredible to watch a game.
Just wait for the volunteer district. It's What going about to be Kentucky? awesome. I don't think they've played him. I'd love that. I'd love that. The problem is when we play him, Keeneland wouldn't be open. So you couldn't do the double dip of a Kroger Field, Kentucky football game at night, but Keeneland by day. They're only open in October. But I would love to see it. That'd be amazing.
They have faced each other. Michigan State twice have beaten them.
Who, Kentucky?
Yes.
When?
1946 and 1947.
All right. That may have been a different type of party. All right. Let's get to business. Get some football in the mix.
Have they played Cincinnati?
You know what? It's called Google. Distracted driving's become an epidemic. Look around. We've all seen it. People swerving around. Pure idiocy. Oh, look, I'm on my Snapdiddle. Here's the bottom line.
I'm Googling to see if they play Cincinnati.
You call Mike Purpura National Benefit Plans. They'll help you find a life insurance plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. Mike Purpura National Benefit Plans. They will shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They got over 30 years in the business. They will find you the lowest rate, guaranteed. Simply call Mike Purpura now, 877-734-2200, or you go on the web, nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. On the Tigers minor league injury report, top prospect Kevin McGonigal scheduled to have surgery this Thursday to remedy the fracture in his hamate bone after he was hit the other day. The Tigers host the Mariners tonight. The ace heads back to the mound for Detroit. Tarek Skubal. He'll oppose 26-year-old George Kirby, who holds a .313 ERA. Kerry Carpenter also activated off the IL and is set to hit second and DH. After all the fighting between the Lions and Giants last week, Patriots coach Jared Mayo has a solution. According to a list tweeted out by Warren Sharp, Jared Goff was one of the hardest QBs to tackle last year. He had the fourth best percentage of QB pressures that turned into sacks at 13.2%. The best was Josh Allen at around 10%, while Ryan Tannehill, Daniel Jones, and Tommy DeVito ranked as the worst. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, timeout. I just saw something that's downright disrespectful. Now, don't be looking over there. You focus right here. I got you covered. I got you taken care of. Boy. I just saw some straight up disrespect. The betting odds for the NFC. Now, you got a couple of these goofballs on ESPN talking about it, one of which has an unbelievably regrettable mustache. The point I'm making is the following. The San Francisco 49ers, who might be trading Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers today, are listed at plus 260 to win the NFC. Plus 260. I don't have a problem with that until you get to this. You know what the Lions' odds are? Any guesses? Plus 550. The same as the Philadelphia Eagles? And the Packers are plus 800. What am I missing? Sell me this pen.
I'm thinking that for as much as we thought the Lions took this monumental jump last year, maybe we sold the Eagles stock too soon. And maybe this is a team that can still be good. They just had a bad year, and they can bounce back. They went out and got new coordinators. They went out and kind of fixed it. But they still have the pieces in place to win.
This is disrespectful. Nick Sirianni is a bleep.
You don't like him. It's personal
I
for
don't
you.
have to.
No, but I'm saying.
I don't think his quarterback likes him. There.
No, but you can still win and not like the quarterback.
I want to know, do you believe? I think the Lions are being disrespected. In fact, I'm going to call James Anthony Costa. I want him to talk to Dan Campbell about this tomorrow morning. I believe Campbell joins the show at 8:02. You should listen. It's free.
See, I think that it's the Lions being put into the upper room. Like, hey, guys, you belong with the top teams in the NFC. I think that.
Why are you so much better? What the hell makes you think you're plus 260? The Lions are plus 550. Who the hell are you? Who are you?
But they got what, 3 players in the top 10.
Nobody cares.
Okay.
So look,
you asked the question.
We did a topic earlier,
but
right?
that's not disrespectful for the Lions. As a matter of fact, that's respect to the Lions.
I just don't think they are twice the odds of the Niners. I didn't like that part of it. Why are the Lions not viewed basically equal to the San Francisco 49ers?
Because if you step outside of the city of Detroit, people are saying, hey, you're a contender, but they're better than you as of right now on paper.
So which of these two is more accurate? Their odds to win the NFC where they are a distant second to the Niners, or your odds to win the NFC North, but you are barely ahead of the Green Bay Packers and barely ahead of the Chicago Bears? What's more accurate?
I think the NFC odds are more accurate because I think it's going to be a dogfight. No, Mike, it was think about
spoken like such an aloof Niners fan.
No, Mike. Last year, when they played within the division, they had battles. So
that's fair.
I don't see how you're that
I think
much
the
better.
NFC North is more accurate because I think it's the best division in the NFC. I don't think that odds to win the NFC thing, that doesn't make sense to me. Now, maybe it changes when Ayuk is a Steeler, but you should not be almost twice the odds of the Lions.
But I think that's Detroit bias. Right now, it's like,
what's my bias?
Well, you're bought and paid for. Look.
I think you have me mistaken for somebody else.
No, because You look at it as you're a Giants fan, which means you don't like the Eagles.
Okay,
I think that we have all kind of forgotten about the Eagles.
They should be forgotten about.
Wow.
They
They had a bad year, David.
They should
and in
be
that
forgotten
bad
about.
year, they still made the playoffs.
Here's what I think is going on with those odds. I do think the Lions are getting disrespected because they shouldn't be twice the underdog
That's
or
my
twice behind San Francisco there in the odds. Here's what I think is going on with the Philadelphia Eagles. And you say this all the time, Rico. Vegas makes money. They are getting money from Eagle fans because they say, oh my gosh, they think, oh, we're the second favorite. And they're going to take their money and they're going to laugh to the bank all year long. That's what's going on with the Eagles because they're not that good. They're not that good. The third best team in the NFC?
Well, tied for the second best team.
That's not real.
Well,
but the Lions are being disrespected.
But here's the other thing, too, that Vegas is all about numbers and analytics. Can we agree upon that?
I guess.
This is where Lions fans won't like the fact that you never produced double-digit winning seasons in back-to-back years. That's factual.
He's comparing you to Iowa State. You've never won more than 9 games in your program's history.
But that is factual. So Vegas is saying, okay, we're going to hedge our bets here. We're going to put you in that category. Now, I think, Mike, if the Lions if they're consistently winning 11, 12 games, I think that number would be right there.
Well, hold on now. Because if you're saying that, then you're saying they're all the way wrong because they shouldn't be the second favorite NFC team then.
No, David.
They've never done it back-to-back years.
David, they're talented. Anybody with a brain can see how talented the Lions are. But I don't know. I don't think Vegas is saying we're going to be all in with this team.
I think the team that has the
We're
biggest
hedging our
gripe
bet.
might be the Packers. How are the Packers 8-1?
I think the same. Are they real? Are
Yes,
they legit?
they're real. You know what? You're in your ivory tower. Let us pores talk about things, okay?
Then why are you even speaking? You're destitute.
I'm Billy Ray Valentine. I'm a Giants fan. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from Lion fans on this. Is it something or nothing? And I'm okay if you say it's nothing. But why are the Niners the prohibitive favorite to win the NFC? McCaffrey's hurt. Trent Williams don't want to play no more. Ayuk might be getting shipped out of town. Their quarterback is a rodent. And we're sitting here. The Lions, what? The Lions do everything right. Why the hell are they plus 500 and the Niners are plus 250? And by the way, the Packers at 8-1 to win the NFC might be the best bet on the damn board. I think they're very real. We talked earlier, Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. I think the Bears are going to be a pain in the ass. I think it's you and the Packers. And the winner of this division, I think they win the NFC. I really feel like the Niners are at the end of that run. It's hard to keep doing this, especially if you don't have Pat Mahomes. But I'd like to know what you guys think. Look, Rico feels justified. He has every right to feel justified. His team's there every year. But if you're a Lions fan and you believe this is your time, it's your season, why the hell are you double the odds of the Niners? There's no noise coming out of your camp. You don't have anybody holding out. You don't have anybody demanding a trade. Now, you do have a running back who's dinged up. Jahmyr Gibbs will not play the rest of the preseason. Adam Schefter. I just would like to hear from the people. 248-539-9797. And we are still awaiting. There's apparently an agreement that Ayuk's going to be a Steeler. It just hasn't been done yet.
Because Steelers are offering crackhead deals. Put out a real deal, David, and you can have them. Apparently, you don't want them enough. Just saying.
David, you want to review ticket text? Tell me what the
Call
people
up
have to
Tomlin.
say.
Make it happen, David.
Here's why. Goff will be injured by game 8-9 and out for the season. The Lions better get a proven backup ASAP. That is
Why
from
would you
Lance.
say something like that?
He's a hater.
What is wrong with you?
He's
You
definitely
don't
a
put
hater.
that into the universe.
Rat Purdy without Ayuk. LOL. I'll be excited to listen to Rico during the collapse.
That's all right. Rico will be telling you Ricky Pearsall is
Okay.
going to be an all-pro player.
Okay, so long as that same person allows me to sit here and have some fun when they keep it going. Can't have it both ways.
Well, there's
Lions
no
fans.
fun. You're not allowed to have fun.
Who's
Right.
going to keep it going?
The Niners.
Wow. How about David mocking you?
Well, he did this week 1 last year until they got curb stomped.
Uh-oh.
He still owes me a pair of shoes.
That was never an agreement. We never agreed to that. What are you talking about?
He still owes me a pair of shoes.
Not exactly. Vegas is all about turning a profit and maximizing their hold. That's what they're doing there.
Yeah, but we've heard for so much how the Lions were one of the most bet teams in Vegas and how they've dominated the handle in the offseason. Why would they be offering plus 500 versus the Niners that are plus 250? Wouldn't the Lions' odds be shorter? That just feels a touch disrespectful. I got to be honest.
It is very disrespectful. And I can't believe I'm the one defending the Lions when there's a Lions fan right next to me.
I guess but Kenny don't have the spine for this conversation.
All right, hang on a second now. I kept my mouth shut because I allowed Rico to pat me on the head and be like, well, you should be lucky to be plus 500 up with the big guys. No, it is disrespectful.
How
it
is
shouldn't
this
be
disrespectful?
It shouldn't be double the amount of your odds. That doesn't make any sense.
That's right.
So if the Niners were sitting there
I'm not
at plus
saying-
400, you'd be okay.
I'm
with
not
that.
saying I'm not saying you shouldn't be in the lead or whatever. I'm just saying double is absurd.
Rico Beard, recognize this is a ridiculous argument, but we are not.
Okay, all right. So long as we can say
We're having
that.
fun. I mean, I'm sorry, we're not talking about the color of your neighbor's roof like other people. We're
Well, they're getting
having
it
fun with football.
No,
I'm not going to break down preseason football, but when I see
We're not going to break down the
entire
third wide receiver?
No, we're definitely not. I'm saying if you told me the odds to win the NFC where it was the Niners and Lions as co-favorites, that's respect. When the Niners are plus 250 and the Lions are plus 550, and by the way, the Eagles have no place on this list.
But see,
they don't belong with the Lions.
But I think we've all forgotten about the Eagles, and maybe they're not as bad for the Lions, Mike. I think it's just if you go back out and you do this again this year, you won't see odds like that anymore. But I think this is for them and the Packers. Okay, guys, do it again, and you'll get better.
You do it again. And by that, I mean fail in the Super Bowl. 248-539-9797.
You know what? I'd sign that contract if they fail again.
In the Super Bowl.
It means they made it back.
Honestly, wouldn't you rather not make it? Haven't
No.
you had enough pain?
No.
Okay.
I'd rather go back.
We'll get to the people.
David, seriously?
Rico, take him to church.
I'd rather go back.
Take him to church.
And you know what's going to help me get to the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
How about a ride from Hamilton Chevrolet? Let's talk about the best Chevy dealer in the area. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. And right now, there are unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. It's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with the new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It's the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or your next adventure all the way to the Super Bowl. Get this, you can pull off the lot in the Rico deal for $259 a month. I did not stutter. $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevrolet is making it easier for you to upgrade your ride. And you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton for more details. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers, AC, furnaces. There's nothing that's truly free. If you want a fair deal, you go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price, and now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. Save yourself up to $2,000. Great installation and fast same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we got a little football on the brain. We're monitoring the Brandon Ayuk situation. I do think it matters. I do think it affects the NFC chase. There's supposed to be an agreement, but I'm with Rico on this. That just sounds like, well, something's been sent over, but the Niners haven't agreed to it. It sounds like Ayuk's side may agree to it. But the betting odds for the NFC and the fact that the Lions, apparently, according to Vegas, are just not close to the Niners. I think that's disrespectful. Rico doesn't. What?
They're the second best odds.
Not good enough. If you're a distant second, that's not close.
That's not distant second.
You know what?
They're tied with a team, basically a team that lost the Super Bowl, the Lions, and they're tied with a team that also lost the Super Bowl. That's a great audience to be in.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Anthony 97.1. Hello, Anthony.
Mike, Mr. Dangerous, how you guys doing today?
Mr. Dangerous. What's going on, Anthony?
Nothing much, fellas. So, talking earlier about when you guys were saying, and I do get an opinion about the whole disrespect thing for the betting odds, because I agree with you. It is very disrespectful to be double than what the Niners are, and they lost the Super Bowl. So, it's not like they won it. But getting back to what you guys said earlier about the whole Chicago being a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that completely, because everybody wants to talk about how great the Lions are, and yes, they are. The odds speak for itself, oddly enough. But the Packers are probably going to be the number one team, but the Bears, they're legit. Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift, and don't forget Jalen Johnson and Montez Sweat on defense. They're going to give us hell, and it's up to us to be prepared for it. Lions fans have dreamed of being in this kind of position. So don't be overconfident. This is the NFL. Nobody's going to take you lightly now.
No.
Like Rico said, you're a circle game now.
I agree totally. No, Anthony, and just to refresh the 5 o'clock audience, what Anthony's referring to is, look, there's a lot of hype nationally. The Bears are a playoff team. And I'm not ready to go there, but I do think they show a lot of parallels to you guys 2 years ago. And I think they're going to be very good. They're going to be a 500 team, and I think they're going to be a pain in the ass by the time you face them twice. Now, some people push back on that. Other people are like, nope, I'm with you. We were getting a perspective from you guys on that. This topic's a little different in that, first of all, if I were a Packer fan, I'd be like, wow, they don't think anything of us at 8-1. But for the Lions, I'm almost more upset the Eagles are the same odds as the Lions, because I don't think the Eagles are close to the Lions. I think the Eagles are a has-been. I think Nick Sirianni's brain went to Indianapolis and Arizona when he lost Steichen and the other numbnuts, Gannon. And honestly, I think Sirianni's closer to being fired than they are winning a Super Bowl. The idea that they're plus 550 with the Lions, but the Niners to be this, they're just clear favorites. How? I'm sorry. You don't have a quarterback with opposable thumbs. How am I supposed to take that seriously?
You don't like the quarterback, Mike, so I can't take you seriously.
That's fine. Trent Williams doesn't take his job seriously. He's holding out.
He takes it seriously. He's just holding.
Brandon Ayuk's not happy.
According to the Lions fans, he's not that good.
Okay,
so now he's leaving.
I think Brandon Ayuk's very good.
Oh, no, I did too, but I was told last year, how dare you put him in the same category as an Amon-Ra? I'm like, he's good.
Well, you know what?
Oh, he did it again.
I'm not doing it. It's this room, dude. My voice sounds great when I leave this place. What did I tell you last week, Kenny? I sounded great when I sang last Wednesday.
Let's go to people. Joey, 97.1. What's up, Joey?
How we doing, fellas?
Good. What's going on?
So what'd you say? The Lions odds 550, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? That's more money to us. Come on now.
It's a value, as Jim
More money
Costa
to win,
says.
baby.
But would it?
I love being the underdog.
But
Love
in all
being the underdog. That's all the
seriousness,
Lions ever been, baby.
Hold on. Answer the question though. Do you feel it's disrespect that they have you so far behind the Niners?
No. I mean, the Niners have had success for so many years. I mean, yeah, they're down a couple guys. Yeah, the quarterback. I mean, he's all right. Don't get me wrong. Ayuk's gone. Who knows what happens with McCaffrey? But I don't think the Lions have done enough to solidify themselves as one of the top teams. Yeah, they had a great year last year, but I mean, I don't know. I'm in between. I just like the underdog mentality. Yeah, no, I like the underdog mentality. Keep us there. I mean, that's what we grow on right there. Dan Campbell ball right there. Love it.
Okay.
Man, it's more money, like I said. Let's go, baby.
There you go. See, Joey got excited about the odds. Joey went to his local betting purveyor. I see. No, but he's with you on that. What?
No, I was the fake disrespect.
It's
not
You're the
fake.
second best odds.
But they're not close to the favorite. That is suggestive that there's this massive difference. Hold on. Did I watch a different game, or were the Lions up by 17 on the Niners?
They were.
Okay. So I'm just making a point.
Did I watch a separate game, or did they then give away that lead and lose?
I have no recollection.
Okay.
I do not recall.
Okay. Just checking.
I do not recall.
Just checking.
Don't recall.
As Mike Hart said, it's like playing your little brother in basketball.
Where is Mike Hart?
That's a great question.
We're going to have a new
You
TV
had to think
show.
about it, didn't you?
You've heard of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world is Mike Hart?
Because I was like, no, he's at No.
Where is he?
No. Yeah, he didn't get that head coaching job. And
you don't say.
He may be in Costa Rica.
Let's go to DJ 97.1. Deeds, what's going on, buddy?
Fellas, what's happening, man? How y'all doing?
What's up, DJ?
Hey, I'm good, man. I'm much better than I was 2 hours ago, man. You know, I'm 45, fellas, so I just had that moment that we all fear when you get about 45.
What?
You gotta go lay on that table. You gotta go lay on that table sideways with your rear end showing before they put you to sleep. Man, I ain't never had so much anxiety in my life. I was nervous, dog.
We hope everything is A-okay.
Yeah, it was, dog.
All
you know,
right.
the anxiety leading up to that beat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was cool, though, dog.
Yeah, you've actually
I couldn't
just
wait to come
experienced what it's like to be a Michigan State fan the last few years.
That's hilarious, dog.
Every Saturday at noon, you're going to feel some pressure.
Hey, so check this out, dog. Let's get into it. So, for all intents and purposes, the San Francisco 49ers and the Lions are literally mirror images of each other. Trent Williams, Penei Sewell, Brock Purdy, Jared Goff, Kyle Shanahan, our offensive coordinator Johnson. Here's the thing, though, man. The thing is, though, in order to be the man, you got to beat the man. In the words of the great Ric Flair. And we ain't beat him. So that's where this is coming from, because all things being equal, we're equal. They got McCaffrey, we got Gibbs and Montgomery. So I just think it's a thing where, because we haven't beat them yet, that's where it's like a gap. So until you do it, we ain't give you that.
DJ, here's the funny thing, and I'm glad you had no bad news that came to you today. You named off all offensive players, and I think the difference is defense. You didn't name off any defensive players saying, hey, they got this guy, we got that guy. I think that's where you see the gap for at least Vegas is one team has a much better defense than the other. Offensively, DJ was right. They can go tit for tat with each other.
We got a top 5 defensive tackle in Lee McNeil. You got Aiden Hutchinson.
Yep.
You signed DJ Reader. You brought in Carlton Davis. You have Brian Branch. I mean, you're acting like we got a bunch of homeless people out here.
Not homeless people, Mike, but they haven't played together. I'm sorry. Did I miss the games where they've all played together? Did I miss this?
Well, no, they haven't. But check this out, Rico. I'm with you, but I'm kind of leaning with Mike because I did leave Hutchinson and Bosa. We can cancel them out. Aleem McNeil.
No, we are not. We can just stop it right there, DJ.
Yeah, man, we can cancel them out.
Rico, Rico, hear me out on this. So Montgomery and Gibbs pretty much cancel out McCaffrey. Would you agree with that?
Okay.
Almost.
Yes. I'll give you that one.
So now, with that being said, clearly Hutch isn't Bosa yet, but he's closed the gap last year. So you can pretty much just cancel that like a wash. Still a slight edge, but you got to think. One is going up against Trent Williams, other one going against Penei Sewell. Pretty much the same thing. You get what I'm saying? They wash each other out. So now you got to look at the linebackers. Of course, they got the edge there. But like Mike just said,
You mean Greenlaw and Jack Campbell? They're not the same.
And you don't
not at all.
My goodness.
Yeah,
DJ, you
but
just
look,
keep
and
going. This man is disrespectful.
And look, and here's the last thing that we got to keep in mind to go to what you other guys talked about otherwise, too. The Packers are at such a great odds because the last time everybody watched, they whooped our Lions on Thanksgiving. They almost beat San Francisco. So in people's minds, they literally still got a better chance, too, because they watched what happened when they played us, and they seen us almost do the same thing.
And
that
I
we almost
watched what
pulled
they
off.
did to San Francisco. They can play with that team. DJ, we're up against it, brother. We'll talk to you very soon. You got triggered right there. You were upset about that Bosa thing.
No, I expect him to ride a DJ. But you know what? DJ had a procedure done today, so I'm going to excuse it for that. It's the anesthesia.
Here's some live audio of DJ.
Okay, you know what, Mike? Read something. Read something now. Just read something. DJ, we're sorry. That's all, Mike. Poor man.
All right, there's no segue for any of that. Football's approaching. Yep. Hey, you want to bet on future odds where your team is disrespected in a heinous manner? You can go to FanDuel, bet the Lions plus 550 as the Niners miss the playoffs this year. It's going to be an exciting time. Play with FanDuel. New users, $150 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, no better place to get ready for the season than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online, real money only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Michigan coach Jerome Moore was asked what the latest was pertaining to the Wolverines QB battle today. The Tigers open up a 6-game homestand today with the Mariners in town. Tarek Skubal will face Seattle in back-to-back weeks as he allowed just a pair of earned runs while striking out 9 last week. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:15. Kerry Carpenter is back with the team, and Riley Green is going to begin his rehab with Toledo on Thursday. The NBA released their cup schedule for the upcoming year. The Pistons will begin tournament play November 12th against the Heat at LCA. Other teams in their group include Milwaukee, Indiana, and Toronto. They will play each team once with the hopes of advancing to the second round. The full NBA schedule is due out on Thursday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Is this disrespectful, this Vegas thing? The Niners at, plus 250?
Yeah, plus 250. Lions were at plus 550.
And is it they're tied with the Eagles. Are they tied with the Eagles? And I do wonder, in the break, is it the Saquon fact? Now, I know you don't like Saquon, but the fact that he's now with the Eagles, do they feel like he could be that difference maker? Kind of take some pressure off of Jalen Hurts.
He can go to hell.
Okay.
I have every right. You can go anywhere you want. You don't sign with the Eagles.
I understand. I'm saying, as far as Vegas going, is he that difference?
To hell with them. It's the Lions versus everybody. Let's go to Stu.
I'm sorry, Theo. Go ahead.
Hello,
good
Stu.
afternoon, gentlemen.
What's going on?
Just wanted to say, maybe Vegas is waiting for the Ayuk trade to fall through, Trent Williams to hold out before they make any final adjustments.
Maybe.
I mean, it is still preseason too, so these are just the numbers to give people a taste of where to get their dollars at. And you got those people who just, as soon as they see a bet, they take it. So, the Lions have not played together yet, so they made some great additions, but, injuries happen, things happen. The 49ers are still technically put together.
And Stu, I'm with you. I think that this, to me, is a tip of the cap to the Lions, and they put them in the big boy club and said, hey, you're one of the favorites to win. Now, I don't see it as disrespectful, but you know what, Stu? I don't get a vote in this. So I've been outvoted 3-1 in this, Stu.
No. You're
also, too, look at the Lions' playoff record. I mean, if we had 2,500 to 1 odds, we should be up there saying, you know what, given that this is our first time having success in the playoffs and God knows how long, we'll take what you give us. We got to get out there and prove it. One year, we were flash in the pants. With the Lions' history, we darn sure could be back into, a 4-13 season and wondering what happened.
Okay, Stu, I don't think that's going to happen unless it's a major injuries.
Hey, did you guys just see the retirement announcement in the NFL?
I did. I thought he was already retired.
I thought this dude had been retired for pre-COVID, 5 years. Tavon Austin has announced his retirement from the NFL. One problem. He hasn't played since 2021. Now, why is this relevant? This could be our latest series of Kenny Cott watches because Kenny doesn't know anything that happened before 2010. The single greatest collegiate highlight reel ever is Tavon Austin at West Virginia.
I believe we've already done this one.
Okay.
It's showing up in my YouTube history. We've definitely already done this one.
Okay. Listen, if you haven't seen Tavon Austin in the Rich Rod offense, you just haven't lived.
I didn't know he retired?
Yeah. He hasn't played since 2021.
Who did he play with after the Rams?
Okay. He played for Dallas for 2 years, Green Bay for 1, and Jacksonville for 1.
Yeah, okay.
He had a formal announcement of his retirement today.
Did anybody show up?
No.
No, it wasn't one of those, but it was like a very long social media post of I'm retiring and all this stuff. And it's like, dude, where you been?
See, that's when you just have to turn off the responses because you don't want people to reply to that. Like, okay, like, did we go back into a time capsule?
See,
is this 2020?
Back when college football was a real sport, when you would have West Virginia in the Big East, the idea that Rich Rod had West Virginia within a game of playing for a national championship with Pat White and Steve Slayton, guys like Tavon Austin, that was when that whole like spread option thing was new. It was like, remember when Joe Tiller did basketball on grass?
Right.
2000 in Purdue, you're like, oh my God, they have 5 wide receivers. What do I do? Dude, when Rich Rod first had that thing going at West Virginia, you're like, how do you stop this? The quarterback's a running back. The running back's a track star. That dude's 4 feet tall, but he's a human joystick.
Right. Oh, remember,
they were terrorizing people.
Good enough for Rich Rod to get the Alabama job.
For a day.
Until he turned it down.
All Michigan had to do was let Rich Rod hire as defensive coordinator. Wasn't it Chuck Castile or was it Tony Gibson?
No, it was neither. I forgot who.
The bottom line is they didn't give him the money to go hire that cat, and then again,
and they forced him. You're going to use our DC, and it's like, guys, I don't have my quarterback. You're forcing this defense on me, and you expect me to win right away.
How did Michigan ever have Stephen Threet as a spread option quarterback?
Because that was all they had.
I remember watching the one game I've ever rooted for Michigan to win, and it was at Ohio State, and we needed them to beat Ohio State for us to win the Big Ten. Needless to say, Nick Sheridan didn't get the job done.
I remember watching the practice, and afterwards I was like, guys, this team is bad. And I remember Drew Sharp, the late great, arguing with me like, oh, Michigan's going to win 10. I was like, Drew, this team is bad. Like, you didn't see what I saw.
If you want college football the way David and I remember it, just cue up some Pat White, Steve Slayton, Tavon Austin highlights tonight. Back when the Big East featured, wait for it, East Coast teams.
You're so biased. You know what? I've expanded, and I'm allowing people to just join a conference. We don't have to have biases and have to be on the East Coast to be in the
I'm
East
just
Coast.
making a point. All right. Let's get a little football in the mix. We'll take you to Tiger
Expand your
baseball.
horizons.
What do you want from me? You wrecked it all. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville last year. Contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much product. They stock all the colors of Trex decking, railing, and lighting, and they got it right in the warehouse. You buy it, you build it, you save money while you do it. Some of it as low as $1.59. Deck season is upon us. Beautiful day out today. Going to be another nice one tomorrow. You could be enjoying it. Get to Northville Lumber. They will intro you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. Hey, 25% of the season left for the Tigers. It's the big finish.
There's still a chance that they can turn it around.
There are more than 40 games left in the Major League Baseball season, guys.
Loud noises.
How do we fix it?
You got to shorten the season to 128. You got to institute doubleheaders like Rico talked about, and you got to start the playoffs Labor Day weekend. There's no reason to start in March, and there's no reason to finish in late October, God forbid, early November like the Yankees did one year. It's ridiculous. Think about it now. You've been cashed out on the Tigers since the deadline? Great, only 25% of the season ago. You got Scooble tonight. Why? I mean, he could have another 6, 7, 8 starts. For what? 2/3 of the teams in baseball don't even try. These places are morgues. Yeah, sure, baseball's sweet in places like Philly, who are on fire, or maybe you're like in New York right now, baseball's a hot ticket item.
Right.
I just feel like we need less games. It's brutally long.
Except they will never reduce the games back down because it would kill all the stat geeks because this is what they need, the 162 games.
It would kill their revenue, but my argument has always been if Ivy League people are smart enough to have never played the sport but run a baseball team, then Ivy League people are certainly smart enough to find new revenue streams. Figure it out. This product needs help. Sorry.
Speaking of this product needs help, everybody hates Chris. Martin will all come on before the ACC matchups that we talked about in the games that we will see for the very first time, which is NC State, California.
We screwed up. I thought it was on the WB. I was informed that's not a network anymore. It's on the CW.
Wouldn't it just be friends?
And we were doing the whole
Dawson Creek.
Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, Frankfurter J. Frog or whatever his name was.
Michigan J. Frog, yeah. Yes, it'll be Dawson's Creek followed by Friends.
Think about this. If your
Vampire
league
Diaries
is showing at 10 o'clock at night, Stanford versus Syracuse after reruns of Moesha, you probably don't have a league.
Coming up next, Young Sheldon.
All right.
The Sinbad Show. Brutal for the ACC.
It is brutal for the ACC. Rico, do we have a deal? I'm going back to the deal. Do we have a Brandon Ayuk deal?
David, I will take Van Jefferson and a first-round selection.
I will give you a 4th round and Van Jefferson.
No.
I'm not changing my mind.
Then guess what? Enjoy being at the bottom of the North.
And here's why we're talking about it, because the reports today from Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, every NFL writer, there is a deal in place,
right,
but San Francisco has to agree to it.
You know what? Give me the shoes as you owe me. And you know what? Give me back, what's his name? David Chutney or whatever his name.
The punt returner, kick returner.
You pancake eating.
Yeah. So we talked about the Lions' disrespect. Mike, you saw
disrespect.
What was on the TV screen of the Vegas odds. San Francisco had plus 250 to win the NFC. Detroit and the Eagles at plus 550.
I just thought the gap between the Niners and Lions was disrespectful. I think the Lions are much closer to San Francisco than what Vegas is suggesting. And, of course, we had some fun with it, Rico being a Niners fan. That's all. It was not some – I'm more angry the Eagles are sharing our oxygen.
I do wonder if we're just discounting the Eagles because we just figured they fell off a cliff.
I will never be a bigger Lions fan than if you play those scumbags in the playoffs.
I'll play the Eagles?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You want an engine block, I'd give you one of those for that.
But I do think that the Saquon factor may be why they're having that number so high.
And within
the Eagles.
And within that conversation, caller DJ called up and basically said that Aiden Hutchinson is Nick Bosa. He's Nick Bosa. Wow. You got Nick Bosa on your hands, guys.
Yeah, you do. All right.
16.5 sacks for Aiden Hutchinson this year.
No,
seriously. He was really just comparing the teams.
Right.
And that came up. And, of course, he then said, no, they're not.
And in
close.
all fairness, I think it's because one team has a better defense. It's not to say the Lions can't, but I think one is already established and the other has the pieces in place, and we have to see them all work together.
And one reason why the odds may be that way is because of the discussion we had earlier in the show. The NFC North is going to be tough this year. The Bears are the Lions of 2 years ago. That's part of the discussion. Are you worried about the Bears?
And I think the Packers are the Lions of last year, where maybe this is going to be their year. If you could, if you're a Lions fan, and I could say, you know what, you could lock in at a 4-2 divisional record.
I'd take it today.
You take it in a heartbeat.
Hey, if you want just some late breaking news, it sure sounds like Judon is going to get traded from the Patriots. He had an altercation, verbal, not physical, with Gerard Mayo, the new head coach. And then Judon, who was not participating in practice, simply walked out of the facility.
So he had another one because that's the second one now.
He wants a contract.
Would they just go full Spite store and say, you know what, sit, we don't care. We're not going to pay you.
No, because the rebuilding, that's one. The thought process was a 4th-round pick, which the Lions, I don't believe, have one. You could figure it out. But it's probably a 2-year extension in the way of I think Cam Hayward signed a 2-year extension where it was 2 at 26. Would you dare, if you're the Lions, add that to the collection?
Yes. I would if I'm the Lions.
Super productive pass rush.
Yeah, because by the time the 2 years are up, that's when you got to worry about some of these other guys. You've already locked up a bunch of your core already. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Because, he was a part of that when they were trying to do the Ayuk Patriot deal. And that got nixed because he was like, I'm not going to the Patriots.
Yeah, multiple reports, not naming the teams, but there are multiple teams that have inquired about trading for him.
Love to see the Lions do it.
And if you're the Lions, now you do that in that Vegas number, it goes up.
Yeah, I would say so. And then we can close out the big finish with this one. Jim Harbaugh will no longer be the honorary captain for the very first game this season.
So we end how we started the show.
Pretty
much. Missed it. Odyssey Rewind.
Smartest thing that the University of Michigan has done. Whoever made the decision to keep his ass out of here, just keep him away. Let the NCAA do what they're going to do. When the dust settles, you want to make a cotton candy statue of Jim and everybody can eat off of it, go ahead. Okay? You can all do nude sushi whenever the sanctions happen.
It was an ice sculpture earlier. Get it right.
Bring Jim back. Put a banana leaf over his kibbles and bits and do whatever you got to do. Here's some yellowtail for everybody. Whatever you want. You want to do an ice sculpture? You want to do an ice luge of Jim? Whatever you like.
When is Counter Stallions night?
Just wait until everything's done. Smart move by the school. He can't come back. The NCAA wants him. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2.